We are now live. We are now live. We're live on YouTube. If you're over on TikTok, head over to YouTube now, please. Thank you. I would appreciate it. Let me see. Yeah. Sig might not be Nigerian, but he might be Habisha the way he's always late, bro. Why are they trying to call me Habisha, bro?
That's insane. They're trying to deny you being a Westerner and trying to say you're Easterner. That's crazy.
Someone said I'm yumping. What the hell is yumping me? Oh nah.
Look at this titling that they gave the video.
Weird David. Yeah, this guy can't spell, bro. But he can spell behind the jab perfectly.
It gets worse.
To take Reven/GE of last Humilia/TION. Hey, you can't spell. Hey, you can't spell, chat, man. You cannot spell.
What is that?
Bro, he yumped away, bro. He was yumping, bro. See us in the field and they all act blind. Come like Stevie Wonder. Shot it too long, man. Chop it. Sound like thunder. Aim for the chestnut under. Now look at the state of his jumper. Up block tour, go check that score. Keep blade on hip like Hunter. Hey, chat. If you're on TikTok, move to YouTube now. We're live on YouTube, so head over there now. If you're on TikTok, head over to YouTube now.
Oh,
See us in the field and they all act blind. Come like Stevie Wonder. Shot you too long, man. Chop it. Sound like thunder. Aim for the chestnut under. Now look at the state of his jumper. Up block tour, go check that score. Up block tour. One block pond then we step for the, of course. I can't say that because I'll get banned on TikTok. Oh, he banned on TikTok. Get neck for the draw, don't talk. I've been nipped for one. I feel sorry for the pagans' mothers. How many times have you bought their sons?
That's crazy.
We came from the boy they run. Why love chat when we know will come?
Saw he jab in the corner. That boy ran, I wonder.
See a jab in the field and he all that blind. Come like Stevie Wonder. So I two man like chop it. Sound like thunder. Aim for the chestnut under. Now look at the state of his jumper. Up block to go check that score. Higgins. Oi, hold on.
It was great now, Red. That man wound up. Whoa.
Hey! Keep his jab on him like Hunter. That's it. That's a decent bar. You know Jack Harlow, when he came out with the ones that hate me the most look just like me.
Damn.
You tell me what that means. That was a good song. I'm not gonna lie, Jack Harlow, Jack Harlow, he's got some hitters, bro.
Harlow got hitters.
I got a little combo skinny for the author man, you know what I'm saying? Little combo skinny. Anyways, guys, head over to TikTok, head over to YouTube. If you want to see exactly what we're reacting to, head over to YouTube. Otherwise, you're gonna see us do whoa,
Dude.
whoa. Like that's what you're gonna see. But like, if you want to actually see what we're reacting to, head over to YouTube. Yeah. But no, Jack Harlow, bro. Jack Harlow, honestly, he's what potentially one of the best white boy rappers in the game.
He just needs to stick with it and he doesn't need to like deviate into some other genre in like 2 years.
Please don't be black. Just don't be black. Just keep being
Nah, it's not even that.
funny white boy.
He might deviate. So I'll start making it like rock music and stuff. And then
Bro, if he makes rock music, I swear to, I promise you, bro.
I can see it.
I can see reality, bro. I can see a reality where
He'll get like tattooed out.
Oh, well, like Pete Davidson.
Like Pete Davidson,
I would cry,
like Post Malone, like Machine Gun Kelly. Like
if he moves like MGK, I'm gonna cry because MGK is actually washed, bro. He's so washed.
Well, they say that they come in with like the black experience and the black music to get into it.
Because people actually think that MGK won that beef with him and Eminem, bro. How the hell you act like? How can you be black and think, oh yeah, you see Machine Gun Kelly? He really liked that for real. Like,
you know,
he really got some. Like, what are you talking about?
I like Killshot quite a bit. I was wondering like, why did I like the song so much?
Because it was against MGK. That's the only reason.
There was that, but also like when
Want some love?
I'm good.
Nah.
When the actual producer broke down how he made the song, turns out that he actually sent that beat to Giggs, but Giggs never used it. Because like you know how Giggs has gone through that motion where he's like using like horror themes in his
in his music. That's actually mad.
So you can actually listen to like the
Really?
the background for Kill Shot.
That's insane.
It's actually like a horror. Meant to be like a horror.
All right, guys, everyone get ready. The debate's starting now. It's starting now. You guys know why you're here. Head over to YouTube now. Who do I think is gonna win? I can't lie. Are we placing bets now, David?
Yes.
Who do you think is gonna win this debate?
I always bet on David's.
Okay, so you said that you had some intel beforehand.
Yeah.
So who did you think was gonna win it? What was the intel beforehand?
So the intel beforehand is that Alex kind of ran a couple of lazy like argumentations, right? Like John 17:3 and stuff like that, right? Father's greater than I, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
That's the reason why he can't be God. But apparently at some point nearest the end, Alex like backs himself into a corner. This is what I was told. And then David responds well and kind. So yeah, could be that.
Okay, cool. This is the debate.
It's like when he came out and spoke to God Logic, right? He wasn't like, like, I won that. He was like, yeah,
it was a good discussion. Yeah. No, he's a good natured guy. I'm
Okay.
not gonna lie. Alex is a pretty.
Maybe just his fans.
His fans are like, Alex destroyed him again. I'm like, bro, chill. Like,
Alex,
the way you asked
those questions were so like sugoi.
it was so tough. Like the way you questioned his theology was so tough. Like, bro, chill.
The Gospel of Thomas. Oh, for God's sake.
The Gospel of Thomas is gonna be used, bro. He's gonna rise Thomas. If he rises Thomas, honestly,
This guy loves the Gospel of Thomas.
heartbreak, bro.
I mean, I read it and it's weird and funny. That's it.
All right, this is it.
Did you have you have it on mute?
Is going to go.
Alrighty.
The title of the debate is Did Jesus Claim to Be God?
Ruslan.
We're going to have opening statement. We're going to have
Ruslan.
rebuttals.
People, tell us
We're gonna
if
have
the mics
counter-rebuttals.
are
There'll
too
be
loud,
clocks
too
for the
low.
speakers to
Tell
don't
us
use
if
that
want
they're repeating.
boom
And then,
mics.
After all of that, we're going to move the
Alright, this is gonna be
table to
crazy.
the middle.
Tell
and
us
we're
if
gonna
you're
do
hearing, like,
open
an echo,
dialogue.
and
And
then we'll
then
fix it.
after that,
This shouldn't be
we're
an
going to
echo.
do some Q&A.
Tell us
just
if
like we've been
the
doing the
video's
past
too
couple
loud
nights.
and we're
Ray
not
Rock with
loud
the
enough.
microphone.
Yeah.
Do not grab his microphone. Okay? He's real serious about it. And so this is
Oh yeah, and
we're going to go
previously
for, I'd say, at
he
least
ran.
2 hours tonight.
Okay. David Wood kind of did the whole like he ran.
Oh, did he
like,
actually?
Yeah, because like he basically
Okay.
decided to pull out because of Central threatening AP in the previous debates. Yeah. But he
It's going to be a fun night. And
so one person says
we're
you're all
going to-
too loud. Okay.
I don't
have
even
both
care.
gentlemen
Let me lower it a little
give
bit.
opening statements.
All right.
20-minute
I don't care what they wanna say.
Okay.
And it's going to be fun. So let me introduce
Dimitri,
our
let us know.
speakers for the night. Wood.
Let us introduce our speakers for the night.
Wood. Yeah. He said, let me introduce
Oh,
tonight. Wood.
Wood.
Yeah, Wood. He's got a lot of
Podium
sponsors
is
though.
right here.
Right. Okay. Cool.
I can't lie. Anyone that chants Wood,
In
Hey,
any
why
other
for that? Why for that?
circumstance except for this one.
in any other circumstance, anyone that chants Wood,
Wood.
yeah, dead for that, bro. Dead for that. Wood. Are you crazy? You just started chanting Wood.
D Wood.
Yeah, D Wood, man. Love and guidance.
David
Love and
Wood,
guidance.
ladies and gentlemen.
All right, I have the chat on the public stream as
All
well.
right.
Cool.
And all the way from London, England.
He's like sick, but better.
I've had a blast getting to know this brother for the past couple of days.
He's sick,
It's
but
been
he's
super
white,
fun.
and he's right. You know what I'm saying?
He's white and more palatable.
He's more palatable, bro.
And he shows his damn face.
Yeah, literally. He ain't scared. He ain't scared like shit. He ain't
Without any further
Why-
ado, ladies and gentlemen, warm round of applause for Alex O'Connor.
Logic. I mean,
Wood. You mean Wood?
All right.
skepticism.
All right, we're good. Are you ready? Tell us when you're ready so we can start the
So,
clock.
did Jesus gonna be God?
I'm ready now.
D Wood been ready.
He needs to pray.
Okay.
Surely he opens up a prayer.
Good evening.
Oh,
What a
they
beautiful
replied.
audience. You're all breathtaking. This is how you charm a crowd in America, son.
He's quoting.
I'd like to thank Ruslan for
John Wick,
arranging this
whatever his name
conference
was.
and
Is he?
this
Yeah.
debates, one of
He was at a game
many
conference,
awesome debates
and then
taking
someone
place
said,
in
"You're awesome." He's
2025.
like, "You're all awesome."
Pitting
No, I said your birthday game,
heroes
sorry, your birthday
against
game.
villains. I won't say who the villain is in this debate. I'll let all you lovely Christians judge that for yourselves. Based entirely on our accents. And speaking of British accents, I'd like to thank Alex for finally showing up.
Oh, he went for it. He went for it. Okay, he went for it. He went for it.
You got to give
I
me some
like that.
wiggle room on time, Ruslan.
He's just roasting them.
Or you can all quit cheering for Alex. All right. No, I'd like to thank Alex for finally showing up. He's a month and a half late, but he finally showed up. I'm teasing, by the way. People have no clue how dangerous DebateCon is actually with the lineup they had and the number and the volume of death threats against multiple speakers. So, plus he lives in what is rapidly becoming the Sharia-compliant hellhole of the universe. So, good to take precautions. We don't want to lose Alex. By the way, are you guys starting to miss Jesus over there in the UK? Seems like you should be missing Jesus by now. Speaking of Jesus, did Jesus claim to be God? Yes, he did. And I'm sure many of you have some verses going through your heads right now. However, I'm convinced that the primary way Jesus claimed to be God, and that his followers claimed he's God, gets overlooked by most Christians and non-Christians because we've lost touch with first century Jewish culture, and we just tend to not notice things.
Son of man.
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Here's a quote from Daniel Boyarin in his book, The Jewish Gospels, The Story of Jesus Christ. The story of the Jewish Christ.
Okay, he's going.
He says most, if not all, of the ideas and practices of the Jesus movement of the first century and the beginning of the second century, and even later, can be safely understood as part of the ideas and practices that we understand to be the Judaism of the period.
This I don't know.
The ideas of Trinity and incarnation, or certainly the germs of those ideas, were already present among Jewish believers well before Jesus came on the scene to incarnate in himself, as it were, those theological notions and take.
Yeah, this is so. This is already like you can tell. This is already a confessionalized text.
Right.
As in, like the academic is confessional because he uses the word incarnate.
Right.
Which the term incarnation means the ability for someone who isn't a human to become human.
Yep.
So he's already assuming that the person of Jesus isn't just like a historical human figure, but a historical human figure that actually is like divine or spiritual in some way and becomes human. So even though this is an academic he's citing, it's definitely a confessional one.
Right.
Yeah.
Take up his messianic calling. So the ideas were there, paving the way for Jesus who embodied them. Now, who is Daniel Boyarin to say that Christian ideas like the Trinity and the Incarnation were already present in some form in first century Judaism?
Well, that's different from saying Jesus Christ believed in those things. Like, it's just saying the early Christians that come from Jesus
could pull from those ideas
believed
that were
in these
already
things.
in the atmosphere.
Yeah, and that can be enough.
Yeah.
That can be enough for, because most of the ideas that usually germinate after a person most likely come from that person or around what he was trying to proliferate.
Yeah.
John Burry talks about this when he writes a book on St. Patrick, and he says that the origins of St. Patrick, the main narratives, the main plot points that we talk about St. Patrick most likely came from directly after Patrick sort of fades out of history.
Right.
So like when Patrick sort of dies, yeah, that's probably where these, myths or legends or even like these truths start coming from. So the same is like with Jesus.
Dragon, bro?
Yeah, literally. I mean, that's St. George.
Wait, didn't they all fight dragons?
St. Patrick is like the four-leaf clover guy. Three-leaf clover. Yeah, he's the Irish guy. St. George is England.
Okay, well, sorry guys, you ain't got dragons up there. My apologies. I swear they all fight dragons or something.
Some of them, like it's just bare lizards in there, innit?
Fair.
Reptiles rolling around.
Is he a Christian apologist? No, he's a scholar of rabbinic Judaism. He's a Talmud scholar. He points out that a lot of the beliefs we now think of as distinctively Christian actually weren't. The earliest Christian church was embedded in first century Jewish culture, but as Christianity spread,
he's Jewish as well, which is crazy.
It became dominated by Gentile Christians who tended to lose touch with the Jewish framework. And something was happening within Judaism as well. As Jewish orthodoxy was forming in the 2nd century, the rabbis tended to weed out certain ideas that had once been familiar in Judaism, but which had been adopted by Christians. The rabbis wanted to clearly distinguish Judaism from Christianity, and
Oh my
some
God,
of the
look, they got Alonzo Harris in Alex O'Connor's chat, and they also have Myth
Oh wait,
Vision
you
as well.
muted it. You muted it. You didn't actually pause it.
No, oh, did I?
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. Hold on, don't worry.
has abandoned some of the Jewish ideas that became part of Christianity. And the result is that today it's easy for us.
Curious how many of you guys will actually listen to both arguments. Listen, Ruslan, you can't help but, you know,
Wait, was that Ruslan?
yeah, Ruslan texted that.
Oh.
Not in our chat, but in their chat, because
Fair.
he's listening to Alex's chat right now.
Okay. Oh, is that what you mean? It's like a chat session going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
To miss a few things when we're reading the Bible. Claims that would have been understood by listeners at the time might not be understood by us. Here in my opening statement, I'm going to briefly discuss the forgotten Jewish idea that's most relevant for understanding how Jesus claimed to be God. And then I'll show how this forgotten Jewish idea illuminates various passages in the New Testament. Some of you are familiar with the early Jewish belief in the two powers in heaven. Alan Siegel, Jewish scholar, drew
Michael
attention to
Heiser,
this
Alan Siegel,
in
let's
his
go.
1977 book, Two Powers in Heaven. And
Okay.
lots of people, especially Christians, have been interested.
I'm not gonna lie, inspiring philosophy definitely helped prepare him.
Next time, it's gonna mention the bodies of God. Or-
Yeah, Benjamin Summer, the book's getting risen. We know the book's getting risen.
in the topic ever since. Here's the idea in a nutshell. The Old Testament is very clear that there's one true God. But there are numerous passages in the Old Testament where we see two divine figures. I'll give a few quick examples. There are tons of these. Sometimes God seems to be in two different places doing two different things.
Genesis.
A common example
Exodus.
is the story of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Rain down fire.
The Lord
Yeah, he's doing
appears to
already.
Abraham and tells him that he's going down to Sodom and Gomorrah to see firsthand how bad the
Jeez.
people are. So he goes down to Sodom and Gomorrah. And what happens? Genesis 19:24. Then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah
From the
sulfur
Lord.
and fire from the Lord
Ooh.
out of heaven.
That's two
Guy,
lords.
that's two
The
lords.
Lord on earth rained down fire from the
No, bro. It's an angel. It's
From
an
the
angel.
Lord
Is it
out of
Adonai?
heaven.
Is it
So we do
is it
every-
Adonai? Both passages, right? Both say
I
the
think
divine
so,
name.
yeah,
Both
I
say the
believe
divine
so.
name in both passages.
It's an angel, bro. Just divine agency, bro. Come on, bro.
Well, you can't just import divine agency in a
Bro,
text.
of course I can, bro. That's the apparent meaning of a text, bro.
think of it if like this section of text is like not informed by this other section of text. Like the whole point is like this would be probably a Yahwist source as well. If we take the documentary hypothesis as true, then this is most likely a Yahwist source. And if this is a Yahwist source, then you would have to inform this part of Genesis by just other Yahwist sources. And
Bro,
the
that's
other
just how
Yahwist
the
sources
Torah
don't.
speaks, bro. That's just how the Torah speaks.
But
bro.
then you're not actually, you're importing a particular understanding of the Torah that doesn't seem to be commensurate with the documentary hypothesis.
Bro, go talk to my Rabbi Tobias Singer, okay?
Shush,
He'll wash you up this.
It sounds like there are two lords here. Watch what happens in Zechariah 2. Pay attention or you'll miss it.
Okay.
Come, Zion, escape, you who live in daughter Babylon. For this is what the Lord Almighty says. Who's speaking? The Lord Almighty. And he says, after the glorious one has sent me, the Lord was sent by the glorious one, against the nations that have plundered you, for whoever touches you touches the
This is
apple
a
of his eye.
completely different
I will
text.
surely raise my hand against them, so that their slaves
I'm
will
not gonna
plunder them.
pause it too much, man.
Okay.
Then you will know that the Lord Almighty
comment on
has
it?
sent me. The
Yeah.
Lord Almighty was sent by
If you
the
ever
Lord
want,
Almighty.
if you want to pause it, then you can. I
Next
don't care.
paragraph.
Go for it.
Shout and be glad, daughter Zion, for I am coming, and I will live among you, declares the Lord, Yahweh. Many nations will be joined with the Lord in that day and will become my people. I will live among you, and you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me to you.
See, here's the thing. So he's not using Genesis anymore. So
Yeah,
now he's
he moved
using
over.
prophetic literature. So bear in mind, they're not the same author. So they're different kinds of authors.
Yep.
This author has already picked out this idea of Christ as, not Christ, but of these two particular Yahwehs. And then this other time they have these other two particular Yahwehs. But the texts themselves never explicate whether or not one is an agent of the other. It says one is sent. It says one does these things, but it never says, I, as Yahweh, do not do these things as Yahweh, but rather because I have the particular authority of Yahweh. It says, my name is in him, but none of the texts ever explain exactly what it means for someone to have their name in someone.
Exactly.
We have that import with agency language when we look at a rabbi teaching someone else.
Right.
But we can't infer that import from a text that comes 400 years before the rabbinic tradition
Right.
really gets going.
Right.
There's no reason why we would do that. So it's still free game right now,
For now.
And then, obviously,
It said that a mod turned on
The
subscriber only
Lord,
chat.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yahweh,
Okay.
will live among them, and they will
Subscribe if you
know.
want to comment.
no. Do sub only for a minute. Don't do sub only for 20, because then chat gets
Oh, that
slowed
the
down.
Lord
Okay.
was sent by the Lord Almighty. So Yahweh rains down fire from Yahweh. Yahweh is sent by Yahweh. Plenty of passages like these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we've got a
Yeah,
mysterious
yeah,
figure
yeah.
called the angel of the Lord.
Yeah.
Whenever you think,
Raise your
whatever you
yeah,
think of
yeah,
when you think
yeah.
about angels, just get rid of that. The angel of the Lord is no ordinary angel because this angel is somehow the Lord. Angel just means messenger. In Hebrew, it can refer to a human messenger, a spirit messenger, or in this
They're going to probably use that import and be like, well, because it's a messenger, then that means that they don't actually have Yahweh in themselves. They're
Yeah.
just taking on Yahweh's
By-
authority
by
as a messenger.
virtue
By
of-
virtue of being a messenger, like
Yeah.
the phrase, you know.
case, the Lord himself.
I think this is actually one of the things that the person talked about, that
Yeah.
Alex would harp on the idea that Jesus is given
Given
authority,
given power,
given the
given,
name,
yeah,
so
yeah,
therefore he
yeah.
can be God himself.
But this is a main point that most people usually say. They're like, well, yeah, Jesus gives authority, Jesus is given power and things like this. But like, there is one thing that I will say in terms of this given authority and given power. Let's say in the early church, for example, where a priest is able to teach on theology, and they're able to teach on theology because they get authority from the bishop. They
Right.
get authority from the bishop. So they don't have authority in themselves, they have authority from the bishop. Yet, at the point in time in which the priest is teaching, they are teaching with the same charism that gives the original disposit, the bishop, the power to teach as well.
Right.
So when a priest is teaching, they are teaching with the same grace that the bishop has. They
Right.
just have the grace in a different way.
Right.
One has it absolutely because of the position, naturally. The other one has it by extension
Right.
or by appropriation. Now, the question is, at least in the case of the bishop and the priest, we know exactly when the priest starts that appropriation. We know exactly when that happens.
when he is given it. By
When
the
he's given
bishop.
it. Where does the Bible say exactly when Jesus Christ is given all of the powers that he has?
Before the world was?
So then what, outside of time?
Maybe.
Okay, so then that's just eternally begotten then.
Oh.
Yeah.
Debate over.
Look at Judges 6. The angel of the Lord came and sat down to talk to Gideon. The angel of the Lord appeared to Gideon. Then it switches to the Lord turned to him.
That's just how the Torah speaks,
The
bro.
Lord answered. Then it goes back to the angel of the Lord. Then, when Gideon realized that it was the angel of the Lord, he exclaimed, "Alas, sovereign Lord, I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But the Lord said to him, "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." You
I
see
won't-
the
I won't
Lord in
pause
all
it too
his
much. I won't pause it
glory,
too much.
you're dead.
Some
But
person
if you see
called
the
Manny
angel of
said
the
that
Lord,
everyone
who is
liked the
somehow
live
the
and
Lord,
how sick of to
you
take
might
me out on
survive.
dates.
He's not even lying as well.
One more example of this. Here's Jacob blessing Joseph in Genesis 48. Then he blessed Joseph and said, "May the God before whom my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, walked
Oh, I've
faithfully,
seen this so
the
much.
God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day,
Oh, you know
the
what? And
angel
he's not,
who has
he's not
delivered me
Catholic or
from all
Orthodox,
harm,
so he's
may
not going to
he
appeal to church
bless
fathers
these
at all.
boys."
He's
He,
going to be like
singular.
straight
So the
biblical.
God,
Straight
the God,
bibliolater.
and the
Just-
angel
we're
are all referring to
bibliolaters,
the same
yes.
being.
I can correct
The angel is God.
The King
But the
James
angel
Bible.
is the messenger of God. This is all over the place in the Old Testament, from Genesis all the way to the prophets.
He's being really
We
composed
just
here.
don't pay attention to it when we're reading. But there were ancient Jews who paid very close attention to passages like these. And they realized that something very, very strange is going on. There's one God, but there were two powers, two authorities in heaven. If you put all of the passages together, it seems like there's God you can't be around because his presence would destroy you, and God you can be around somehow. There's God you can't be around and God you can be around.
Okay.
The God you can't be around is distinct from the God you can be around. They interact with each other. One sends the other, and yet they're both God.
Yeah, but none of these says
This was all
whether or
very,
not
very
they claim to be
confusing to
God.
first century Jews. If there's one
Let him
God,
cook, let him cook.
why
It's coming.
are there two powers?
This is just
in-
the foundation. He's about to build.
Why are there two powers who both act like God? They tried to deal with this problem in a number of ways, but mainly they were confused. And then Jesus came along.
Ooh, see?
And he says, in effect, you know those two powers that you've been reading about in the scriptures? You know those two powers that you're so confused by? I can tell you about those two powers because I'm one of them. That's the primary way Jesus claims to be God. It's the primary way his followers claim that he's God. And it's the primary way, it's a primary issue that enrages his opponents.
He's like, yo, I'm the second
But did Jesus
power.
really claim to be
I'm
one
one
of the
of
two
them.
powers
I'm
in heaven?
one of them.
Since
Well, I can
Jesus
say
is
about
a
that.
highly
Because
controversial
I
figure,
am
and since
him.
there's a skeptic in
The
our
other
midst,
him.
I would suggest that if we
Distinct
want to
from the
know
first
what
him.
someone like Jesus
Well,
is
distinct
claiming
substance.
about himself, we can look at 6 things. We can look at what Jesus
Here's that
says
criteria.
and what Jesus does, what he says and does as they relate to our topic. We can look at what his friends say and what his friends do. Here I mean what they say and do in reaction to him. And we can look at what his enemies say and what his enemies do, again,
Good
in
layout.
reaction to him.
a good
What
layout.
Jesus says, what Jesus does.
It's a good little, and we're really far behind. But the problem is
Now you can times 2 it.
yeah, now we can 2x it. But the problem is we don't know whether or not that's actually true because it's Jesus claiming. I don't know how much someone's reaction of something else says towards whether or not I'm claiming something, unless they are inferring things about how I speak.
Yeah.
So like some sort of
Likely it's going to be with the
Yeah.
Pharisees and them.
some like
speaking in their hearts.
intersubjective conversation
Yep.
about how
Only
I'm
God
doing
alone can
stuff.
forgive sins, things like that.
Or maybe even something like you a mere man claim to be God, or like the author actually giving his own import about what Jesus means by what he says. So at least it should be, does Jesus claim to be God the way that the author presents it? But let's see what Alex says here. I don't know.
Does what his friends say, what his friends do, what his enemies say, what his enemies do. I would put all of that together and say that's our evidence that we need to account for, and that will give us the best indication of what Jesus was claiming about himself. We have a ton of time left, so we'll consider a few things Jesus says and does, and a few things his friends say and do. Along the way, we'll see the reactions of some of his enemies, and maybe I'll add a few more.
If you want me
examples
to
in the
reveal my face to you,
What does Jesus say?
1,000, bro.
Jesus claims
Give
to be
me
one of the two
1,000.
powers in heaven in multiple ways. I'll give you 3. The most familiar is the Father-Son language he uses. Jesus claims to be the Son of God. Now,
No,
to be
no,
the Son of God in
3,000,
various ways in the
3,000.
Bible. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they should be called sons of God. But Jesus claims to be the Son of God in a unique divine sense. For example, Matthew 11:27, all things have been handed over to me by my Father. And no one knows the Son except the Father. And no one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. All things were handed over to the Son by the Father. No one knows the Son except the Father. Obviously, the people around Jesus knew him in some sense, but they didn't really know him. Only the Father really knows him. And no one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son chooses to
Really
reveal him.
knows,
No one can
okay.
know the Father unless the Son chooses to reveal him. This should sound somewhat similar to the Old Testament idea that there's God you can't be around and God you can be around. Two powers, Father and Son. Jesus is the Son. Mark 12. While Jesus was teaching in the temple courts, he asked, why do the teachers of the law say that the Messiah is the son of David? David himself, speaking by the Holy Spirit, declared, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. David himself calls him Lord. How then can he be his son? So whose son is the Messiah? He's the son of David, but David calls the Messiah his Lord. How many lords do we have here? The Lord said to my Lord. According to Jesus, the second Lord here, the Lord of King David is the Messiah. So we've got two powers in heaven, and Jesus is one of them. On a side note, if you're a Christian and you're wondering why we're talking about two powers instead of 3, where's the Holy Spirit? He's there, but we're focusing on how Jesus claimed to be God, and that's connected to the two powers in heaven. Mark 14. Again, the high priest asked him, are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed? And Jesus said, I am, and you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of
Daniel
power, and
7.
coming with the clouds of heaven. And the high priest tore
Like
his garments and
Goku,
said,
like
what further
Goku.
witnesses do
Goku
we
comes
have
with
of
the power of
blasphemy?
blasphemy. On the
What is your
Nimbus.
decision?
On the Nimbus,
And they all
bro.
condemned him to
Goku
deserve death.
and Sun
What
Wukong
did the enemies
are
say?
the
This is
Nimbus. They
blasphemy.
are the Messiah.
What did they do? Tear their garments? That's doing
See?
outrage about blasphemy
It was
and condemn him
revealed
as
to them.
deserving death. Why do they react like that?
In a different way.
The Son of Man,
Yeah,
Jesus
yeah,
gave a
that's
title
what
to
I'm
himself, will be seated at the right hand of power. So there's the power, which sounds like God, and there's the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. How many powers in heaven? I see 2 here, and Jesus claims to be one of them. So who's Jesus claiming to be at his Jewish trial?
Only problem
Claiming to be the
is
Son of Man
that-
prophesied in
is that,
Daniel 7, 13,
Son
14.
Wukong
Daniel
goes
says,
to war
in my
against
vision at night I
heaven,
looked, and
but
there before me was one like a son of
Yeah,
man,
he actually
coming with the
does
clouds of heaven.
fight
He approached
the
the Ancient of
Jade
Days and was
Emperor,
led into
and
his
then
presence.
fights
He's given
his way
authority,
through
glory,
hell.
and sovereign power.
He's
All
like
nations and
triply
peoples of every
immortal
language
as
worshipped
well.
him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that will not pass away, and his kingdom is one that will never be destroyed. So there's the Ancient of Days, God, but there's also the Son of Man, who will be worshipped by all nations, whose dominion is everlasting,
And according to
and who comes with the
Central,
clouds.
that's Muhammad.
The Old Testament, Yahweh is the one who rides the clouds. Humans
Oh
don't,
my
angels
God,
don't.
no way, dude.
Isaiah 19, see,
Yes,
the
way.
Lord rides on a swift cloud. Psalm 104, the Lord wraps himself in light as with a garment. He stretches out the heavens like a tent. He
This
lays
is
the beams
good
of his upper chambers
biblicism,
on
not
the
gonna
waters.
lie.
He makes
This
the
is good
clouds his chariot
biblicism.
and rides on the wings of the wind. God comes with the clouds. So we've got the Ancient of Days, who sounds like God.
And
We've got the Son of Man
Jesus
coming with
would
the
have
clouds of
known the
heaven,
Psalms
who
as
sounds like
well.
God.
He
Two
actually
powers in heaven,
says
and Jesus
that
claims to be one of them.
he knows the Psalms.
Jesus claims to be one of the two powers in heaven multiple times, multiple ways, in multiple sources. Jesus says a lot more than that, but what does Jesus do? Jesus judges the world. In the Old Testament, David says, the Lord abides forever. He has established his throne for judgment, and he will judge the world in righteousness. Who's the judge here? Yahweh. But in Matthew 25, Jesus declares, but when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on his glorious throne. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate them from one another as the shepherd separates the sheep from the goats.
We'll be fine.
Jesus goes on to say that he will admit certain people into heaven and cast others into hell. They compose liturgy and doxologies to honor and praise him. In other words, they give Jesus the full array of...
Hold on, liturgy. Whoa.
Damn, he got liturgical on you. You skipped it.
Whoa. David, liturgy. Liturgy.
And doxology.
Wow. L&D. Say no more. Love and guidance.
And you missed it.
I missed it as well.
claims of Jesus or a really big misunderstanding. We'll see which option Alex goes with.
That's the end, surely. I knew it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole debate.
All right. That is David Wood's opening statement. And Alex
that was
is going to take
sound
the podium for his 20-minute opening statement.
Okay, this one, I'm not even
David
going to
went
try
over
and break
1
down.
minute and 14 seconds. So we will give Alex a grace period of 1 minute and 14 seconds.
If he drops the laptop, he loses so much aura.
Can everybody hear me through here? Yes, David didn't factor in the clapping. I always factor in clapping into the timing of my speeches. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
No, don't do that.
Thank you. Or as we say in England, assalamu alaikum.
That's good. Assalamu alaikum.
I
Wa
must
alaikum salam.
apologize for the previous debate fiasco. David's right that most people don't know what happened. A lot of accusations thrown my way, but I suppose that is the essence of our debate this evening. People thinking they know a thing or two about a person without hearing it from their own mouth.
Ooh.
To which effect, I was thinking about how to approach this, given that
Okay,
I
he's
didn't
with
know
it.
which
He's
approach
with
David was going to take. I woke up this morning in this fine resort.
Well, that's the exact wording fallacy, dog.
opposite Legoland,
Yeah, but
which
did he
means
say
that
it,
there's a roller coaster just outside of my room, and being a bit jet lagged, I woke up quite late to the most peaceful of noises, that is the sound of children screaming for their lives. Hearing the sound of innocent children screaming for their lives, of course, reminded me to read the Old Testament, and I wanted to begin
He really went there. He really took
with a
it there.
verse. That was too easy. I factored that into my time as well.
He's
I want to
good.
begin with a verse from the Old Testament, which might become
He's doing well.
relevant momentarily.
Do you know what
And
it
that
is? It's
well,
Ricky Gervais.
A psalm.
Do you
Not
know what I
in its
mean?
entirety,
But
but
he's not
Psalm
got
82.
the
Psalm 82 is
he's
a curious
not got the
psalm
accent.
because it opens by saying
It's still
that
very
God
formal,
presides in the great assembly.
but he does
renders
the job.
judgment among
Do you know what I mean?
the gods.
Ah,
Elohim.
72.
He went from 0
is
to 100
definitely the word
real
for
quick.
gods.
It's insane.
This seems to be an indication that God is talking about,
He's gone
the
to Psalm
psalmist is talking
82.
about the so-called divine
Council.
which also Job, for example. Later in the psalm, he says, I said
Guys, like
you
the
are
stream.
God.
Everyone like the stream.
You are all sons of the Most High. The psalmist is referring to beings here who are definitively
Sons
not
of the Most High.
Yahweh, but calling them gods, which is kind of interesting. I'm not trying to make a point
You
out
gonna
of that.
mention the
Jesus
part where
is
they'll
going
die
to
like
do
men?
that for me as we turn to what I think is the most
All right,
important
skip that part.
Christological
John
gospel
10,
of the four, which is, of course, John's
John
gospel.
10,
Many
John
people
10,
think that I
36.
just dismiss John's gospel because it's written too late or something. It is, of course, the least historically reliable of the gospels, but I'm willing to just
Whatever,
treat
Paul
it as if
Williams.
it's historically reliable for the purposes of this debate and see what Jesus actually says about himself. The question we're
God's son.
interested
He's
in,
gonna say, I am
here
God's
is
son.
the
Yeah, yeah.
relationship that Jesus
I
has
know
to his
exactly
Father.
what's gonna happen.
David has been speaking about the two
Here's
powers in heaven
what I'm gonna do.
heresy.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pause this right here. I'm gonna say this. He's priming the audience to quote John 10, 34 to 36. He's gonna say, I'm the Father of one. It's gonna be like one in purpose, one in action, one in the way they want to accomplish their goals. Okay. He's gonna be imbued with the power of Yahweh. And then he's going to summarize that all because he explicitly claims to be God's son. And all of the claims that seem to make Jesus really divine and really cool should be caged under the fact that he is simply a son and not God. I'm calling it now.
A son like one mentioned in the Divine Council. Potentially.
Yeah. And the divine council
And
is created. That's what he's going to say.
He might even just throw in the whole like, well, Jesus also says that the disciples may be one, even as we are one.
Yeah, he's gonna say the Father's the only true
how
God
many
as well.
gods do you have exactly?
Yeah. He's going to say,
13, 14?
And
It's
saying
like
that
Bane though,
Jesus'
but-
relationship to the
Yeah.
Father is the kind of relationship that people who believed in these two powers was talking about. Well, let's investigate that in Jesus' own words.
he's going to say Jesus'
There's one
relationship
place
to
in the
himself
Gospels
and the disciples.
where Jesus is directly accused of claiming to be God. Do you know where it is?
And he doesn't say you're right.
It's in John chapter 10.
Instead.
Verse
In John
36.
chapter 10, his
36,
Jewish
say it.
opponents come to him and say,
34,
if you're the
36,
Messiah,
please.
tell us plainly.
Please,
And
please,
Jesus
please.
responds by saying, I and the Father are one.
Okay, okay.
I'm told by Christians this is a direct Christological claim. Who can claim to be identical
John
to the
10,
Father
36,
except
please, please,
for
please.
someone who is God?
Have me, please. John 10, 36, please.
And there was no confusion about this.
Oh.
The Jewish opponents picked up stones to stone him to death for
John
making
10,
this
36.
claim.
John
Now,
10,
how does
36.
How does Jesus respond? Does he agree with them? Or does he correct them?
But your own scriptures say that
He
you're
says,
gods.
John 10, 36, please.
in response to the Jews, is it not written in your law,
He's
I have said
tying it
you
back
are
to Psalm 82.
gods?
Wait, please, please.
Quoting, as you'll probably realize, the psalm that I
Wait,
just
please,
quoted
please.
and explained briefly
Yep.
a moment ago. So, directly asked about his Christological status, Jesus decides to quote a psalm which is explicitly talking about beings who are not in fact Yahweh and yet are called gods.
Nah, don't
Why
blue
would
ball
he
me,
pick that
Alex.
psalm?
Alex, don't
If
blue
the
ball me,
message he wanted
please.
to convey was that
Alex,
he is
don't
in
blue
fact,
ball me.
in
I
some
said
sense,
No,
read.
this is just the first
identical
point.
to Yahweh.
That's the reason
Jesus
he started with the
continues, if he
psalm.
called them gods,
Wait.
why wouldn't he call me God, the one who the Father has sent and set aside? So why then do you accuse me of blasphemy because I said I am God's son?
Thank you!
Like in the divine council, you shall be
Like in the-
called
like in the
gods,
divine
that is,
council.
sons of the Most
Yep.
High. So it's a misunderstanding.
So it's a
Jesus
misunderstanding.
immediately afterwards clarifies further and says,
It's a misunderstanding. Fair enough.
believe the works, that is the works of my Father through me, that you may know and understand that the Father is in me and I am in the
The
Father.
Father is in me and I'm
Another
in the Father.
pretty intense Christological claim. What does it mean? Let's turn to the most important Christological chapter in John's Gospel,
Fair,
which
fair.
is, of course,
brethren.
chapter 17. Jesus is
I know who
praying,
he is.
first for his disciples, then for
Now
all
he's
of
doing
his
John
believers.
17.
John 17. I told you again!
Remember, in John chapter 10 so far, Jesus has made two claims. I and the Father are one, and I am in the
I'm a
Father, and the Father is in
savage.
me.
You might be a prophet.
Addressing the
Whatever it
relationship
is I
that he
have to
has
get.
to his Father, which David
Whatever I
thinks
want, I
is the
have
two
to
powers in
get.
heaven. What does Jesus say in his own words?
done told you.
John chapter 17, verses 20.
I done
onwards.
told you.
Oh,
My
okay.
prayer is not for them alone.
He's actually gone
the
to John
disciples.
chapter 17,
I pray
20.
also for those
He
who
didn't
believe
bother
in
with
me
three.
through
The
their
glory,
message.
the glory.
That
That's
is,
right, the glory.
all of you.
That you may be one,
That
and we
all
may
of
be
them
one
may
together.
be one.
One
Even
together.
as we
I
are
told
one,
you.
And
like I
same
said.
Greek word
Bro!
in John 10. Father, just
Even
as
as
you are
we are
in me,
one.
I
and I
told
am
you,
in
bro.
you,
Like I said.
The
may they
prescience,
also
bro.
be in us.
But these are Paul Williams level
This is
arguments.
crucial. This is
Yeah, but it's
pivotal.
fine.
When Jesus is asked to clarify his Christological status,
What's going on
what
with
is his
the
relationship to
camera?
the Father?
Why
He
is it
says,
on
I'm in the
version?
Father and the
Camera's
Father's
fine,
in
no?
me. He then later prays that all of us will
it's
one day
fine.
be in God in the same way, just as. Kathos in
Oh,
the Greek,
what?
which doesn't just mean
Is
as,
it
it means
frozen?
in the same way as, just as.
All right, hold up.
If this is supposed to
Let me go
indicate
look.
that Jesus is claiming to be identical to Yahweh, what does that make the rest of us? And how, I'm interested in knowing, is David going to interpret
Is it
these
fine
verses
here?
where Jesus is
No, it's fine. Don't worry,
specifically
don't worry,
asked
don't worry, don't worry.
to clarify his
Don't worry,
relationship to the Father and tells us that he is only in relationship with him in such a way that everybody else can be in relationship with them too. The same thing is true of another important quote from John's Gospel,
There's the off and on.
which is when Philip asks
yeah.
Jesus
I'm
to
fine
show
now.
him the Father.
Fine now.
What does Jesus say? Anyone who has seen me
Yeah,
has seen
cool.
the
All right,
Father.
we're good.
Another intense
We're back,
Christological
people, we're
claim.
back.
He then follows up by saying, how can you say, show us the Father? Don't you believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me? The words I say to you, I do not speak on my own authority. Rather, it is the Father living in me who is doing his work. So again, Jesus clarifies his relationship to the Father, this time saying that he doesn't speak on his own authority. But there's more. In the
That's-
same
that's
chapter
actually-
this
that's actually
time,
nice stuff.
chapter 14, just a few
Yeah.
verses later,
fine.
he says to those same disciples who he's just told, that if you've seen me, you've seen the Father, because the Father is in me, and I'm in the Father. He speaks of a future day past his crucifixion and says, on that day, verse 20, on that day you will realize that I am in my Father, and you are in me, and I am
In you.
you. So to recap, Jesus is directly asked to clarify his relationship and his Christology to the Father. And he says that I'm in the Father, and the Father's in me, and guess what? You'll all be one with us too, one day.
How many gods you have?
If this is claimed to be Yahweh,
Yeah, I knew that he was gonna do this.
How many gods you have? 14?
14, bro.
17?
then, well, lucky us, I suppose. Now, it's difficult to know where to take this because, of course, there is a third really important Christological claim in John's Gospel, which is in chapter 8. I think it might be relevant to talking about the understanding of ancient Jews,
John 8:58.
and we'll see where this goes. Of course, famously, in chapter 8, Jesus is talking about eternal life, and his Jewish opponents say to him, they challenge him and say, well, our father Abraham, he died. Are you saying you're greater than him? And Jesus replies, if I glorify myself, my glory means nothing. Your father Abraham rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day, and he was glad. And they say, what, you're not even 50 years old, and Abraham has seen you? And he says, truly I tell you, before Abraham was, I am. Why is that important? 2 reasons.
He's going to do the ego Amy, and he's going to say there's other places where ego Amy occurs.
Yeah, but Paul says it. The blind man says it.
Yeah.
Firstly, he seems to claim pre-existence to Abraham, which is pretty...
That's actually
Understanding it
true.
properly.
To be fair, I'm going to pause it here because Athanasius does the same thing, and he says, Jesus doesn't say before Abraham was, I was, but he says before Abraham was, I am, which is like some current existence, meaning Jesus never existed in a non-permanent way, non-permanent state.
It's an eternal existence.
Yeah.
Where there is no
significant,
past,
but
no
also
future.
this invocation
It's
of the
continuous.
word I am, in Greek, ego eimi, which many people think is a callback to the divine
Tetragrammaton.
name of God
But no.
given to Moses in Exodus chapter 3:14.
But actually, it's not.
In Exodus chapter 3, Moses asks God, who shall I tell them
It's
has sent
simply
me?
a declarative
And God
clause.
says, Eesha, Asher, Eesha, which means I am that I am who I am. So go and tell them that I am has sent you. It's interesting. But of course, the New Testament is not written in Hebrew, it's written in Greek. And it's well known that the authors of the New Testament were using a Greek translation of the Old Testament called the Septuagint. This is something that was pointed out by J.R. Daniel Kirk, so I'm indebted to him for this. But if you read the Septuagint that the New
The Greek is not the same.
Testament writers were using, and we have very good evidence to suggest that John as well is using the Septuagint. How is this verse rendered? Exodus chapter 3. God says to Moses,
Ego eimi
Ego
o
eimi
on.
ho on, which means something like, I am the one who is. So go and tell them, ho on has sent you. In other words, in the Greek version, ego eimi is just as it is typically used in Greek, a way of saying, I am. And it's used commonly like this. In John chapter 9,
Yeah, this is a reason as to why like people sort of misunderstand what's going on with the actual claim to be God there. Because the claim is, number one, the Jews there understood Jesus claiming to be God, which is important.
Yep.
But the other reason why it's important when this thing, occurs is because Jesus says that he exists when Abraham before Abraham's existence, which
So-
is the whole point of the claim.
Because it's a response to them claiming that he isn't even 50.
Yeah.
How can he claim to have, or how can he claim that Abraham smiled at the coming of his day?
And then saw his day and actually was glad because of it. So the
Yes.
point isn't on whether or not he says ego eimi. The point is whether or not he actually exists before Abraham. And,
And
that
if
makes
he
him God.
ultimately, in his conclusion, he renders it down to a misunderstanding,
Yeah,
then that
yeah.
means that he's just a very poor communicator.
Yeah. Well, he's going to say, well, the Almighty God surely,
Should have said this.
the blind man is healed by Jesus. He runs into town. They say, is
And
this
he
not the
says,
man who
"I
was born
am."
blind? And he says,
I told you.
Ego eimi, it's me. When Jesus is asked by the woman at the well, or the woman at the well says, I'm expecting the Messiah to come, Jesus says, I am he. Ego eimi, once again. That is how it is often used.
I am he isn't rendered.
So in the
ego
Greek
eimi in the
Septuagint, we
Greek, is
have
it?
I
am
am
he.
ha-on. I am the one who
I am.
is. Go and tell them that ha-on has sent you. In the Greek Septuagint, in other words, the abbreviation
I'm
of the
gonna check
divine
something.
name is not ego eimi, it's ha-on. And it's ego eimi that Jesus says. And in fact, Jesus says the words ego eimi 6 times in chapter 8 of John's Gospel. And yet this is the only time it seems to annoy anybody. Why is that? Well, maybe because it's got more to do with the fact that Jesus seems to be claiming eternality. But supposing for a moment that this really were an invocation of the divine name, I'm just willing to grant it. Let's say, okay, he was
Oh, thanks, Alex.
meaning to evoke this imagery of
Well,
Exodus
he was
3
just an
by
agent
saying,
of God, so it's
I
fine.
am. Here we have to understand, as David is quite right to point out, the cultural context of early Judaism. And there is a tradition in early Jewish texts, or at least texts of around the contemporary time to
Agency language,
the
go ahead.
Gospels of
Philo, do it.
endowing beings who are not Yahweh with
The divine name.
Yahweh's name,
Ah!
and thereby enabling them to exert
that was
his
good, that was-
authority
that was
as his
good, that was good, that was
representative
good.
on earth.
My
David's
name
already
is in
talked
him,
about
my
the
name
angel
is
of
in him.
Yahweh. And there is the suggestion that the angel of Yahweh is Jesus. That doesn't seem to make much sense to me. For a start, if you turn to Hebrews chapter 1, the very first verse says, in the past, God spoke to our ancestors through the prophets at many
So
times and in
therefore, if he
various
spoke
ways.
to him in the
But in
past
these
with the
last
angel,
days, he has
why
spoken
isn't
to
he
us by his
identifying the
Son.
angel with the son?
in these last days.
No, why is
If
he
Jesus is
identifying the
angel of
angels
Lord,
as God? Because
way
he's
back
speaking
in
through the
Exodus,
Son, the same
story
way
of
he
the
spoke
Exodus.
through the prophets.
Why is
That's
it
the
that
idea.
Hebrews says he's only spoken to us through the Son in the last few days?
In the last few days.
Likewise,
he did
in
the past,
Acts
yeah.
chapter
That's where he was
6,
going with it. Fair.
Stephen is recounting a history of the Jews.
And never mentions Jesus.
And in it, he says that an angel
God gives him
spoke
power.
to Moses through the burning bush. Not
Why-
Jesus.
why did you
but a
say
messenger.
Jesus?
Wait, he
Yeah.
says it's not
Of
Jesus.
Yahweh.
There's no way he's doing.
It's a little bit strange, but suppose we
He
just
should have
accept the
said
angel
this,
of Yahweh as a
and
bit
then it would have made
difficult
sense.
to unpack. Augustine
crazy.
himself, by the way, said that the angel is correctly termed an angel if we consider him himself.
using Augustine.
But equally correct,
He's
he is
using-
termed the
no,
Lord because
no.
God dwells in him. What does that mean?
He's using Augustine because Augustine is the one that says that every appearance or theophany of God is just the created angel. So he's the only patristic that I know that does this. The other patristics, Justin Martyr, as well as like the Cappadocians, when they read the passages, and other church fathers do the same thing, they attribute that as the person of the Son coming down.
Yeah.
However, Augustine in the same passage does actually seem to, one could make the case that Augustine is still saying this is indicative of the person of the Son, because he's combating the Arians who say that since the Son is visible and seen, then therefore he's not God because God can never be seen because God's invisible. So that's the sort of combat that's going on here.
I think it's an invocation of the divine name. This is most elucidated for me when we turn to non-scriptural Jewish writings of around the same period. For example, in 3rd Enoch, Metatron.
I knew he was going to go with Metatron.
Oh my
The
God.
freaking Metatron.
Oh my God.
Metatron. All right.
Whoa.
But
We are left.
he called it non-scriptural. I mean, like in the first century, I'm sure somebody would have considered.
Third Enoch, I don't know.
Now, no, but back then, did they have a first, second, and third?
I mean, I think that some Enochic literature was definitely passed around. We just don't know the extent.
Yeah.
Now, the extent to which First Enoch was probably passed around is probably very heavy because of the frequent citations and allusions that are found in the New Testament. But I don't know if Third Acts ever utilizes Metatronic language. Sorry, not Third Acts, Third Enoch. I don't know if the Metatronic language that's used in Third Enoch is seen in the New Testament. So that's a claim that has to be. I mean, he's going to substantiate this, I'm sure, but that's going to be something that has to be built on prior.
I think he's just gonna make a claim from Third Enoch, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. All right, let's continue.
Called the little Yahweh,
Let's see
invoking the divine name. And in fact, to the extent that the Talmud warns Jews not to confuse Metatron with Yahweh, because that seems to be the implication of what he's saying. But he is in fact just invoking the name. The most important example of this for me is the Apocalypse of Abraham, written around the same time as the Gospels.
Did he cite John chapter 8, verse
A
24?
Jewish text which tells the story of Abraham,
Because
who hears the voice
cited
of God,
8, but not
and he's
the
terrified
verse.
and he hits the ground. And God, he hears the voice of God speaking to an angel. And he speaks to an angel saying, "Go, Yahuel," that's the name of the angel, "of the same name, through the mediation of my ineffable name, consecrate this man for me and strengthen him against his trembling. Through the mediation of my divine name, which he's given to the angel Yahuel." Yahuel, by the way, Yah and El.
Yeah.
It is a substitute for the ineffable name of Yahweh, the writing of which is forbidden. And that's why he's called Yahuel. And in fact, at one point, God is himself addressed as Yahuel in this text. Abraham is told by this angel Yahuel, "Stand up, Abraham, go without fear.
Stand
Be
ready
right
for my
glad and
arrival, worm.
rejoice, for I am with you. For eternal honor has been prepared for you by the Eternal One. I have appointed to be with you, and the generation prepared for you." So the angel, invoking the divine name, by the way, says to Abraham, "Rejoice, for I'm preparing for you, essentially, redemption."
So is he just trying to show the non-identicality of the angel and Jesus?
Yeah, pretty much by appealing to non-scriptural texts around the first century to showcase that in the first century there was a common understanding that
You
there
don't
were
know the
angels
extent to
who could
which
hold
Third
name.
Enoch was used. I mean, there are actually like academics that have done work
he's
on it.
moved
though.
on now to the Apocalypse of Abraham.
Pardon?
The Apocalypse of Abraham. He's moved on to a different text.
My days.
Yeah. Abraham in the fire.
Fairs.
Oh, sorry.
Fairs.
Abraham breaking the idol. Sorry. Yeah.
Ain't that where the Quran pulls from as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it will
It's a
come
strong
from
link.
your generation.
That might be the scrolls of Abraham that they were talking about in the Quran. The scrolls of Abraham, innit?
Maybe.
And by the way, when Abraham finally stands
Maybe.
up, one of the descriptions of Yahuel's appearance is that his hair is white like snow. Where have we heard that before? But interesting, isn't it? Let's think about the context of John 8:58. A lot of people forget that we're talking
So
about
now he's doing
Abraham. Why are we
8:58.
talking about Abraham? Why is it here that Jesus says, before Abraham was I am? Well, if I'm right that he is just identifying himself and the thing that's important is the Abraham claim, could this
I think that I wanna pause it here because I wanna know. Like, I think this goes off the claim of where the Gospels themselves are dated as well. So like John is typically dated to
Late first, early second, yeah.
like 90 to maybe 120.
I've heard 130 in some cases. I'm like, what?
Some people say 130. I know there are like people like Marcus Vincent probably believe are 120, 110. I'm going off memory, so I might be incorrect about that. But because of how late the Gospels themselves are dated, then it's easier to make the claim that the literature, that the pseudepigraphical literature and apocalyptic literature that we're talking about, like Abraham's Apocalypse as well as Enoch, these passages are definitely going to be used and were used and circulated amongst the same Jewish communities and Judeo-Christian and Christianized
At the same
communities
time as John was being written, yeah.
and
for example.
circulated. So they were used as source material. But
Right.
that's a contested point as well. You know, to say that the early Christian communities themselves existed at a time where they would have utilized the Apocalypse of Abraham with the same authority as, let's say, or with the same weighting as Genesis, I don't think can be strongly made.
Yeah.
Because like the dating for the text as well is between, like some early sources say 70 AD for the Apocalypse of Abraham, and some late sources say 150, maybe even 160. So we can't say that the groups and societies that are around at the time of John's Apocalypse and the Johannine community, I don't even believe in a Johannine community myself, although you can say that there was a community that's Johannine, whatever. Those particular early Christian communities probably didn't utilize that text until maybe the early to mid 2nd century.
Right.
And so I don't see how they would actually be using the Apocalypse of Abraham in the same way.
Yeah, and to say that, for example, if you want to appeal to a Johannine community, let's just say they existed, right?
Like it's
That
a very late text.
They'll be so influenced by just one text that they'll just have to pull from it. So it's kind of interesting.
The only time we actually see the actual text itself actually get used is in the late 3rd century. And it's not in the late 3rd century. I should say like the 3rd century by Pseudo Clement.
Right.
And so that's, I think, one of the first times that we see actually the text being cited. So I don't think that we could actually use the idea that John itself, it was probably pulling from Abraham's Apocalypse, because the first time we ever actually see it being used, it's never like, it's completely absent from the 2nd century.
Right.
The same way that, 1st and 2nd and 3rd John is kind of absent from the, patristic witness in the 2nd century.
Right.
But there's more of a claim that, John and the Johannine literature most likely used Old Testament passages that we know of and some deuterocanonical literature, but definitely not the Testament of Abraham.
Yeah.
Sorry, not the Testament, the Apocalypse of Abraham.
Both of Abraham.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Or 30 Enoch.
Yeah.
stem from a similar tradition? This is what Andrew Perryman has suggested recently, that when he says, this whole thing gets kicked off because Jesus says, Abraham rejoiced to see my day. Well, hold on a second. In the Apocalypse of Abraham, the angel Yahuel says to Abraham, rejoice, for from your generation will come one who will redeem you. So is it possible that a common tradition has Jesus referring to the fact that Abraham rejoiced to see his day because he was promised this redemption from the beginning of time? It's possible. It's a suggestion. I think it's quite an interesting one. But it is a little strange that Jesus claims to be pre-existent. He uses the present tense, I am. It's worth bearing in mind that the Bible sometimes does this when it is talking about plans that are preordained from the beginning of time. For example, in Revelation chapter 13, we hear about the Lamb who was slain from the creation of the world. It's talking about Jesus there. Jesus wasn't crucified at the beginning of the world, but it talks about it almost in the present tense, or at least as if it happened there and then. Why? Because the plan
it uses the
for
term
this
was,
redemption
which
through
is
the Lamb
the past.
was
Okay.
set in stone from the beginning of time.
Is it past tense?
So it talks about
Yeah,
it as
who
if it's in
was?
the present tense.
Are
Similarly,
you sure it's
famously
past
in the book of
tense?
Jeremiah,
Are you sure it's past
God
tense?
says to the prophet Jeremiah, before
In the
I formed
English.
you in your mother's womb, I
Check
knew
it if it's past tense.
He
Okay.
also says, before you were born, I consecrated you as a prophet. How can you consecrate someone as a prophet who doesn't exist yet? That means that Jeremiah must be pre-existent, right? He must be... No, not necessarily. It just means that God had this plan. It's a poetic way of
Well, it
saying that
says
God already knew what
before
was going to
I
happen.
formed you in
and
the
planned it from the
womb,
beginning of
I
time.
knew
So
in
putting
the
all of this
past
together,
you. So I don't think
there
that
is an
counts.
Interesting
It was
interpretation
aorist.
of Jesus saying that Abraham rejoices in my day, and the Jews not understanding him, not getting it. He says, look, before Abraham was, I am. I am the fulfillment that was promised to Abraham and was from the beginning of time, and here I am.
If you appeal to
Now-
the apocalypse of Abraham, which is
Of course, this
weird.
is all exegesis, and it's a little sort of spotty.
You don't say.
But the most important question is probably about blasphemy. David mentioned blasphemy in a different context earlier. Why is it that they pick up stones to stone him to death? Because, of course, if I'm looking for a sound exegesis of correctly interpreting the words of Jesus, I turn to his Jewish opponents, who consistently throughout the Gospels are always understanding him correctly. No, the theme of the Gospels,
Is that they
especially
get things
John's
wrong.
Gospel, is how
The Pharisees
comprehensively
get things
the
wrong.
Jews misunderstand what Jesus is saying.
Oh,
When
he's
he says,
gonna
I and the
argue the
Father are one, they
Gnosticism.
say, you're claiming
No.
to be God. And he said, no, you're not getting me. When he says that he forgives sins, and they say, who can forgive sins but God alone? He says, you're not understanding me. And hopefully we can get into that, actually. And here, of course, when they say, we're going to stone you, we're not told exactly what blasphemy they think he's committed. Do we now just think that they got it right, that they correctly understood what he was saying? I'm not so sure. Especially considering that if you look in Acts again, I've already mentioned Acts 6, this is Stephen. Stephen is telling the story of the Jews to the Jewish authorities, who he's been brought before on charges of blasphemy. He's eventually stoned to death. Why? Because he has a vision. In Acts 7, filled with the Holy Spirit, he gazed into heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. Notice God, not the Father. Look, he said, I see the heavens opened and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. At this, the Jews cover their ears, run up to him and stone him to death. Notice the similarity, by the way, between this depiction, looking up and seeing the Son of Man sat at the right hand of God, stood at the right hand of God.
It doesn't specify what the
and the claim that
tense
Jesus makes in
is
his trial.
of
It's
the
quite
verb
interesting.
being used.
Stephen is
So,
stoned to death for this.
This is it here. This
Did
is
Stephen
the
claim
word
that Jesus was God here?
for
Did
having
Stephen
been
claim
killed.
that he was God
Go
here?
back.
Sometimes Christians act as if the only way to commit blasphemy is to claim
So
to be
here,
God. That is simply not the
having been
case.
slain.
In fact, in Acts
From
chapter
the
6,
beginning.
we're told that Stephen has been fraudulently accused of blasphemy. They're making up charges against him. Here are the charges that they throw at him to bring him before the court for blasphemy. This man
Middle
never
or
stopped
passive,
saying
yeah.
things against this holy place and the
It's
law.
neutral.
For we've heard him say that Jesus of Nazareth will destroy this place and change the customs Moses has handed on to us. Ladies and gentlemen, if
Yeah, like
changing
slaying
the
them.
customs
Okay,
that
sure.
Moses has handed on to us is enough to get somebody convicted of blasphemy,
Okay.
I'm not sure we should read too deeply into the accusations of blasphemy against Jesus.
I agree, so I don't even know what the hell I'm
There's
looking
so
at,
much to
but
say.
in
I've got
English.
everything I want to respond to. We have rebuttal periods, so if I haven't responded to everything David has said, hopefully I'll get the
Alex's
opportunity
problem
then.
is a
But this
problem that I
idea
see
of the
him doing in a lot of
divine name
debates.
being invested
He is
into
always
people
referring
and
to
having,
texts that
and then
aren't
having the authority
canonical.
of God without being
to
Yahweh
prove a
themselves
point. And it's like,
is,
I
I think, the
you
important
could
ticket
do
here.
that, but if we
One
don't regard them as
slightly
being
less
authentic,
biblical
then why
example
cite
is
them?
a story recorded by Josephus, which came to mind when David was speaking. When Alexander the Great approaches Jerusalem in an attempt to conquer it, the crisis is averted when a priest whose mitre bears the tetragrammaton, Yahweh, bears the name of God, comes out. And what does Alexander do? He bows down before the priest. Was Alexander bowing down before the priest? Or was he bowing down to the divine
it's in
name
the
that was
perfect.
in him?
Okay.
When every knee will bow to Jesus, what is the context? Jesus has been given the
The
name.
perfect
way-
particular middle.
Yeah, so perfect. Sorry, I said it's in the middle because of the voice. Yeah. So perfect tense or aspect means that the action is completed. So like when it says no one knows the hour, the term actually is in the perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So it's no one has known and is known.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the action itself is actually complete.
Right.
So the action of God doing it is in the past completed. So it's not present text,
Okay.
present tense. It's a completed kind of action. So like if I said that I have gone to the store
Mm-hmm.
in this way, I'm saying that I have completed this action of going to the store. It's not a process. It's not undefined. I'm defining it as a complete thing. It's done now.
So in this context of Revelation 13:8,
It's like
the
complete in God's knowledge. But
okay.
But the aspect seems to be like in the past. It doesn't really tell you the tense.
Right.
Because like in Greek, tense doesn't matter, but aspect of action matters.
Right, so
like
it
if
was
you
complete in God's knowledge, even sans the creation of
Yeah.
our reality. Okay,
Yeah, I guess.
perfect.
That is above
complete. Okay,
all other
That's what
names
perfect is.
all right.
given it. This is a common theme. And so David's right that we need to understand how the early Jews were interpreting the various verses that we were reading, but I don't think it lends too nicely.
My voice is quieter than the
to
video
his
because my mic is
interpretation.
away from the
Jesus is
you know.
constantly talking as if he's not
Pull that
speaking with
mic
his own
right
authority.
Well,
He's doing this all the time. The most instructive example for me is in John 12:44, when Jesus cries out, "Whoever believes in me, believes not in me, but in the one who sent me." That's if you read the NRSV. The NIV adds in the word only. Whoever believes in me, believes not in me only, but in the one who sent me. That word simply isn't in the Greek. It's a little bit strange. I want to talk more about that. I want to talk about authority and where it comes from. I want to talk about the forgiving of sins. I want to talk about worship for sure. And whichever one of those roads we go down is essentially up to David
Just
Wood.
kissing,
But
isn't it?
Okay.
I'm ready for any of them, so we'll see what comes up. Thank you for listening.
Okay.
All right. We're definitely behind.
So that is Alex
Yep.
O'Connor's
Times do it.
20.
No, that's fine.
That a regular guy? So Alex thinks this is just God endowing
We're not gonna be doing any
someone
pauses
with
from now on,
authority.
guys. Unless you want me to
does
pause
not look
something,
like
chat,
that.
just
Jesus
tell me when.
seems to be the authority here. And this not only gets Stephen killed, this sets Paul on a rampage. Paul says, I have to wipe this stuff out. Why? We're told in the book of Acts what really sets Paul off. When Ananias is told that Paul is coming, well, Saul back then, he says that he's been told to apprehend everyone who calls on this name. Why is that an issue, calling on the name? That's how you describe prayer in the Old Testament, calling on the name of Yahweh. And Paul sees
Was
the
everyone praying
Christians
to God
calling
in
on the name of
Genesis then?
Jesus
Genesis
the way they're
5, everyone
supposed
started to call on the
call
name
on
of
the
the
name
Lord?
of Yahweh. Why is this
Nah,
relevant?
surely not.
Paul converts to Christianity about 2 years after the crucifixion.
Okay.
When is this taking place? This is not something that happens 50 or 60 years after the time of Jesus.
Something
We have
recent, something
Christians
close.
calling on the name of Jesus as they call on the name of Yahweh, and we can trace it to within 2 years of Jesus' crucifixion. So if this is a misunderstanding, that's a pretty big misunderstanding, and Jesus must be the worst communicator of all time.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
Alex brings
You
up the
actually
Septuagint,
said the same
Septuagint
thing.
responding to
He was a
John.
poor
I didn't,
communicator.
I
Relating
didn't
over to
rely
Alex's
on the
point, but yeah,
passages
sure,
he's
sure.
responding to.
I
But
think
if
it's
you
a
want to
fair
go to the
criticism.
Septuagint
Why is he
in terms of
misunderstood?
interpreting
Like, what
the
is he,
claims
a
of the
bad
New
communicator?
Testament,
Mr. Morale.
let's go to Luke. Luke 6:46. Jesus says, why do you call me Lord, Lord, and do not do what I say?
Kyrios,
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 Kyrios.
Kyrios. And
wanna talk about the
sometimes in the Greek
Septuagint?
Septuagint, they
Yeah.
translate the word
There's only
Lord
one
God
other,
as
there's only
Lord
one
Lord.
other
Exactly.
place outside the Gospels
There's one in
where
Kings.
they use this Lord, Lord.
And it's in Kings. Go
That's
on.
the Septuagint. And it's a translation of Adonai Yahweh,
Yeah.
God. Adonai Yahweh. So that's the Lord Yahweh. But in Greek, they would translate Adonai and Yahweh as Kurios. So it's Kurios, Kurios in the Septuagint. And here Jesus says, why do you call me Lord, Lord, and not do what I say?
Okay.
And so if you want to interpret Jesus based on the Septuagint, claiming to be Yahweh, there you go. There it is. And it's in the Gospel
How
of
did
Luke.
Alex spin this? He's not proclaiming.
So at
to
the
be
end of the
Lord.
day,
He's
the
asking,
claim is
why
that
do you call
everything
me
is
God?
just some sort of
Like
big
when he says, why do you
misunderstanding.
call me good?
This
He
is
wasn't
very,
proclaiming to
very,
be good.
very strange to me because you're basically saying Jesus was not a good communicator.
Yeah.
You know, you think about the Beatitudes and the Sermon on the
He
Mount
was
and
clear then.
parable of the prodigal
And
son
suddenly-
and the parable of the Good Samaritan and the golden rule and so on and so on and so on. Jesus seems like the best communicator of all time.
And then I also come back and say, but
He's,
there's a
he's
section in the
careful
gospel
about what
where
he's
the
saying.
disciples say, speak
And
plainly.
sometimes he unveils
now
things
you're
in different
speaking plainly.
ways. But
Implying
when
that
he
wasn't
makes a
always
point,
clear
seems
when he
people
spoke.
get this point. If
He
all
often
of his
talked in
followers just seem to
parables.
misunderstand him and start worshiping him and praying
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Like
You said you weren't going to pause anymore. What are you doing?
well, because you wanted to say your thing.
no. I said,
Okay, cool.
to him, making doxology, then you're saying Jesus was just a terrible, terrible communicator. And that, I have to say, is the one option I
Yo,
can.
6,000 live viewers on Alex O'Connor's channel is crazy.
Oh wait, it's broadcasting on his channel.
6,000. No. Well, I'm gonna go on Ruslan's channel right now. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna just pause this and just go on Ruslan.
Yo, if Alex is pulling in more views than Ruslan, like,
Bro, Ruslan was in his channel. He was in his channel. Look. Oh my God.
We heard about the angel of Yahweh
my
and
God,
the
he
suggestion that this
6x'd
might
him.
indeed just
He
be Jesus.
6x'd him.
It might
I
be.
love
Look,
Ruslan.
I don't claim to be
Ruslan!
I love Ruslan.
Oh my
sort
God.
of final authority on exegesis here. I'm
Oh
simply
my
asking
God.
you to consider
Listen,
what you think is a
man.
more appropriate explanation. I've suggested the
my
divine
God.
name bearer
It is what it
as
is.
opposed to the two powers in heaven. And when I look at passages such as
Wow.
Exodus 23, verses 20 to 21,
Jesus Christ.
see, I am sending an angel ahead of you to guard you along the way.
Ah,
Pay attention to him and listen to what he says. Do not rebel against
because
him.
he will not
forgive your
sins.
rebellions,
Not
since my
implying that he
name
doesn't
is
have the
in
ability
him.
not to do so, but he
I
will
just
not
ask
do
which
so.
interpretation lends itself more nicely to the passages.
Because in
David's
Zechariah, it
rebuttal there
recounts the
seems
story,
to
I think, and clarifies that that angel did forgive the sins of Joshua.
So across all platforms, there are around 10,000 views right now, live viewers.
What else is there beyond these two?
10,000 live viewers. Well, like maybe our channel, but that's pretty much it. And we're not pulling in that many.
Fair,
We're
fair,
pulling
fair.
like we're not even pulling up to like 200.
There's at least 8.5.
8.5. Jesus
at
Christ!
least.
Can you imagine? Bear in mind, you know when the Pat Bet David debate happened
Yeah.
with Jake the Muslim and Daniel Hayaju, when that debate happened, that resulted in 1 million views. So this debate is going to get 1 million views. So this is going to be the most broadcasted debate on Christ's divinity, definitely this quarter of the year, but potentially the entire year, because we're not going to be able to get a bigger platform to debate than with David Wood, Alex O'Connor. Like the other biggest thing was probably like the Billy Carson drama last year, and that pulled in like tens of millions of views. We're talking like above all, like at least 100 million views were garnered across all channels.
No one ever wanted to debate West Huff. But
Oh God, it was insane. It was insane. Christ Almighty.
did you
But
say
anyways,
the Masoretic text was exactly the same as the Scrolls? Exactly.
exactly the
There's
same.
at least
to
7
suggest
billion differences.
that I was under the impression that Jesus is just, because he then died on the cross and humbled himself even to death, therefore he was given the name that was above all other names. Therefore,
Oh no, adoptionism. Oh,
whatever
no.
exalted position Jesus
no.
is given here in Philippians 2, and by the way,
He's giving
is
it back. He's giving it
given
back.
He's given it because of his crucifixion.
Oh god.
Therefore, he's given the name above other names.
Adoption.
Again,
Of
which
course, yeah, yeah, yeah.
interpretation lends itself more nicely to these passages? I mean, for what it's worth, my favorite interpretation, I was discussing this the other night at dinner with, well, not with David actually, that would be giving too much away, but is this so-called Adamic. James Dunn has written about this, the sort of Adam Christology as applies to Philippians 2,
Christ is
who
the new
being in the
Adam.
very nature of God, this word meaning like the form of God. If we consider that Jesus is supposed to be the answer to Adam's
Morphe,
sin,
the
Adam's
term is
sin
morphe.
and Jesus redeems, Adam is made in the image of God and considers equality with God as something to be grasped, to be seized when he takes of the fruit and eats it. And that is how man falls. So how is man redeemed? Well, Jesus Christ, though also being made in the form of a God, in the image of God, did not consider equality with God something
Form
to be
of
seized,
a
not him,
God.
but humbled himself. Therefore, Jesus is exalted. We're told in Hebrews chapter 2 that for a time Jesus is made lower than the angels, presumably while he's here on earth. Again, it just reads to me as if at least while on earth, Jesus is certainly not approximating Yahweh, but he's also not just some dude. David mentioned the glory that's given to Jesus in John chapter 17, verse 5, the same chapter that I was using. Yeah. Verse 5, Father, glorify me in the presence that I had with you before the world was created. Just keep reading John chapter 17 and see what
Next
Jesus
debate,
wants to
Alex
do with that
O'Connor
glory.
versus Jay Dyer. That will never happen.
In fact, the very passage
That will
that
never
I
happen.
quoted,
What's your epistemic
my prayer is not for them
principle
alone, I
quoting
pray
the Apocalypse
that all
of
may be
Abraham?
one, Father, just as you're in me and I'm in you. May they also be in us, blah, blah, blah. Immediately afterwards, so they may be brought into complete unity. Then they will know, I've copied the wrong passage actually. Jesus says that the glory you've given me, I will give to them
Yeah, we talked about this last time.
in John chapter 17.
I
He says,
mentioned,
"The
like,
glory
created
you've given
glory and
me,
uncreated glory, you
I
were,
will
like,
give to
same
them,
glory
the
to
disciples."
recipients, but
We're told in Isaiah, in the book of Isaiah, that God shares his glory with nobody. And this is sometimes a suggestion that's made is sometimes that because Jesus says, "Glorify me, God," in John chapter 17, he must be God because God shares his glory with nobody. But people just seem to forget
that he's
John-
sharing
that
it
in the
with
same
disciples.
chapter,
He
Jesus
says
says
it with
that
the
he will give the
disciples.
glory that he has been given by the Father to the disciples too. Again, all I'm asking you to consider is however you interpret these verses where Jesus is given glory, Jesus is given the judgment, and bear in mind that Jesus is given all of these things. What he then
He
does
doesn't
with
have
those
it
things,
intrinsically. He's just
and
given
whether
these
he
things.
delegates them to other people. Because if he does, then it's clearly not just something that can be delegated to God himself.
Okay, so this is something that I'm gonna, because I think he's done here, but like, this is something I do want to like touch on. Yeah, this is something I want to touch on. So in John 17, we know that Jesus Christ says, "Glorify me with the glory that I have." So that means currently, whatever glory he has with the Father, he actually doesn't possess it now in this way. So whatever honor that he has, this consideration, this glory, he doesn't have it right now, right? In this possessive way, or in the full way that we see, right? This is some concealment theology, whatever. However, Jesus then says, "I will now glorify the disciples," right? But then he says, "The glory you have given me, give it to them." So unless the text is contradictory, one can argue that, there is a glory that Jesus currently possesses that he can give to the disciples. And there's also a glory that he doesn't have right now that he's going to get back. So I don't think those two glories are the same. And the text doesn't seem to demonstrate that either, given the fact that the glory that Jesus has with the Father isn't the glory that he possesses right now. So Jesus has a glory that he's supposed to give to the disciples, but he does not have the glory that he has with the Father. So there's two glories that are going on here. Now, later theologians will then try to crystallize the doctrine into, let's say, the distinction between the essence of God and God's glory and the way that that's manifested to the disciples. And some try to just say this is a created glory or an uncreated glory. There's differences there. The point
I would
is
lean more towards that, but
right, and I lean to the former, right? The point being made, though, is all groups agree that whatever glory was given to Christ to give to the disciples, it's not the same as the glory that he has with the Father by merit of the fact that currently when doing the prayer, he doesn't possess it.
Yes.
And we know that because Jesus asks for the glory back.
Right.
Unless the text indicates that the Father has just answered the prayer midway through the prayer, then the assumption that the two glories are different seems to be justified. All right, let's move back to the
just
debate. I don't
about,
wanna...
it depends how you you sort of like establish what that distinction is.
Yeah, distinction, exactly.
Only God judges. Only God can judge. But Jesus says that he will judge.
Well, the angel judges
Jesus also
Zechariah.
promises judgment over the 12 tribes of Israel to the disciples.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So are the disciples God?
Ah, there you go. There you
Jesus forgives sins, and only God can
go. Well, the
forgive
disciples
sins.
can do the same thing.
In John chapter 20, verse 21, he says, "As the Father has sent me," again, kathos, just as the Father has sent me, I'm sending you. If you forgive people's sins, their sins will be forgiven. If you do not, their sins will be retained. We're told that only God forgives sins, but then Jesus gives that
Bind them
ability
loose.
to his disciples.
Got a gay moose, man loose.
He got
In
us.
other words, all of these things which are supposed to indicate that Jesus has a special
do you
relationship
think we
with
could
God,
run
of course
this
he does.
tomorrow as
But it's a
well?
relationship that he hopes
Or are
and
you
literally
busy?
prays
Later. You
that
sure?
will be shared with everybody.
Tuesday?
Also, this Luke chapter
Always
6, verse
later.
46
Okay,
thing
cool,
that David
cool,
put
yeah.
up, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. As far as I understand, in Luke chapter 6, verse 46, when it quotes Lord, Lord, and as far as I understand, David was saying that in the Hebrew, this is presumably Yahweh Adonai, right? Is that right, David? Yahweh Adonai in the
He was
Hebrew.
pretty more
Perhaps
the
we'll
Greek,
address it in
but
his
sure.
second
But he- no,
rebuttal.
he's trying
And
to
then
get the
said,
concession.
but in the Greek Septuagint, this is translated as Kyrios, Kyrios, because it's Lord twice. Which translation of the Old Testament are the New Testament writers using? The Septuagint. So the passage that they read will have said Kyrios, Kyrios, Lord twice. It wouldn't have said Yahweh and then Adonai, or rather the other way around, I think it is. It would have said Kyrios, Kyrios. So, of course, they're willing to use this in Luke's Gospel, because it says the same word twice, which to them just means Lord, because that's the translation that they're reading. Also,
Wait,
this idea that Jesus is a
no.
perfect communicator.
That's not correct. So the Lord in the Septuagint is a fill-in for the Hebrew Adonai Yahweh.
Yeah.
But he's just saying the Lord just means Lord. No,
Yeah, he's just saying a little twice.
it's that's redundant. So it's a fill-in.
So
for
what if it's
something else.
linguistically, if I say master, master, or father, father, or friend, friend, or bro, bro?
There'd be no need to specify that if it was in relation to God.
Mm,
Why double down on it?
I don't know. Maybe they're glitching, or maybe they're just like they're really apprehensive about calling it Lord, Lord. You know,
But
like
just-
Lord, 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 Lord. Why not 3 times?
Why not 4?
Mm.
Why not one for each person?
So David is like mocking
Holy,
this
holy,
idea,
holy,
saying,
they use that
am I
argument.
supposed to understand Jesus as just being a terrible communicator? Well, if you look at the way that the Jews were interpreting him, like, kind of. At the very
Kinda.
least, people were deeply confused. Everybody was confused, not
Parables.
just his Jewish opponents
Speaking
because they were
clearly,
hardened
come
of
on,
heart.
parables.
His disciples regularly struggled with his teachings too, asking him to expand and explain what on earth he meant. It even says at one
I'm not
point
doing
that
the
Jesus
soundboard.
was speaking in parables, so that, quoting a psalm again, they will be ever seeing, ever looking but not seeing, ever hearing but not understanding. The Gospels tell us that Jesus was speaking intentionally in such a way
Oh, now you
that
speak
people
plainly.
would misunderstand him.
No,
And then
no.
it says
Let's
that when he was
let's
alone with
go,
his
let's look into
disciples,
David
he
Wood's
explained everything.
Wood's stream though.
So no, I don't actually think that Jesus' public ministry was entirely clear to everybody who was listening. In fact, that's part of the point. We're told that Jesus is constantly
Oh, that's
he offers proskuneo to his master. And this is a story that Jesus is saying. Also, let's not forget that in Revelation, Jesus promises that his true followers, their enemies, will proskuneo, worship before them. Jesus
what about the
himself
latreo, dog?
in Revelation
What about the
is saying
latreo?
No,
that
it's the
human beings
white
will
we
receive
are,
proskuneo
the
worship.
white
If
we
proskuneo
are.
worship
What about
is
the
something that
latreo?
only God
The
can
white
receive,
we are,
then all of these
revelation,
people sinned.
white we are.
all of them, the entire assembly of Israel sinned when they bowed down before David. I don't think that's a good interpretation. There is another word that's sometimes translated as worship, which is latruo.
Uh-oh.
This is religious cultic worship that is only offered to God. Nowhere in the Gospels is this offered to Jesus.
It
How
is
many
in
times
Revelations,
is
though.
proskuneo worship?
He's leaving
How many
that
times
out.
is any kind of worship accepted by Jesus in Luke's Gospel? Does anybody know? 0.
0.
The word comes up 3 times. Twice in the temptation of the desert where it's discussed, and once at the end
after the
after
boat.
Jesus'
But if it's in the temptation of the desert where he says like bow down and worship me,
What about after they got off the boat? Isn't that also used there? And then they bow down?
no, that's
No?
proskuneo. No,
Yeah.
definitely proskuneo.
Yeah, that's what it's referencing, right? Proskuneo.
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, he's saying the only time latria appears in the Gospels.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
ascended.
But you can also use timos here as well.
Timosi?
Time,
Teammate.
like honor and opinion. You should regard me the same way you regard the Father.
Right.
So he can say nothing about it. And in a verse
And
that's
the way you
contested in
regard
our
the
manuscript
Father
tradition.
Is by worship.
By worship.
How many times in Mark does Jesus accept worship? This time the answer is 2.
You
But
teammate by
one of those
latreo.
is the demon Legion. It's usually translated as throws himself at his feet before Jesus. And the other is when the Roman soldiers mockingly worship Jesus. They offer proskuneo. Why? Because he's the king of the Jews. Because proskuneo worship is something offered to kings, higher authorities. I'll keep going perhaps in my further rebuttal, but if worship is something that is only due to God, then there are a lot more sinners in the Bible than we think. Okay, thanks.
I mean, there are more sinners
All
in the
right, so
Bible than
now
we think, but-
David Wood is going to do his second 6-minute rebuttal. And then that will be followed up by Alex's 6-minute rebuttal.
All right, Alex says we're looking for the best explanation. I would submit that the best explanation for Jesus claiming to be one of the 2 powers in heaven and for claiming to do things like judge the world and raise the dead at the resurrection, and for why his followers are praying to him and worshiping him and calling him God and the Son of God and doing the same thing, doing the exact same thing that Jesus does, namely claiming to be one of the 2 powers in heaven, and for his enemies to repeatedly accuse him of blasphemy, ultimately sentence him to death, and then people who say the same thing, like Stephen, also find themselves being executed. I would say that the best explanation of that is Jesus was claiming to be God. That's just me. It's like if I met like 5, suppose I never heard a word from Alex,
You're
but I
gonna
meet like
do-
5 of his
I mean-
biggest fans, and they say, "Yeah, we love Alex. He's the Messiah." And then I run into 5 of his harshest critics, and they say, man, we can't stand that dude Alex. He thinks he's the Messiah. Even if I never heard a word from Alex, I'd be thinking he was claiming to be something like that, and that's what's giving his friends and enemies that indication. Likewise with Jesus, even if I didn't have any words with Jesus, if I just knew these guys were people were being put to death for making these kinds of claims, and that his followers are going around worshiping him and praying to him, I would think he's saying something. Now, Alex apparently thinks that the best explanation is this divine name-bearing scenario. If so, Jesus did a really terrible job of getting that message across, and it doesn't seem like anyone really got the point unless we do some creative interpretations of some passages. Alex again quotes Exodus to say that, that the angel of the Lord is just some representative who bears the name. Again, I quoted the exact same book he quoted where Yahweh says that I'm not going along with you anymore, which is Yahweh saying that he was the angel of the Lord who was guiding them. He says that his view is that Jesus is presented as the ideal servant of God. The ideal servant of God convinces people to bow down and worship him and pray to him and so on. This is what the ideal servant of God would do. That's a very strange ideal servant of God, since that's kind of precisely what you shouldn't do if you're not God.
You can speak on behalf of a person.
He says that proskuneo can mean bow down. Yes, the word proskuneo depends on the context. If it's a religious
message,
Yeah.
you might say, I, the king of Zamunda, declare this thing, but then
you're
the
not going to
person
call
can
the
then say-
messenger your majesty.
Exactly.
You won't call the messenger your majesty.
And then the messenger can say, my wife, the queen, for example. There's limits to this.
There's limits to this, yeah.
context, it refers to worship. But you can, yes, someone can just bow down to you out of respect.
Don't worry, I'm going to counteract Alex's
And
accent with my own, okay?
That
Oh,
would,
go ahead.
that would
Yeah,
be,
I got this.
You can bow down to
I'll
a
just
normal
be
human. But guess what? We have clearly religious
anonymous man in a
context in
mask.
some of these passages. For instance, Matthew 14:33, they are freaked out. Those who were in the boat worshipped him, saying, truly you are the Son of God.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
It's a different
but
sort of
something else,
context,
yeah.
and I want to ask you for a favor, and I want to bow down out of respect. As for Philippians 2,
he'll need to address the
it
proskuneo
sounded like he was
and
saying
the
Dunn's theory.
He needs to the way that he addresses that is by demonstrating whether or not so he needs to demonstrate whether or not there are contexts in which proskuneo can actually refer to divine worship. So the way that you do that is you basically say that the kind of proskuneo is dependent on the person that's receiving it. Because, for example, it says to kiss the son, lest he be angry. That sort of idea is given in Psalm 2:7, and that's going to be used in, I believe, Hebrews. I think they use Psalm chapter 2. I might be wrong, but Psalm chapter 2 is definitely utilized in the early church. However, that being said, if proskuneo is used for God, we automatically assume it's worship given to God alone. But we are now inquiring as to whether or not worship that's given to Christ is divine worship or simply some sort of respect.
Right.
So now we need to, again, go back to the claim of what that kind of person is, which is demonstrating whether or not there is ever a time in the Bible where Christ receives latria. You can look at Pilach, for example, in in Daniel chapter 7, that lots of people appeal to. But you can also look at texts like in Revelation where latria is given to both the Father and the Son.
And Pilah, in this sense, is that the
Pilah
equivalent
is
to
like the
proskuneo or
no
latria?
latria. That's like
That's cultic worship for
well
okay.
in Daniel specifically, because the only time Pilach is used in this way is in the context of worship.
Right.
So that's why it's very much something that people appeal to when looking at trying to construct an idea of what the early Christians that are writing these texts look at Christ's worship. Like, we can obviously go to outside texts and show that pagans definitely thought that they were worshiping as well. Pagans definitely thought that, but that's not what we're talking about. So
That this is just saying that when it says who was in very nature God, it's actually the form of God. But this is just saying that he was a human being, and since he found himself as a human being, like we're all the image of God, he humbled himself, and therefore he was eventually exalted, and so on. It just doesn't work. I mean, just read it. Who being in very nature God, or you can just make up a translation and say image of God for fun. Who being in very nature God did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Yes, that can mean seeds. It can also mean used to his advantage. You look at what makes sense in context. Did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant, being made in human likeness. The decision to humble himself is what led to him being made in human likeness. This isn't a human being.
But this is the problem. So he's actually attacking the Adamic concept
Mm-hmm.
of Christ, because it says being in the form of God, which is the whole like I'm in the likeness of God because I'm a human.
Mm-hmm.
It says that Christ currently being in the form of God already
Mm-hmm.
then becomes a human being.
Yes.
And so this seems to attack that particular understanding that Alex O'Connor brought to the table. Because if being in the form of God means just being a human being, the same way that Adam was made in the image of God, then becoming a human being would be impossible since he already is a human being
Right.
in the Adamic way.
Yeah.
Or having the image of God in this way.
You would
or
need to
Christ
become a
being
human
some,
being twice.
some pre-existent soul or something, you know.
The same like the Lord.
Yeah.
The same human.
Who's sitting around going, hey, I'm in the image of God. You know, I could strive to be like God, you know, like Adam did, but I'm going to humble myself instead. This is a divine being humbling himself by becoming a human being. And
Worship of the kind that Latruo usually gets at. That is worship, cultic worship of a religious figure, as David suggests. Here's a riddle for you. Why isn't it given to Jesus after Jesus ascends?
Oh.
Why isn't it that people are offering proskuneo worship after Jesus ascends, except at the moment of his ascension at the end of Luke's gospel, which, as I say, is contested in our manuscript tradition anyway? Why not? Because it refers to a physical action. Because it's not referring to worship of the kind that David wants it to be in this context.
Well, that physical action
In John's
is
gospel, which
worship.
we didn't get to, how many times does Jesus accept worship? The answer again is once. Just once it happens in John chapter 9. This is the man who was born blind, who I mentioned earlier. In verse 38, he says to Jesus, Lord, I believe, and he worshipped him. Except he doesn't say so in Papyrus 75, he doesn't say so in Codex Sinaiticus, he doesn't say so
he's trying to
in
dispute
Codex
it.
Washingtonianus. In other words, this verse isn't present in our earliest manuscripts. We're pretty confident that there are elements
If it was
of the
added in,
Gospels which
why
are
only
later
added in
interpolations.
once?
Most
Why not
famously,
17
the
times?
ending of Mark's Gospel, which is not in our earliest manuscripts, and the story of the adulterous
Maybe everyone
woman.
knew it was added in and just ignored
Let
it.
he who is without sin cast
Maybe.
the first stone, which are not in our early manuscripts.
If these
I'm
things are added
interested
in,
as to
why
whether
only do
David
it
thinks
once?
that there are
Like, are
things
you
in the
being cool by doing it
Gospels
once?
which didn't actually happen.
Or
did
either because
masterminds
they're
and like,
Maybe
oh.
the reason why it was added in once is because everyone else knew that it was added in and then just ignored it and so just omitted it afterwards.
Okay, it's kind of like, you know, when you like copy someone's homework, but you put like one spell mistake, just like, oh yeah, you know,
Yeah.
I misspelled, you know, a circumstance. I started with an S.
No matter what the circumstance is.
They're recorded
No, this
incorrectly
looks
or
not the
because they
same,
are
man.
later
I'm told that
interpolations,
one
but at least
word.
in this case of worship, it seems to be a later interpolation. Another one available to indicate cultic religious worship to someone who's divine, yet he chooses a word which just means physical prostration before someone who has a higher authority, like
He's
I
really
don't
going
know,
in with a
maybe the
physical
Messiah.
prostration argument.
Like, the disciples bow down and worship Jesus. At what point do you think they began to get the picture that he was God? They knew that he was the Messiah for a long time, but I genuinely don't know when David thinks they began to realize that this person was God. Do you think there might be an instance of them offering proskuneo worship to Jesus before they'd fully realized that? I think so, because proskuneo worship is a physical action that's given to people who are of a higher authority. Just to belabor this point, in the Septuagint, here are some examples of proskuneo worship. Lot worships two angels in Genesis. Abraham worships the Hittites. Isaac blesses Jacob to have all the nations on earth worship him in Genesis. Jacob worships Esau. Joseph's brothers worship him. Abigail worships David's servants in 1 Samuel. Saul
really going in.
worships the dead Samuel in 1 Samuel. The sons of prophets worship Elijah in 2 Kings. David
This is
worships the
fine.
temple.
But who is
In
the
Psalm
subject of the
5.
worship?
All the
That's
people
the
of
point.
Israel
Created
worship King David
creature,
in 1
person.
Chronicles.
Yeah.
This is the same term, proskuneo. If David wants to suggest that sometimes
Proskuneo,
proskuneo
if
worship
I'm not wrong, is
can
to
mean
give
cultic
due
religious
respect.
worship, even though there's another word
So the
available
respect I would give
that people
to
use to
you,
mean that,
for
but it's
example,
not being
King
used in
Sig,
this
would be
instance
different
for
from
some
the difference I
reason.
would give to
I
God.
want to know what that
Yeah.
distinction is and how we can know which
Yeah.
kind of worship is being given
There you
without
go.
simply begging the question and saying that, well, when it's given to Jesus, it's
Depending on the
obviously
being.
of the religious kind. Otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, this worship point is essentially bunk. Some of you might be thinking, hold on a second, in the temptation in the desert,
Yeah.
Satan asks Jesus to worship him. And what does Satan say?
I'll try
Do you know?
You shall
says,
tempt God
Worship, it is written, worship God and serve him only.
only. And the word
So
is
you're
latria.
only supposed to worship God. And people say that this is an indication that any worship of anybody other than God would be immoral. That
No.
interpretation cannot be the case. Firstly, because it would condemn all of the people that I've just listed to be sinners, including
Literally.
the entire assembly of Israel.
Yeah.
That can't be it. Let's look again at this passage. Jesus is quoting a passage which, by the way, he's actually changed. In the Old Testament, the passage that he's quoting says, fear God, rather than worship God. But besides the point, the word only here
Is referred
qualifies not the
to
word
serve.
worship, but the
The
word
word serve. New word.
Worship God and serve him only.
Only.
Worship here is proskuneo, which we know that Jesus can't be saying only proskuneo towards God, because all of these people, including people that Jesus talks about himself, are offered proskuneo worship. Indeed, proskuneo is worshipped, is promised to all of you in Revelation. So we know that he can't mean only worship God in that sense, but only qualifies the word serve. Worship God and serve him only. What is the word serve? Which Greek word is translated in this passage to serve? Does anybody know?
Does P66 have
Latrua.
John 9:38?
Cultic religious worship.
No idea.
So this
Can
is
you
a
check?
It
reaffirmation
says
of the point
75 then, but
that proskuneo
It
worship,
says P75 doesn't have it, but
fine.
I think
Yeah.
but
P66
latrua
does.
worship is something special that can only be given to God. The key text here is James Dunn's.
you said John 5.
Did the early Christians
Because he's
worship
saying
God?
early
And
Christian
as he
manuscripts
rightly
did not
points
have that
out,
addition in John.
There is no talk
John 5 what,
anywhere
sorry?
once
John chapter 9,
in the
verse
entire New
38.
Testament of latrua worship being offered to Jesus. Why not?
Okay, so
At Sig Theophan here.
concludes
Theophan, you should be watching it on my
We're
channel.
gonna
What are
move
you
to
doing?
open discussion.
Theophan, you should be
All
coming.
right,
Why are you
all right.
watching it on
Well-
David's channel?
Shall we spark it off, gentlemen?
Watch it on my channel.
Whatever you
man.
like.
Let's do it. Open dialogue. Who would like to take the lead?
Position on
No, I don't.
Jesus' relationship to the Father, with particular regards to the authority that he
Okay, this is the
derives
part that
from
we all-
the
this is-
Father. So
So this is
one
the part
question,
we all
for
came to
example.
see.
Why do you think that Jesus
So-
prays?
This is the part we all came to see. Okay, we've done the opening statements, we've done the rebuttals. Okay,
P66 doesn't have 938 apparently.
P66.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Doesn't have 938.
You sure P66 doesn't?
That's what I've come to the conclusion of
Okay.
from this first link that I clicked on.
The first link you click on,
Yes.
P66. Here, I'll just do it. Because it's the one that has like almost all of the Gospel of John. So I'm just interested as to whether it does have everything. Does it have 938? It might not. It does. It does.
It does?
has. Yeah. I mean, it has. It's right here. It has John chapter 1 verse 1 to chapter 6 verse 11.
Right?
John chapter 6 verse 35b to chapter 14 verse 26.
6, okay.
So 9 verse 38's in there. Yeah.
1 second, I'm just looking up something else. Okay, go on. Right.
Yeah.
I'm happy to go with that.
Some people date the P66 to the early 2nd century. Some people date it from like the exact same time that Revelation seems to be written, which is extremely early. All right, guys, this is it. Okay.
Before raising Lazarus from the dead.
The Old Testament says that God is the God of all flesh. If a divine being were to become incarnate, as is claimed of Jesus, and that divine being really became a flesh and blood human being like Jesus, then if he's also had an eternal relationship with the Father, then I don't know if I'd expect him to be an atheist when he entered into creation. So in other words, if the Christian picture is correct, you've got Father and Son for all eternity. Son enters into creation.
Okay.
What's he going to be, an atheist? If he is going to, as part of it is, if he's going to be the ideal human or something like that.
Yeah.
And so
The Son of Man, one might say.
as far as what Jesus is going to do, you would continue the eternal relationship that you've had with the Father, and you would do that through prayer. So,
What I mean to say is, could Jesus have risen Lazarus from the dead of his own accord, on his own authority?
I suppose, yeah.
I suppose.
Okay.
That whole
I suppose.
I suppose.
So his authority and the Father's authority would be the same. So if
Yeah.
he's raising Lazarus from the dead, yes, it will be the Father's will.
But it would also
But
be his.
his-
But the problem is he says his own authority,
Right.
as to say that the authority of the Son and the authority of the Father are different authorities.
Right.
So this is where people would look at David and say, "Are you saying that?" And if you are saying that, you're gonna have to make it very flipping clear, because this might be an L
authority has been
if he doesn't clarify.
Given to
just
him.
I asked ChatGPT about this 36 thing, and apparently in P66, supposedly,
Yeah.
even though it does cover John.
John 9:30, it specifically that's not there.
Apparently,
Fairs.
it's 37 and 39. Apparently,
No way, dude. Check
Apparently.
P66. I might be wrong, but check P66.
Yeah.
It's been given to him by God, right,
Let me
which
try
the way-
to find actual manuscripts.
Okay,
if I
cool,
can,
cool,
yeah.
cool.
That I read that is that the Father has delegated the authority that is rightfully his to Jesus. And it's often said to me that Jesus raising people from the dead of his own authority is actually an indication of his divinity. Because we have Old Testament passages of people raising people from the dead, like Elijah and Elisha. And the point is always made that, well, they pray before they rise from the dead. Jesus doesn't
prayed as
pray.
well. Jesus prayed as
But
well.
before he raises Lazarus in John chapter 11, he looks upward and says, "Father, I thank you for having heard me. I know that you always hear me, but I have said this for the sake of the crowd standing here, so they may believe that you have sent me." And when he says this, he cries out with a loud voice, "Lazarus, come out." So Jesus is not only praying before raising Lazarus, but also saying that I always do this. It's just I'm doing it right now publicly, so there's no confusion that you're the one who sent me to do this. And so
But that's not exactly what he says. He says that the only reason I am praying is so that these people know that you sent me.
Right.
He's not saying I always pray, but I just do it privately.
Yeah.
For example, the miracles that happen, you're going to have to assume that Jesus is doing some sort of mental prayer before something happens. But all the miracles that Jesus does is instantaneous. Like, get up and walk, you do this, you do that. There seems to be no indication of prayer at all. So this seems to be like literally pumped in here.
So, even in instances where Jesus appears to perform miracles of his own accord, such as calming the storm, or indeed raising other people from the dead, like the widow's child, he tells us here in John's Gospel that he always is in communication with God beforehand, but right now he's saying so publicly so that people will know that he sent him. Why does Jesus need to pray before he raises Lazarus from the dead?
I mean, this is the exact same chapter
For
where
the
Jesus
education purposes
declares
of his
himself the
disciples who do the same thing
resurrection
when they pray.
and the life.
That's right.
And it's in the same book where Jesus says that he's the one who raises the dead at the resurrection. Everyone who's in their graves will
This is
hear the
brilliant. I
voice
can't
of the
find
Son of God.
A version of this thing in actual
And
Yes.
English.
so,
Let me see.
if you're thinking
Yeah,
that
Greek manuscripts.
when we
Like,
talk
speak
about
us from Greek, I'm like,
Jesus,
can't read that.
we're thinking of him as some rogue deity who does things on his own. I mean, that's basically the entire meaning of John chapter 5. John chapter 5 is basically one response to this. Jesus
Yeah.
heals on the Sabbath. And this freaks him out because they say, "Hey, what are you doing?" He says, "Well, the Father's working until now. I'm working too."
Yeah.
And so since the Father's working, I get to work. You all don't get to work. I get to work. And then they accuse him of claiming to be equal to God. And then he explains it. That it's a verse that Muslims use. They say, he says, "By my own self, I can do nothing." But if you look at what he's saying, it's, "I can do nothing separately from the Father." But that's the same chapter where he claims that he's the final judge, where he claims that he's the one who raises the dead at the resurrection. And he explains it and says, "For the Father judges no one, but has given all judgment to the Son, that all may honor the Son, just as they honor the Father." The only way you'd honor the Son the same way
he actually
you honor
brought
the
out
Father
the
is if they have the same nature and attributes. You wouldn't honor anyone else like you honor God.
Interesting. Do you
And
believe
so
that?
Jesus is saying that the reason he's the one who judges everything is so that we honor him the same way we honor the Father. That sounds...
Do you believe that the Father has a distinct loving relationship
He
to
brought up
the Son compared to the loving relationship he
brought
has
up
to
the
all of
teammate
us?
points.
You brought up Dime?
Yeah.
What's Alex saying?
So, well, he's replying right just now, actually.
Alex is replying right now.
He just literally started.
Okay, let me see.
Yep.
Only because I've heard you make this point before, that he says that it's that word "as" is quite important, what you just said, so that he will honor, so that they will honor me just as they honor the Father. That word "just as" is kathos, which I mentioned earlier. That's also used when Jesus says, so they will know that you have loved me just as you have loved them. So if we're going to be consistent,
because it's the same energy of God that's poured out. It's just that the Son receives it by nature, and we receive it by participation. But it's still the same love. It's the same, quality of love that's being given. But the mode of reception is what's different.
Right.
So there's no difference there. There's no issue. Unless you argue for like a created love.
consistent in our usage of the term here. If Jesus is saying like that they will honor you just as that they'll honor me just as you honor the Father, then the loving relationship has to be treated in the same way, right?
Well, I think you can say, I'm trying to think, if you say that, I could say, I love this person just as I love my wife. And yeah, you'd be right. I could say, well,
Right. Well, the reason why we say just as is because if we look at other passages, usually the adverb is using that sort of sameness. For example, in Matthew 21, he says that this person does exactly as Jesus asked him to do,
right,
and did as Jesus said. In fact, I can actually pull the text up here so that people can get a sort of clear idea about how what's going on there. So this is actually in on Palm Sunday, which is next week, right? And does this. This is actually where the disciples explicitly do exactly what Jesus requires of them to do. So he says right here, right? This is in verse 5. I'm sorry, this is the prophecy. But in verse 1, Jesus tells the disciples, two disciples, go to the village opposite you, and immediately you will find a donkey tied and a colt with her. Loose them, both of them, and bring them to me. And if anyone says anything to you, you shall say, the Lord needs them, and immediately he will send them. And then Matthew quotes that this is fulfilling a prophecy. But what's important here is in verse 6, it says that the disciples went and did as Jesus commanded them.
Right.
So the term is kathos again. But as we all know, this is because they did exactly what Jesus asked them to do. So they did whatever Jesus said the exact same way Jesus laid it out for them. So they did it to the letter. And that's what's being evoked here. And there's plenty of other verses that we could look at where kathos means that as well.
Side note: this is one of my favorite verses for showing Jesus' level of either precognition or omniscience. I imagine the way
he knows that the cult is actually already there, and someone's going to ask you the question.
Without ever entering,
It's really
when you have the heist movie, and then they tell you what the heist will be like as they're playing the side by side before they actually get into the heist. It's going like that.
Literally.
That's the vibe I get.
I believe. Yeah, this is. I'm sorry. I want to also look at the other ones, but I'm gonna just do this.
Okay.
Can I please click? Okay.
I just mean I love both of them, but not in the, that wouldn't necessarily be saying I love that person exactly as I love my wife.
But that's why there are two words in the Greek. That's why there's the word for as.
No, I'm fine there. I'm talking about you have to interpret words in context.
Yeah.
And what's the context of this? It's Jesus claims that since the Father is working, he's working also. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because the discussion among the rabbis was,
does God work
on the Sabbath?
Alex questioning him and him looking and do the same thing back. I hope.
I want David to push Alex on certain things. Now, the reason why I want to focus on the kathos thing is because this is something that's really cool when it comes to analyzing the Gospels and analyzing what's going on in the New Testament texts in general. We can use Acts as an example, and you want to look at the times where kathos appears the same way that it would appear in construction when it's talking about Jesus in John 5:23. Another example, I wanted to note you, is Acts chapter 10, verse 47, with the Cornelius example, where it talks about the reception of the Holy Spirit. And we know in Acts 10:47, it says that surely no one can stand in the way of their being baptized with water because they have received the Holy Spirit as we have. So the same way these apostles received the Holy Spirit, the same way in which the apostles receiving the Holy Spirit was given on the day of Pentecost, given the fact that they already received the Holy Spirit to do miracles previously, but the way in which they received the Holy Spirit to speak in tongues and do those things as affirmed in the previous verse, this is the same way these people do. So it seems to be the case that if you look at the times where kathos is used, around like 120 or so times, there's a bunch of times kathos is used, but you want to look at the times where kathos is used in this way as well. Kathos is usually a sign of degree. Acts chapter 7, verse 17, 1 Peter chapter 4, you have all these times where kathos is used in that equality relation, or to say the exact same degree that you are comparing something to something else. I'm just trying to change the screen here. So comparing something to something else. That means that if we compare that particular usage to what's going on in Jesus' case in John and in the Johannine literature, we see that that would mean that Jesus Christ is asking for the same honor that you would give the Father.
Yes.
And if the same honor you would give the Father is proskinesis as well as latria or worship, then it stands to reason that Jesus Christ
is the same person to Jesus.
Exactly. Got there before me. All right, let's get back to the debate.
Come on, Alex. You know what? One day,
One day.
I want to see you.
I don't think I will
Alex.
ever be able to discuss with him. I mean,
I know.
he's so cool, but like, I don't think, like, I don't have a big platform or things like that.
Don't worry. Soon come.
Yeah.
And so Jesus is working. So God works on the Sabbath because he's upholding and sustaining the universe. Therefore, I get to work on the Sabbath as well. And then, hey, you're claiming to be, they think he's claiming to be another God. And he clarifies, no. By myself, I can do nothing. He points this out, and in this context, he's the final judge. And so you will honor the Son just as you honor the Father. There, in context, it would be very strange to say, well, I just mean honor me in some sense, like you honor the Father, but not in that way. The Old Testament, Yahweh's the one who sets up his throne to judge. Jesus is the one who
I
says,
will say, sometimes with David Wood,
Yeah.
it seems that
Like moments of brilliance.
yes, but then for the rest of the time, when you really push him and he's like thinking in real time, you can kind of see it
Him thinking.
in his face.
Yeah.
And it's
I like that.
It's not bad to take a pause, I think. Just presentation wise.
I
take
think
a
for
pause,
him is like-
think to your thoughts, then reply.
I think for him, like, he is a lesson to always do that because he does it. Like, when he wants to think through something, he's like, okay, I've thought of my response, so now I'm going to respond, which I like. I actually like that because not many people do it in the debate sphere.
Oh, what I mean is he's thinking and talking
at the same
time.
time.
So you can see the thinking being developed and then eventually coming out in the talking
Oh, at
while
the
he's
end.
already
Yeah,
talking.
Yeah.
But it seems a little bit sloppy. It's a little bit.
Really?
Yes. To me.
Okay.
For example, in the beginning of this conversation, he mentioned the same sentence 3 times. But
Which one?
in the beginning of this rebuttal period,
Yeah.
he mentioned the same sentence 3 times.
Oh.
Well, Jesus was man. The way Jesus meant, but whatever. Like,
Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm being too critical, but
all
Well,
judgment.
that's our job. We're supposed to.
just personally,
Yeah.
I would
It's
take a
given-
second, maybe even slow down how I spoke, and then come up with
I would
the
just not
ideas.
speak. I would like,
Slowly.
whenever I think about something, I'm just like, and then I will respond
yeah.
because I just think that I'd rather have a response.
But I think
him.
there's that problem with like an instant response.
Yeah, instant response
Any gap
culture is
in the response means snap,
Yeah.
I got him. He responded. It's been 2 seconds.
I think
Bro, let me
my
think.
thing, I like insta culture is really bad.
Yep.
We need to stop insta culture.
Given, yeah.
Yeah. And so if all judgment is given to him, and keep in mind, the Old Testament says Yahweh is the one who's going to judge. And you're saying, yeah, but it's given to Jesus.
Yeah.
And he says it's so that we honor him the same way we honor the Father.
Yeah, okay, so I want to talk about this Sabbath moment because this is quite important. This is in John chapter 5 as well. This whole episode sort of hinges on the idea that Jesus is working on the Sabbath. He says, my Father is working, so am I. So your interpretation of this is to say that, well, my Father in heaven, that is God, is working on the Sabbath, so am I, therefore I'm God.
Could have also gone with like the.
This
I
story
only
of Jesus
do as
working on the
Father
Sabbath is
doing,
reported
for
in
example.
multiple Gospels. In Mark's Gospel, when he's found working on the Sabbath,
But this isn't addressing the Johannine text.
Mm-hmm.
Bear in mind, the presentation of Christ in the Johannine text is what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The Johannine text obviously doesn't include all men will honor me the same way as they honor the Father.
Mm-hmm.
That's only in Mark doesn't have that. Only John has that. So appealing to the other gospel narratives, I don't think is going to be wise here if we want to deal with how Jesus claims to be God in John. We can talk about Mark, we can talk about Luke, but appealing to them now without the clarification of whether or not you cede or concede to David's argument in John is something that I think needs to be called
So
out.
it's a bit of a moving of the goalposts.
Not even a moving of the goalposts, more so just trying to shift the conversation to something that isn't necessarily the actual brunt of the topic right now.
But then relying on the similarities in the story being told, like it says the episode, between what's in the John text and then what's in Mark.
Or the idea of Jesus just working on the Sabbath in general.
Yeah.
Because presumably Jesus worked on the Sabbath multiple times, the same way multiple times the Pharisees probably asked Jesus to do miracles.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that it's only one time or one episode. Like, we know that, at least according to the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus, over the span of 3 years, taught publicly. And so over the span of 3 years, you, for example, have challenged Muhammad Hijab multiple different times, probably said the exact same things in the exact same way, and you've made the exact same arguments, and he's given you the exact same responses. So it doesn't mean, and sometimes there are variances in those particular responses, but it doesn't mean that it's one event that has contradictions.
Right.
Rather, it seems to be just multiple different times the same event occurred.
Oh, and you're in this instance, you're referring to the episodes of him working on the Sabbath and being challenged. And
Yeah.
that's happening multiple times.
Yeah, or
and
even
not just
it's
once and
possible
be
that it can
repeated.
just be happening multiple times. I think it's probably more probable because it's 3 years. But also, even examples like
in
the
3
sign
years,
of Moses.
Only
yeah,
once he was accused
exactly.
of. Okay,
Right, right.
Fair enough.
So,
I get it.
or even like the
Good point.
sign of Moses as well. The sign of Jonah. Sorry.
Yeah.
And the sign of Jonah is something that probably was done multiple times until Jesus finally cedes and says, "Okay, fine, yeah, sign of Jonah."
Right.
Yeah.
And the Pharisees say to him, this is Mark chapter 2, look, why are they doing that? It's that which is not lawful on the Sabbath. What does Jesus say in response? Have you not heard what David did? Have you not read what David did when he and his companions were hungry and in need of food? And they enter the house of God and take the food which was not lawful on the Sabbath. So Jesus
But then don't stop
justifies
there. Carry on.
his breaking of the
Because
Sabbath
he
by
says
referring to
something
another.
about the Sabbath, that he is the Lord of the Sabbath. But I think that's in Matthew. I'm not sure if it's in Mark as well. I could be wrong.
That Jesus is the Lord of the Sabbath.
Yes.
You can check that.
Yeah.
Human being who also broke the Sabbath. He then tells us that the Sabbath was made
For
for mankind,
Mankind. The heck? Oh.
and not mankind for the Sabbath. A very famous quote. The Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath.
By the way,
bearing in
we
mind that
are
although
the Son of Man
11
is
minutes
Lord of the
behind.
Sabbath.
yes, bear in mind that although in the Greek the definite article is given to Jesus when he uses the term Son of Man, it's complicated by the fact that Son of Man without the definite
Even
article.
in Mark, it says the Son of. So it says in 27, so 2:27. Then they said to him, the Sabbath was made for man,
Not man for the Sabbath. The Son
so
of
the
Man.
Son of Man is even of the Sabbath. So
Yeah.
it's Lord even
of
the
the
Sabbath.
Sabbath. Yeah.
So
Well-
read that part, Alex.
Well, I think the idea is if I think he wants David to bring it up so that
Right.
he can give a retort.
Okay.
And I think the retort is just going to be that just means mankind.
Then how would how would the Son of Man be the Lord of the Sabbath?
Because the Son of Man
Is a representation of
all humans,
hum-
like the same way, like I say, Adam sinned or man sinned. Like
Right.
in English,
Right.
not so much in Greek, but in English, if I say sometimes man just wants to watch the world burn. Now in English, in multicultural English slang, when I say that, I mean sometimes man just wants to watch the world burn, bro.
Right.
What I mean by that is I want to see the world burn.
When Jesus uses the Son of Man, is he referring to humankind
Or is he referring to
himself?
himself? And this is like the primary point of conversation. Now, most confessional theologians are going to say, well, obviously, yeah, because they're confessional theologians, but also because they will argue the surrounding context seems to be the case that the Son of Man references usually are only exclusively in reference to Christ rather than to someone else. But the particular point you can make is in the actual verse itself, it says the Sabbath is made for man,
not the Son of Man.
not the Son of Man. And then it says, therefore, because of this, because I know how this was created, the Son of Man, me, I'm Lord of the Sabbath.
Exactly.
So-
If he was simply referring to mankind, he would have stopped at verse 27.
And the idea is about him being able to just dictate the day the way he wants
Yep.
and then pass that on to others because
Yep.
he's the one that controls it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Article is just a way of saying human being. So there are some scholars such as
See?
Morris Casey who believe that these Son of Man sayings have been corrupted, at least some of them,
Okay.
from originally saying a Son of Man, or the Son of Man in the sense of just meaning a human being.
because of the Ezekiel passages, as well as other passages where the term son of man refers to just normal person, like son of Adam. Like in C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia, Lion, Witch, and Wardrobe.
Yeah, they're called
Son
the
of
son
Adam,
men.
daughter of
yeah,
Eve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, why would that
Oh, so that's crazy Muz argument right there, though.
interpretation be correct here? Because Jesus says, firstly, when he's accused of breaking the Sabbath, he says, well, David did the same thing. Was David sinning? The implication is no, which means it can't just be God who breaks the Sabbath.
But it's not him, it's his disciples.
Yeah.
He's being asked why he allows them to pick the grain from the field.
He's saying, why do you allow your students to profane the Sabbath
Yeah.
and be blameless?
And that's where the conquest of David comes in. Not that David himself did it, but that his soldiers were hungry on the Sabbath. And so they went and ate the food of the temple. So there's like a cultural impetus for this kind of behavior. But even more so than that, that's where he gets
I
on
want to
into
know
the
something
law
as
of
well.
Sabbath.
But this is interesting as well, given the fact that like this is something that he repeats again and again and again, right? The text isn't necessarily David being the one that actually breaks the Sabbath. It's because the showbread that was inside the temple was not supposed to be eaten.
Right.
And he eats it anyway, so
Right.
he breaks a law.
Right.
But the point is that at the time, there were times where laws were abrogated or laws were just truncated for a period of time, and then they were like reinstated. Like, so for example, where the Bible says that you shouldn't go onto another, like Jewish rabbinic theology says that the Bible says that you shouldn't go up onto another mountain to pray. You should only go up to Mount Sinai to pray.
Right.
Clearly, Elijah tells everyone to sacrifice at Mount Carmel, which is a different mountain. So the idea is Elijah, because he was a prophet, was able to suspend one of the commandments of the law for a time, and then it was reinstituted.
But this is a rabbinic understanding.
It's a rabbinic understanding, particularly Maimonides' understanding.
Okay.
However, you then have other people that talk about profaning the Sabbath, and in Matthew 12, which is what we're referring to, verse 5, what it actually says is that on the Sabbath, the priests profane the Sabbath and are blameless. Now, it doesn't necessarily say exactly how they desecrate the Sabbath. The text does not tell you how, and the term actually is to desecrate. To disrespect the Sabbath. Not that they break the law,
Right.
but they actually disrespect what the Sabbath means.
Examples like in Matthew 23, where he talks about how the priests make people swear on the gold on the
Exactly.
altar, but not the actual altar itself. When the altar is what gives the gold.
The gold, the power, and the
It could
authority.
be something that simple.
Yeah, but it then says that actually the person is actually greater than the temple, which is Jesus. He says there is one greater than the temple.
Something greater than the temple is
He's
here.
and he says, the assumption is I'm the person that's greater than the temple. So there is that we need to know as well.
He then says that the Sabbath was made for man, humans, not humans or man for the Sabbath. Therefore, he says, the word is therefore, the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath. If the Son of Man in some context just means a human being, that's how early church fathers interpreted it, for example. In fact, some of the early church fathers translated the Son of Man as the Son of Mary, because they thought it was Jesus indicating that he was the son of a human being and he was only born of Mary. Given that undertone for this phrase, the Son of Man, how else can I read this passage except Jesus saying, yeah, I'm working on the Sabbath, so did David, and that wasn't wrong. The Sabbath was made for mankind. Therefore, mankind is Lord of the Sabbath. If it's only God who can work on the Sabbath, then why does Jesus appeal to David?
You're talking about two completely different passages. You're talking about this situation, and Jesus. I was talking to a Jewish guy in Israel, and he was not a Christian, but he said, "Hey, Jesus' way won. Jesus' way actually won.
Jesus,
the way of Jesus won."
Oh, sure.
He viewed Jesus as like a religious reformer sent against religious extremism and so on. There, Jesus talking about like preserving life and so on.
Okay.
The accusation in John 5 is different, but I'm pointing to John because you're going with John.
Yep.
In John 5, he says the Father's working,
Called it out.
and so he gets to work too.
That's right.
And again, if you read this, there's no way to interpret this as Jesus claiming to be some, just another human being or something like that.
Well, I don't think Jesus is claiming to be just an.
But again, I think that before Alex goes on to respond, the authorial intent is important because the way the story itself is constructed is just constructed in such a way that Jesus is divine. Of course, the debate is on whether or not Jesus himself as the person in the text, as a character in the text, actually says that he's God and holds that claim, accepts that claim, teaches that particular claim as well. But the authorial intent is important, just for people to understand. There are times where he says that that he calls God his own father, and because of that, it makes him God.
Right.
So at least for John, Jesus is God.
Right.
So at least for the text of John, Jesus definitely is God, and so we're supposed to interpret Christ as God, interpret the actions of Christ as though he was a divine person.
Right.
If we are going by the authorial intent. But if we're going by the particular character, could we make the case that he doesn't claim to be God? That's exactly what Alex is trying to do here.
Right.
So again, being Lord of the Sabbath, I think, again, the person that institutes that law is God as the Lord of that law. And then, again, as we know, Jesus Christ said that I can truncate if I want to.
Yep.
And that's what goes on.
As the person
Another
who has
human being.
authority over the law as the lawgiver.
Being. But although we are talking about two different passages here, if the reason that Jesus gives, because bear in mind, there are multiple ways to interpret this. When he says, well, God's working, so why not I? There are multiple ways to interpret this.
Again,
Either
I
Jesus
hope
is, again,
David gets to talk.
quite explicitly claiming to be God, which again is quite mystifying given that this doesn't seem to provoke the same kind of reaction. If it's well recognized that God is the Lord of the Sabbath and Jesus is claiming himself as a title, the Son of Man, to be Lord of the Sabbath.
No, I think he says, just as the Father is working, so am I. I think he actually says, like, I am working even as the Father is working. Could you check that?
This is in John or Mark?
John.
Okay.
John 5:17.
Yep.
Just claiming the authority because God is working, so am I. It's strange that it doesn't cause the same kind of fuss. But the other interpretation is that Jesus is saying, well, if God can work on the Sabbath, why not anybody else? If God can work, why not me?
So yeah, you're right. Yep. So 16, just from comfort. So because Jesus was doing these things on the Sabbath, the Jewish leaders began to persecute him.
Yeah.
In his defense, Jesus said to them, "My Father is always at work to this very day. And I too am working.
Yeah.
For this reason, they tried the more to kill him."
Yeah. So actually, it does cause the fuss. Like Alex says, well, this doesn't cause a fuss, but this does. It directly causes a fuss, and it actually says, for this reason, they persecuted the Jews persecuted Jesus and sought to unalive him. Jesus answered them, "Look, my Father has been working till now." It's a true statement, and I have been working as well.
And it says for this reason, they tried all the more to unalive him. So they were already trying.
They were already trying,
harder.
and they upped it to 11. So
Because it says that the leaders came and began to persecute him.
yeah. So now there's actual violence going on.
I say it was there from the beginning, and then they turned it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that just doesn't, your interpretation just doesn't square with me with Mark's gospel. I mean, the question I asked was, why does he refer to David in justifying his working on the Sabbath?
We're talking about John.
Yes.
You can have different reasons for doing things in different situations. I mean, as far as John, so Jesus, because he was doing these things on the Sabbath, the Jewish leaders began to persecute him. In his defense, Jesus said to them, "My Father is always at his work to this very day, and I too am working. For this reason, they tried all the more to kill him, only because he was breaking the Sabbath,
That
but
was
was even
good.
calling
That was
God his own
good.
Father,
Good.
making
Making
himself
him
equal to
equal
God.
with God."
Yes.
And so
There we go.
that's when Jesus goes, and if he's trying to say that,
Why
he's
can't
trying to
I
say
do
something
it? He
about
doesn't
it's
say, why
okay
can't I do it?
to
He says,
break the Sabbath, or you
I
don't
am
have to work
doing
on the
it.
Sabbath anymore, or something like that.
But
It's
he
a,
also
it's a
doesn't
strange
say-
direction
he
to
also
go
doesn't
in
say,
that he makes
"And
all
so
these
I'm currently
claims.
working now." He says,
he can do
"So
only
am I
what the
working?"
Father
Yes.
sees, because whatever the
know.
Father does, the Son also does.
So the way the Father has always been working,
For just as the Father raises the dead and gives them life, even so the Son gives life to whom he is pleased to give it. The Father judges no one, but has entrusted all judgment to the Son, that all may honor the Son just as they honor the Father. Whoever does not honor the Son does not honor the Father. And that's when he goes on to say that he's the one who raises the dead. Time is coming and has now come when the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live. For as the Father has life in himself, so he has granted the Son also to have life in himself. And he has given him authority to judge because he is the Son of Man. And then he goes on to say that the dead are going to be raised. My point is zeroing in on one little point and saying, maybe this is just, you're missing kind of the big picture. This
That's
is
another big thing.
I'm
I say.
noticing the
Let's
words
just talk,
granted
man.
and
Let
given
him get off. Let him get off.
authority there.
Then we can
This idea that
proceed.
Jesus raises the dead is not exactly clear in John chapter 5. Like if we look at the words that we're actually dealing with here, the Father judges no one but has entrusted all judgment to the Son. presumably the Father could judge if he wanted to. He's made a decision to entrust this to the Son, meaning that the Son doesn't have this power necessarily. If the Son has this power necessarily, it's not something that needs to be entrusted to him in the way
and that would also
that the Father then would not have
judge.
it.
Yeah.
He then says, very truly, I say to you, whoever hears my word and believes him
is like
who
a
has
matter of,
sent
like,
me has
economy
eternal
also.
life. And goes on to say that the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and
So
those who
he's just
hear will
reading the
live.
same thing again?
The voice of the Son of God.
Yeah. Now,
He's the Son of God, right? Jesus?
That's
Yeah, but
right.
Agreeing that he's
there's
claiming to be
many
the Son of
yeah,
God.
sons.
so they'll
Psalm
hear his
72,
voice and they'll be
yeah.
raised from the dead. But how do we, like, who is doing the raising here? And how do you know?
Well, you're supposed to say what? You're supposed to say what?
Wait, what did he just say?
So he says, he's reading John 5 again, right?
Yeah.
So many will hear the voice of the Son of God and they'll be raised from the dead. Alex goes, who's doing the raising here?
What?
Alex goes, who's doing the raising here? Well, if they're being raised because of a prior action, aka the voice of the Son of God, then he's doing the raising because the raising comes after the action of the voice of the Son of God? But whatever. It's a weird question. Everyone's like, what? You should go back to it, actually.
The dead will hear the voice of the Son of God,
Yep.
and those who hear will live. So when they hear Jesus' voice, they're gonna live
Yep.
because they're gonna be raised.
Yep.
So
Who's doing the raising here?
wait, what?
Who's doing the raising here? My dear Seg. I mean, who's doing the raising?
And believes him who has sent me has eternal life.
Okay.
And goes on to say that the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live.
Okay.
The voice of the Son of God.
Yeah. Now,
He's the Son of God, right? Jesus?
That's
You're
right.
agreeing that he's claiming to be the Son of
yeah,
God.
so
Okay.
they'll hear his voice and they'll be raised from the dead. But how do we, like, who is doing the raising here? And how do you know?
Wait, what? Wait.
Man hung out with Jordan Peterson one time.
Wait, one time, you know.
One time.
One time.
What is raising?
Who's doing the?
Who is who?
What the hell? Wait,
What is the voice?
What the flip? Hold on.
That was a terrible impression.
What the hell is going on?
So
Even he's short circuited. He's already gone.
no, I think it's like gotcha.
Yeah.
Because like,
He's
it's a very left field question. It's just him playing to almost like playing to ignorance almost.
Yeah.
It's not really him asking a thought provoking question.
no.
he's just
It's to catch him off guard.
It's actually the case where it looks like potentially in that instance, Alex is a little bit off kilter, and now he's actually thinking.
now
as
he's thinking
talking.
as he's talking. This is Alex thinking as he's
and,
talking.
and that's what came out.
yeah, because the thing is, everyone was confused.
Like what?
We were all like,
What did he say?
what? We were like, because like when we heard what he said, we were like, pardon me, what are we talking about? Who's doing the raising?
Yeah, they're hearing his voice and raising, but who's doing the raising? I mean, you know when you smash the tank and the water flows out, but who's doing the smashing?
This is nuts. Oh my days.
You're saying we're going to hear, people are going to,
Yeah,
you're saying someone else is
his whole
raising
mind
them
is gone.
God.
when they hear the voice of the Son of God. So
That's
if they're
right.
dead, they're just bones. They hear the voice of the Son of God, and then someone else raises them.
For as the Father has life in himself, so he has granted the Son to also have life in himself.
Life in himself.
Yes, any power that Jesus has here is given to him by the Father.
But
Why?
that's not answering the question on who's the person doing the raising.
So even if the power is given by the Father to the Son,
Who's using the power?
does that then mean that when the Son performs an action, is actually the Father doing it? Are we doing modalism now? Like, what's going on here? What's happening here?
Nah, there's no way. No, but what do you mean by someone said, what do you mean by raise?
What do you mean by who?
What do you mean by me?
What do you mean by voice?
What do you mean by what?
Why is Jesus, if
What
God,
do you mean by
in
son?
need of
What do you mean by of? What do you mean by God?
being given this power by the Father?
Okay.
You have this is the exact same issue that you have in,
Bro, we're not doing shaky camera. We're not doing
One action, one will, one mind, man. Just done.
Just do that, bro.
Done.
Just do that, man. But economy, bro. Economy.
in Daniel 7, where the the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven
Yes.
approaches the Ancient of Days, and he is given authority, glory, and sovereign power. So
right.
it's why is he being given authority and glory and sovereign power?
Yeah.
But even before that, it's the Son of Man coming with the
Coming on
clouds
the
of
clouds,
heaven.
yeah.
That's how he approaches. But again, it's Yahweh who comes with the clouds. So he's Yahweh, and then something happens, and then he's given.
Well, the Son of Man is Yahweh. Do you think that that was how Daniel
Don't let
7
him
was
jump.
interpreted by anybody before?
Roast him.
Daniel saw a vision.
That's
but
right.
This is
Okay.
one of the issues as far as the this is one of the issues that comes
Well, all
up.
the
in,
early Christians appear to take the Son of Man as the person of Christ and his humanity being given.
Yeah. And the additional thing is, I don't know if it was you who mentioned this or somebody else, but this idea that it can't be obvious, because if it is, then even the devil will know. So the ultimate plan for salvation and the nuggets or whatever left in
Yeah.
the Old Testament, they
Yeah.
can't be too obvious.
Yeah.
Because if they are, then the devil will know them.
Mm.
Because just generically, the devil and demons
Well,
don't
yeah.
suffer any degradation in memory.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
here's the thing. Like, if the devil knew that by dying, Christ would actually reconcile the world,
Then
then
he
he
wouldn't
would
have done that.
prevent the death. He would never tempt him.
Exactly.
He would never try to goad people
Paul
into
talks
hating
about
Christ.
this.
Yeah. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I
bring that up
the
too.
the two powers in heaven.
Yeah.
Because it's
Because it
again
doesn't have to be a case that everything
Yahweh
in the
is
Old
the
Testament
only-
is clear cut. And the apparent meaning of a text is the correct one or the only one.
I think the consensus in the chat is saying, David Wood got better throughout the Q&A, even though before he was, pretty, like there was a bit of a shaky start. Guys, if you're watching the stream as well, there's 132 people here. We were almost at 200. We only have 100 likes. Guys, can we get the likes up to 150, okay? I don't know how. You're going to have to share the stream and send it to as many people as possible. We appreciate this live reaction. Make sure you go into all these people's comment sections, okay? Well, not Alex's. Leave Alex alone.
Nah, go into Alex's.
Go to Ruslan and go into David and say that Sig is doing a live reaction as well.
one who comes with the clouds in the Old Testament. And here you have the Son of Man who receives worship and so on.
Make
and is
sure to
worshipped
sub
by
as
all
well so you
nations.
can comment.
But notice he approaches, and then he's given authority, glory, and sovereign power. But if you line that up with the Creed in Philippians, if you line that up with John 1 and so on, you get kind of a big picture. And you can take like John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God, and then the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. That's after all things are created through Him. And you find the same thing
Again,
in
I
Philippians
hope
2,
that
early
David
Christian
gets a
Creed.
chance.
To question Alex.
I hope.
Yeah,
Because Alex is very good at questioning.
By the way, this cross-examination goes on for some time, Like, I mean, we have 24 minutes.
When it's in your relationships with one another, have the
Chat, are you okay with us doing 2x speed? Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with it. Put a 2 in the chat if you're not. I just need to know so that when I do 2x speed, then everyone's not like shocked.
We just chat bear.
Yeah, we're just gonna, because 3. Please don't put 3s in the chat. Just put 1 or 2. Okay, behave yourselves.
What? 3 gods? Oh.
I just need to know whether or not I can do 1. We don't even need to do 2x. We can do 1.5. But
If you put 3 in the chat, you believe in 3 gods.
okay,
And
people
the
are saying
Quran
that.
was right.
People are saying that I can put it on 2x speed. I'm gonna put it on 2x speed. Okay. Can I put it on 2x speed? Oh, people are saying 1.5. Oh, I meant 3x. Okay.
3x?
No, as in he wanted it 3 times speed, but there's no 3 times speed. You flipping nitwit.
There is, but not on all videos. And it's like a YouTube Premium thing.
Oh, you don't have
Yeah.
YouTube Premium.
I do, but it's not. It's like a thing on mobile so far.
All right, 1.5. I put 1.5.
the same mindset as Christ Jesus, who being in very nature God did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing,
so
taking the very
fast,
nature of a
I
servant.
understand.
So
Okay.
these are, you have someone who is in nature God over here, someone who is the Word who through whom all things are created,
Yes.
and then enters creation.
I want on
And
2x
if
as
you
well.
so then lives as Jesus,
And so when I watch
dies,
debates,
and I would
everyone sounds
interpret
like
it since you
really on
have
point.
the
Or
ending
you read
in
like,
Matthew where Jesus approaches and he's worshipped there, and he says that all authority in heaven and earth has been given to him. So the idea is he becomes a servant. He's in very nature God. He takes on the nature of a servant, and then he lives as a servant. And the irony of the statement where he says the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve and to give his life as a ransom for many. The irony there is he's the Son of Man. He's supposed to be served by all, and he says that he came to serve. And so he's living as a servant during this life. Then he dies. He rises from the dead.
There's a lot here, right?
Yeah.
I want to go right back because we started with this idea of the Son of Man coming on the clouds, meaning that he's Yahweh. Do you think that's how Daniel interpreted his vision? Do you think that's
I believe
how
Daniel saw a vision
do you think
and
that's
recorded his vision.
Do you think that's how the Sanhedrin interpreted Daniel 7?
Well,
When Jesus
I'd say,
comes
yeah,
for his trial,
Daniel wasn't
and he
able
says,
to-
and he quotes
to,
Daniel 7,
like,
and says,
decipher
"You see the Son of
dreams, so
Man
yeah.
riding on the clouds of
That's
heaven." Do you think that the problem there was that Jesus was claiming to be God, and that's something that no human being can do? Because Daniel 7 is part of the Jewish scripture. They were expecting the coming of this Son of Man. So if it's obvious that the Son of Man was going to be Yahweh, then the Sanhedrin should have expected that the coming Son of Man would have been Yahweh. They might have thought that Jesus wasn't him. But do you think that the Sanhedrin were expecting whoever the rightful Son of Man was, who was to come, would be identical to Yahweh? And if not, why did they not read that into the passage as obviously as you think that they should have done?
No.
People were basically confused by these passages. That's the impression you get. They go in all sorts of different directions, and oh, this is referring to the Messiah. No, this is referring to some sort of angel. No, this is referring to this. No, this. I'm talking about what the text says. The Son of Man comes with the clouds of heaven. All before that, it's always Yahweh who comes on the clouds. And so, if you were looking at that and you didn't, if you didn't have the idea of, wait a minute, it just can't be. It's impossible that is referring to God because you've got the Ancient of Days right there. If you're not reading, I mean, really, I don't know. I don't even know what to do if you're saying that. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about anyone.
Yeah.
If you're reading that and going, no, it doesn't seem like this is God. He comes with the clouds of heaven, but then he's worshipped by all nations and has an everlasting kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just reading that, if you put it this way, if you didn't have the Ancient of Days in the picture and you're reading this description, comes with the clouds of heaven, worshipped by all nations, it's obviously God.
Yeah, so
the mystery comes in. The mystery comes in when it's, wait a minute, we've got the Ancient of Days here, so this is sounding like
That's right.
two divine beings, and we just can't have that.
Real quick, so we've gone through about 20 minutes. David, are you comfortable staying here, or do you want to ask Alex some questions now?
No,
Let's keep going on this over
We can
there.
nail it down because the point was
So even Ruslan realizes Alex is the one,
Yeah.
hot seating David.
You should hot seat Alex.
You should hot seat Alex.
Ask him where he gets his interpretation from.
What orthodoxy? Or you're gonna use a tag argument on Alex O'Connor?
No, just a case of like, how is he getting to these like interpretations of the text? Is he
Yeah.
just reading them and surmising them for himself? How they
I
make him
mean,
feel?
Presumably, like he looks at the words on the page and like this is how
So
I
it's
like the
like
words on the
an
page.
apparent meaning thing. Okay.
Yeah, well, it doesn't hurt him to be
It
Mus.
appears to me that this is but the way he does it, he has a very good style. He does it in a way where he can just come off as just being simply inquisitive. He's not making any statements.
I think that's his overall particular
yeah.
demeanor.
I'm
as
just
well
asking a question.
So I think that's his overall brand. The guy that asks questions rather than the guy that has a particular dogmatic position on something.
Damn, it's so easy to do that. Yo, so change your whole style.
I gotta change my whole style
Just ask
just to
questions.
be.
Enough of all that jibber jabber. Just ask questions.
or is in the Christological dispute, that Jesus is accused of blasphemy at his trial, and that this is evidence that he was claiming to be God through his identification with the divine Son of Man, because that's how it's interpreted by the high priest, because he accuses him of blasphemy. Does that mean that the high priest was expecting the Son of Man to be Yahweh himself? Do you think that that is the interpretation that the high priest had of the Danielic vision of the Son of Man?
I would say they would obviously have interpreted that passage
He's
in
done
Daniel or
something
claimed to be the Son of
interesting.
Man in that sense.
He said,
if you're just saying, hey, I'm a Son of Man,
he
I think
said
they'd be fine with it.
Daniel and the Sanhedrin interpret the Son of Man as being a divine figure. But then he's also just said that the high priest interpreted the proclamation of Jesus being the Son of Man to mean that he's a divine figure. Now, the question of whether or not the high priest or Daniel or the Sanhedrin thought that the Messiah and the Son of Man were the same person is different.
Yeah.
However, it appears that he just answered his own question.
Yeah. That's mad. That is wild.
Interesting.
Of course, in the Aramaic in which Daniel 7 is written, it's one like a son of man, one like Bar Nash, which just means one like a human being.
Yeah, so you clarify that, and that's the point, like a human being, and yet he comes with the clouds of heaven. So he's coming with the clouds of heaven, he's Yahweh, and yet he's like Son of Man.
That's right.
Yeah.
You understand
So
in the history
as far as how they would interpret it, they could have a range of interpretations that we don't know what this means, but we know that the guy who built my cousin's table in Nazareth should not be making this claim.
Sure. So is that enough to be, so suppose that their interpretation was, say, a messianic vision of Daniel 7, this carpenter claiming to be the Messiah, would that have been enough to accuse him of blasphemy?
Claiming to be the Messiah is not a death sentence. All kinds of people claim to be the Messiah.
So the reason I'm pressing this point is because when I say, did the high priest believe that the Son of Man was going to be Yahweh himself, I think that's quite implausible. And I think you recognize that in saying, well, look, there are loads of ideas that they could have had. It was quite confusing. But if Jesus wouldn't be accused of blasphemy for merely claiming to be the Messiah, if you had a messianic interpretation, he wouldn't be accused of blasphemy for claiming to embody the nation of Israel, if you have the idea that the Son of Man represents Israel, which is another view. It has to be.
Israel comes on the clouds of heaven.
It has to be.
And is worshipped by all nations.
That's my interpretation. I'm saying that in the history of the interpretation of Daniel 7, that has been a popular interpretation. Of course, the four beasts which come before represent different nations, and the one like the Son of Man is Israel. But the question I'm asking you is, surely you recognize that if the idea is that claiming to be the Messiah or something like that is not enough
Israel
for a death sentence,
That's right.
then what Jesus has to have done in that trial,
Free Palestine.
in order to get a death sentence, must have been
What?
to say something that the high priest immediately...
I thought about a different Israel.
What?
I thought about a whole different Israel.
What are you talking about?
Anyway,
Society.
moving on.
Nah, see, I support. No,
Anywho, back to the program.
Immediately interpreted as him claiming to be Yahweh. That means that he has to expect
Come
the
to
coming
Christ.
Son of Man would be Yahweh
No,
himself.
free Palestine, please.
Is that what the high priest thought of Daniel's vision?
One, you just made an awesome case for me. Right? If he's just thinking of the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven as the Messiah, then okay, this guy claimed to be the Messiah. Let's maybe we have to deal with the Romans or something like that. But it's not this tear your clothes blasphemy sort of thing. What you find in that passage, people struggle with that. Again, the reason is because it sounds like it's talking about Yahweh when the Ancient of Days is Yahweh. That's it. So you come up, you try to explain it in other ways. Could this be the Messiah? It just doesn't fit. Could this be the nation of Israel? It doesn't fit. There are all these interpretations, but it's clear if a guy says you will see the Son of Man coming with at the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they were taking that to just be a claim to be the Messiah.
That interpretation, and you're right that I'm bolstering the case here that Jesus must have been claiming to be Yahweh. What I'm saying is that if your position is correct, and that is the only thing that he could have been accused of blasphemy for, then you have to presuppose that the high priest had that interpretation of Daniel 7, which just seems so implausible to me. That that's what they thought Daniel 7 meant. So that's what they thought.
Why? What?
At that time that it meant that this Son of Man, who they did expect to come, would be Yahweh himself. Is that what you think they thought? Because you have to for this to run.
I don't have the records of the high priest.
Based
If he
on
says
their
this guy just claimed to be.
No. All you need to do is say Caiaphas in the text seems to believe the same thing. That's all you need to say. Now, you can substantiate that just by the text itself, right? By appealing to the way in which the text seems to be formulated. You can negotiate with the text and see how you can garner that interpretation. But you don't need to appeal to some random high priest, okay? You actually don't need to do that.
Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. And again,
why?
if you just read the passage, if you just read in Daniel 7, if you didn't have the Ancient of Days there, it would be indisputable it's talking about God.
Also, I think this is personal incredulity as well.
We've got the Ancient of Days there. So what's the context of this? First century, they're dealing with this two powers of heaven issue.
Can't see
And they don't know how to deal with it. They're coming up with all sorts of explanations for what the second power is. And then Jesus claims to be one of them.
When does the two powers in heaven, idea, heresy, if you want to call it that now, when does that begin to emerge?
BC.
What evidence do you have of the popularity of the 2000 heaven idea?
Michael Heiser, just cite Michael Heiser.
Well, I mean, the main discussion that's used, like in Siegel's book, is the later rabbinic commentaries. But so you have
in like the late 1st and 2nd century, right?
Yeah, that's when they're talking about
that's when
it because
it's a big deal.
That's when Jewish orthodoxy is forming.
So in other words, it's a relatively fringe position beforehand.
No, it was fairly popular.
What's your evidence for that? As far as I understand, it's a relatively fringe position.
You have all these issues that are in the Old Testament. Then you have the Targums.
I can't say how popular it was.
They're putting Old Testament passages into Aramaic and so on, and they start giving some interesting translations of some of these passages and so on, and treating
the more like dogmatic modern day Jews might say.
Oh, they're going to do a Q&A as well in 10 minutes.
The ideas are already there
because we're way behind.
The word,
we'll
catch up. The word of God as a personal agent.
Everyone, the thing is once the debate is over, people will find out that we're still live and we're still giving commentary. And the hope is that obviously people will come over here and check us out.
They're gonna come in and ask the question that you asked Diddy.
Diddy.
Who you think won?
Yeah, I mean, right now.
I'm back in that wood all day.
Yeah, I'm back in. Yeah, you're back in wood all day. I'm never coming to this place again. I'm not streaming with you. I'm not streaming with you. No, we're done, bro. We're done. No, bro. No. We're not doing this again. No, bro. We're not doing this again. I don't know what you thought this was. We're not doing this again. No. We're not doing this again. That's disgusting. I don't care. Don't talk to me, bro.
Oh, Lord.
Move on, bro. I'm not doing this, bro. Finish the life by yourself, bro. Honestly.
This is now.
You're Nigerian.
No, David Wood.
No, you are back in his odds.
Nah. His actual last name. No, dude. The guy's name is David
I don't
Woods.
care, bro. You said you're back in odds, bro.
David
I'm
Woods.
done. I'm not doing this, bro.
Chat. There has been a misunderstanding in the same way
David,
that.
Wait, no. You're back in Woods, though. Love and guidance, man.
Hey, man. Listen. In the same way that Alex.
Great job for you, bro.
In the same way that Alex is making up his own exegesis of a text.
Sig
has found it.
Sig
has found it proper.
No one exegeted. No one exegeted. He just wants
statements.
He wants to back Wood.
In a completely different way.
I have to block this.
The person who said the sentence
you wanna do that. You wanna back Wood.
Only David's.
All right, let's go, bro. Hey. So you want to pause even more so that people come on your stream? So you're stalling on purpose? Come on, Sig, bro. No.
Damn, he stole through you.
Oh, bro, he
You're
saw
fraud.
through my whole scheme, bro.
You're fraud.
He fought through my schemes, bro. Oh, no. Hold on, let me put it back on there.
Oh, man. So it's a
And so
fake
on. So
crash
the idea
house?
is that's,
No, it was a real
that's,
crash out, boy. It didn't last
Here's,
long.
here's
There's
James,
parallel between that
Actually, like, really
and
good.
John's
It
gospel.
wasn't prolonged.
James McGrath on
It
the
was
2000s, the
providence
evidence
from
surveyed
God.
thus far.
Damn,
There's no
you
support
should
for
El
dating the
crash
origins
out,
of
man.
controversy even in the 2nd century. It is of course
Trust me,
possible
guys,
for
you
controversy
crashed
to arise in the
out.
2nd
I
didn't
century.
even
was
crash
yelling
out.
at
It wasn't even a
Had
crash out.
sufficient impact to leave
My
any clear
heart
evidence
rate-
of trace in the traditions and literature from that period.
Like hijabs did when I rolled up. Anyway.
Oh, God.
When you have the rabbis forming Jewish orthodoxy, they're clearly responding to the issue of the two powers in heaven.
Yeah, when's that happening?
Yeah, that's later, but they're talking about things that happened earlier.
But because remember what we're talking about here is the idea of the Son of Man that the high
when
priest
does
would have had
Highness say
at Jesus'
the
trial.
idea
It's the
began?
2000 heaven idea is something that only emerges in the late 1st and 2nd century.
No, that's when it's being labeled a heresy. That's when they're declaring it a heresy, and they're setting out to
But what I'm
refute it.
asking is why is it that if this is already a controversy that has emerged and is extends
But
to
he
the,
argues,
to
like,
the extent that the high
Second
priest believes it, then why is it leaving no trace in our traditions and literature from that period?
What-
Why is it?
what-
Why, in other
what-
words, does
what
it seem?
traditions do you have?
Why in other, well,
What commentaries are you talking about
Enochic
from the
tradition,
first
for
that's a
example.
science thing because I don't have
You're
commentary.
saying
But
Christian tradition.
what commentaries do I have that don't mention it? That's a bit of a broad question. I'm asking
You're
what
saying
commentaries
if
I do.
if the rabbis are talking about these earlier controversies,
I
and they're
love
dealing with
this
because you
Nathaniel
have
guy.
Christians went
This
one way with
Nathaniel
it,
guy
so
has
the
it, bro.
Gnostics became-
What is
became
it?
this-
He said in chat, he said, how dare you pause your own stream on your own channel? Yeah, facts. I could do what I want, bro. Leave me alone.
for the Gnostics, because the Gnostics interpreted, they believed in the two powers in heaven, and they said they're basically in conflict. The two powers are in conflict. And so the Gnostics ran with that. And then you had
the
Jewish
demiurge.
mystics who were
And,
running with the issue.
I think the Gnostics believed in the 2000 heaven heresy as you've described it.
They believed in the two powers.
Because sorry,
They
I
believed in two
really
powers, but
actually don't
they
know.
went in a
Demiurge.
completely different direction. So the
And
Christian
then
direction
they
was
believe that
Father
the
and Son.
demiurge was
You've got Father and Son.
Yahweh,
You've got
and
Son of Man coming with the
Jesus
clouds in
is
Ancient
like,
Days. You've got
like
God and the Word of
something
God.
by
You've
the
got Paul calling
the
the
aeons?
Father God and
Aeons?
calling Jesus Lord
So
and so
like-
on. So you see it all over there.
Fix
They
the
have the two
world.
powers, but the two powers are in harmony and have always been so.
Yeah.
The Gnostics believed in the two powers, and they believe that they believe that they're in conflict. And so anyway, the
Yeah,
point is,
but, okay, look, and I really don't know here, but I think that this hinges on the evidence that the two powers in heaven idea is a popular enough controversy in the time of Jesus' lifetime that the high priest of the Sanhedrin would have believed it. And as far as I can see, the
you can
evidence,
tell what he believed by how he reacts.
So you do think that this is what he believed then? Like
I
you're
don't know.
committing yourself to that view, in other words, that this is the view that the high priest had of
Even
Daniel
if
7,
he didn't
that the
believe
Son of
it, he
Man
had
would
an
be Yahweh. That
understanding
even
of
before
it.
Jesus came along, this high priest must have read Daniel 7.
I have no
and
idea. He
that
could have a
means-
range of ideas.
But
He could have said you can't
say you have no
claim to be
idea because if your whole claim is that Jesus couldn't have been accused of blasphemy for anything other than claiming to be God,
I've never said that.
in this instance, like what other interpretation of Daniel 7 do you think would this, let me put it this way, what interpretation other than the one that I've just described of Daniel 7 could the high priest have that would cause him to accuse Jesus of blasphemy based on the words that he said?
As far as you can tell in commentary, they can't figure out what it means, right? And so the question is, how is the high priest interpreting what Jesus is saying? So how are they interpreting?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if he held to it. But he had an understanding of ramifications.
That's like Arianism. It's like Arianism. Like if the claim is, does Arius believe Christ is created? And then Arius says like something about God the Father. That means I'm not interpreting this understanding of how I think God the Father actually operates and behaves. I'm interpreting what Arius believes. This guy is cooking. Okay, we're warming up now. It's
what Jesus is saying.
warm.
And Jesus is identifying himself as the Son of Man, who they already expected to come from Daniel 7.
Okay.
And they interpret that as him claiming to be Yahweh.
Yes, because they're interpreting him as a heretic. So they're saying the way that Christ applies this verse to himself is a heretical application. Regardless of whether or not they believe that the verse should be applied this way,
that way.
they think he is a heretic
mode
for
of
applying
application
it that way.
in that way.
Yeah.
It really looks like
Because
that.
I think that's what you have to say, right? You have to say that they think he's claiming to be Yahweh. But in order to say that, you have to believe that that is how he interpreted Daniel 7.
Look, no, I don't. He could have a range of interpretations and say, like put it this way. Look at what the high priest is doing when he says, "Don't keep us in suspense any longer. Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed?"
Yeah.
He's asking for clarification on what
That's
he's
right.
saying.
You
What
said
are
it.
you saying? What are you telling us?
Yeah,
Okay, so bearing in mind
he's
that
doing
one
it.
interpretation of Daniel 7 throughout history, even after the advent of Christianity, is that Daniel 7 is a messianic prophecy about the coming Messiah. If Jesus is asked, "Are you the Messiah?" and he responds by quoting Daniel 7, if one of the interpretations of Daniel 7 is that it's talking about the Messiah, then why would they not just think he was claiming to be the Messiah?
He obviously didn't give them,
Well,
them that
the
impression.
Messiah wouldn't be
they said he deserves death for
blasphemy
it.
because.
And by the way, this is
arguably
connected.
there
You
were
can actually
others
tell what
claiming
happens. I mean, you brought up a
Messiah in the
passage
first
in Acts
century
7.
who weren't accused of
I
blasphemy.
mean, Stephen is giving his
So it's
entire
not
case
enough
for
just
belief
thinking
in
of the
Jesus
Messiah.
as the Messiah.
Even
They
today,
never get
people think
violent.
of the Messiah.
Then he rebukes them the harshest way you can possibly. You killed your ancestors killed all the prophets, and you guys killed the Messiah. If they're just going to get ticked off at rebuke or insults or something like that, that would have been the time to do it. It's when he says, "I see the Son of Man." It's when I see the Son of Man. That's when they cover their ears. They cover their ears. They charge him, and they kill him. So you can do the same thing. Why are they interpreting? Why are they interpreting that? Why aren't they interpreting that as he's just saying that Jesus is the Messiah? That's exactly right.
Okay,
why did they think
that?
Tell that reaction.
We got to move to Q&A. We've gone way over the open dialogue.
Apologies,
So if you have a
everybody.
question, line up over there while I let you
So I
guys
think
finish your thoughts.
if David had more time, he
guys,
would have gone further into that. But
oh, gosh.
he was getting to that point. The point he was getting to was that.
All right, so check it out. Right here where Ray is. Right here where Ray is. You guys go to Ray Rock. Right here in the very front.
Implications of a
Yes,
statement
get
being
4
made.
minutes on the clock for the conclusions.
All right, in my opening statement, I point out you basically have a controversy. We know that there's a controversy going on, and we see how Christians are responding to that. And basically, up until Orthodoxy defines the two powers issue as a heresy, you had a wide range of views, a wide range of interpreting these various texts and so on. It's pretty clear what happens when Jesus comes along. And we looked. I actually, it's interesting, I quoted multiple passages in Mark, and I quoted Q, as far as Jesus saying that all things have been handed over to him by his Father. No one knows the Son except the Father. No one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. I quoted those because I assumed that he was going to reject John, and so I was quoting some of our earlier material, and then the Creed and Philippians and so on, where, I don't know if you noticed, but everyone seems to be doing the same thing. And it's the same issue that arises in the Old Testament. You have Yahweh sending Yahweh. You have Yahweh sending the angel of the Lord, but the angel of the Lord is Yahweh, and Yahweh says that he's the angel. You have the Ancient of Days and the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. So you have these issues, and people are confused about it. But then you look to the New Testament. They're doing the exact same thing that was going on in the Old Testament.
Just
Now
talking
they're defining it
about
as
the
Father, Son,
diversity of
God,
thought
and the
at the
Word,
time.
but the Word is also God. Paul
Even today, there
saying
isn't
God,
one
the Father is
kind of
God,
Judaism.
and Jesus
The
is
Orthodox
Lord.
is Reformed.
And they also bring in the Son of Man and the Ancient of Days with Jesus and so on. So
There's rabbinic.
you've got all these passages. They're all doing the same thing.
Judaism,
It's pretty clear. It's pretty clear what's going on. And the question is,
Messianic.
we look at what Jesus says. It sounds like he's claiming to be one of the two powers in heaven in multiple ways. We look at what Jesus does. He's claiming to do things like judge the world and raise the dead at the resurrection. We look at what his followers say. We look at what his followers do. We look at what his enemies say. We look at what his enemies do. And everything we can look at gives the
I hope
indication
somebody,
that
when
this
they ask the
guy
question,
was
they
making
actually
claims
go
that
ahead
caused people to
and,
either worship him and start
sort of
praying to
poke
him and
Alex or prod
doxologies and
him
so
on
on,
the idea of,
or saying that this guy
well,
has
if
to
they
die.
hear the voice, who's
And
doing
if that's
the
all just a
raising?
miscommunication,
'Cause that was
it's
a-
like
that
beyond
was a
anything
dumb
else. I want to
point.
say Jesus wasn't the greatest communicator and so on because he slowly unveiled things
Yeah,
for
you
people
can
who
tell
were ready to
because he
hear it.
abandoned it.
That's very different from saying everyone got the message horribly, horribly wrong. And so I just wanted to conclude here with the last minute. I wanted to revisit the famous quote from C.S. Lewis.
Mere
That the
Christianity?
trilemma. The problem with the trilemma was
mere
that it didn't rule out.
Christianity.
It didn't include certain other options. So it's presented as Lord Liar Lunatic, but you've got the legend possibility that it doesn't include. What if all this is later legendary development? Well, we've seen that can't be the case because everyone concludes this. It's all over the place. It's in our earliest material. We can trace this back to within 2 years of the formation of the church when Paul is persecuting the church. What's he doing? He's persecuting people for calling on the name of Jesus the way they're calling on the name of the Lord. This means that the early church had this view. And the other option would be Jesus is a terrible communicator and everyone misunderstood him.
Which is
And
Alex's
that, I
position.
just have to say, again, given how Jesus taught, I can't believe that everyone is horribly misunderstanding. And so when we rule those out, I think we can agree with C.S. Lewis, who said, I'm trying to prevent anyone saying the really foolish thing that people often say about him. I'm ready to accept Jesus as a great moral teacher, but I do not accept his claim to be God.
Yep,
That is the one
that's
thing we
in
must
his
not
book,
say.
Mere
A man
Christianity.
who was merely a man and said the sort of things Jesus said would not be a great moral teacher. He would either be a lunatic
Exactly.
on the level with the man who says he's a poached egg,
Because you
or else
can't
he would
say
be the
the
devil
things
of
that he
hell.
said.
You
You
must
can't
make your
claim to
choice.
be
Either
like,
this man
the
was
Lord
and
of
is the
Sabbath
Son
and
of
be a
God,
great
or
moral
else a
teacher.
madman or something worse.
Because
You can
if
shut him
you're
up for a
simply
fool,
a
you can
man,
spit at him
that's
and
not a
kill him as a
very
demon,
humble
or you can
statement,
fall
for
at his feet and
example.
call him Lord and God. But let us not come with any patronizing nonsense about his being a great human teacher or a terrible communicator. He has not left that open to us. He did not intend to.
All right.
Sure.
Alex,
Actually-
4-minute closing. All right, 4-minute closing from Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are a few important things to say. First is that I totally forgot in that entire section that I really, really did want to hear what David thinks about Jesus implying all throughout John chapter 17, that the relationship he has with the Father is the same as the relationship that the Father and he wish to have with all Christian believers. I find it quite stunning that when specifically
As a
asked to
category
clarify his
error,
Christological position,
the same
he describes his
wording is
relationship with the Father
used,
in terms of he
but
then
it
attributes
doesn't mean the same
to
thing
first his
because
disciples and then the rest of Christian
beings
believers.
being talked about
Absent everything
there,
else that
the
we've been
Father,
saying,
the
that
Son,
alone
and
should
the
be pretty
disciples
stunning.
are
What can it
distinct.
possibly mean for Jesus to describe his relationship to the Father and then say in the same way that I'm in him and he's in me, I want you all to be in us so we can all be one, all of us?
Yes,
What can that
similar
possibly
language,
mean?
but
We didn't
so
even
in an
discuss this.
analogical
Maybe we can do
sense,
a Q&A, have
not
a
in a
On its
univocal
own,
sense.
that is enough to raise some serious question marks. Of course, a lot of David's cases relied on this two powers heresy, and we were sort of getting a bit
You can
caught in
claim
the
it's
weeds there about
univocal the
dating.
same
I read a quote
way
from
for the
James Baruch,
Father
which I
and the
didn't
Son,
finish because it's quite
but
long,
then
but he
it's
goes on to
in
say,
an analogical
and
sense
this
or in a different
is
sense
in,
for the
the only true
disciples,
God, early
because
Christian
they are
monotheism
created
in its Jewish
beings.
context. He says, of course, conversely, the absence of evidence for the existence of the heresy in this period surveyed so far does not prove that it did not yet exist. Of course, that's true. However, in view of the clear polemic against two powers in later writings, and the complete absence of such polemic in earlier writings, this at least strongly suggests the possibility that the two powers only became an issue for whatever reason in the period after those documents were put in their present form. In other words, this two powers discussion doesn't seem to crop up at all until it's too late to have influenced the high priest. And I want to know why, I suppose, that's the case. I want to know why it is that Jesus also says that the glory gives to the Father will be given to the disciples or given to everybody else.
The belief will come
I want to
before
know
the
why
writing.
Jesus is
So
given
if
the
it was
authority to
an
give sins,
oral
which
tradition
at
or
least is
whatever the
interpreted
case
by
was,
Jewish
then that
opponents
would
as
be
something only God can
potentially
do,
what the high
and
priest
gives
would
it
be
to his
appealing
disciples, the same authority that he
to
gives John chapter
before
20,
the
saying, "As
formulation
the Father
of the
has sent me,
idea
I'm
and
now
text.
sending you." What is
Or the
going on here?
refutation of it in
Why is
text.
Jesus passing on all of these divine prerogatives in unity to his disciples in precisely the way that he got them from the Father?
Well,
If
he's
any
not
of these instances,
passing
any of
them
these, and same thing
on
with judgment,
because,
by the
for
way, which David
example,
keeps
he
going
doesn't
back to,
pass
which
on the
God also
ability
delegates
to
to
raise
other people.
oneself
Again,
from
we
the
haven't heard
dead,
much response on the
or
idea
the
that it's not just
ability
Jesus who
for
gets
the
judgment.
dead
Jesus
to hear
also
the
delegates
voice
that
of the
judgment. The example I gave
disciples
was
and come back
delegating
to
judgment
life.
of the 12 tribes of Israel to his disciples, which is something we're pretty sure he historically actually said, because he says that the 12 of you will sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Meanwhile, Judas is currently present. So it's likely he actually said this, because it's not something a later Christian writer would make up. There are Christian interpretations as to why he would have still said 12, of course, but it's an unnatural thing for someone to have made up. So we think he actually said it, delegating his judgment. Why is Jesus taking all of these divine prerogatives and giving them to human beings, if he's more than just a human being himself? But of course, he's not just a human being.
Well, because
qua his
he's the
position,
one who
he's
can
very
grant it to them. Without him being present, he wouldn't be able to grant these quote-unquote divine prerogatives, the glory, the judgment,
Yeah.
to his disciples. So
Kind of human
only
beings.
by being God can he then give it to them.
Who, according to the non-gospel New Testament sources, is exalted, given the name above every other name. Interesting implication for the divine name-bearing model, by the way. What is the best interpretation, is all I basically have to ask.
Well, being given a name above every other name seems to be not the fact that he particularly. It can be interpreted in two ways, is what I'm going to say.
It's not in an ultimate sense
It
where
can't-
every
it can't
conceivable
be-
name in existence.
Including the uncreated
Including
name.
the uncreated
Because
name.
then if Christ is given a name above every other name, then that means that you could argue that God creates a name for Jesus that's higher than literally the divine name of the Father, Son, and the Holy
In
Spirit.
Romans, Paul says all have
All
sinned.
names. And come short of the glory of God.
Does that include Jesus too?
Well, no, and I
Okay.
think that the particular divine exaltation is just being given a name above every other created name. The same way that we say that, like, even in liturgical services, Mary is put as higher than the cherubim and more glorious than the seraphim.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that she's God now. It just means that every other created particular existence is not as honorable as her because of her status as, Mother of God, person, woman, and things like this. So.
Of all of these points. I mean, we got quite caught up in there in the nature of blasphemy and what Jesus could have been claiming. Again, I'll just press the point that if you want to accept that Jesus could
Okay,
have
so
been
the
accused of
premiere is
blasphemy for anything
finished.
other than claiming
Good
to be
debate
Yahweh,
though.
Yeah,
and yet all
Good
he really
debate.
did.
Could have been longer,
could have been longer, yeah.
but
Definitely a good debate. So, guys, from here on out, we can actually slow it down because I think...
no, we can just get to the end. And then
was quote Daniel 7, then you have to believe that at the time of Jesus' trial, it was popular enough within Jewish thought to expect that the coming Son of Man, as prophesied in Daniel 7, would be Yahweh himself. I don't see any evidence of that at all. So for these considerations, I think a suspicious reading of the New Testament to say that Jesus was claiming identity with
a
Yahweh.
suspicious
Right.
reading.
Before we go to the first
I don't know why it's suspicious.
Suspicious.
It's a suspicious reading.
To me.
To me. Again, I don't know why it seems suspicious.
question, I got one question for Alex, and I would love to hear
It's
your answer.
incredulity, like you said. Everything that aligns with my mode of thinking is not suspicious. But whenever anyone brings up any other interpretation that points towards divinity, suspicious.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in this whole thing.
this guy and Paul will have a great
You've brought this up
conversation
before, the idea in Eastern Orthodoxy of theosis or deification. Does that solve the dilemma that you're referring to? Theosis, the process of humans attaining likeness to and union with God, participating in
RJ,
divine
to answer
energies,
your question,
divine nature, and experiencing community with the Holy Trinity.
Hijab ran from me. And actually, there'll be a video of me sort of like kneeling down towards Hijab when he's sitting on a bench because his back hurts because he's overweight and he can't stand for more than an hour. So he's sitting down on a bench in the sun, and I'm kneeling down next to him, asking him for a debate. And then he asks me to kiss his shoes, and I make a joke, and then he gets upset and doesn't talk to me anymore.
Wait, so you mean to tell me that Muhammad Hijab gave you an out and you didn't take it?
Hey, man. I could have kissed the shoe, but
Yeah, you should have just kissed the shoe.
I would rather have carried him around like a bride.
Yeah, but you should have just kissed the shoe. I'm not gonna lie.
Next time, innit?
You should have just kissed the shoe.
Next time, innit?
Yeah. What? What do you
Also,
mean
he said I could kiss his ring too. Next time.
what? No, bro. we're
And
not-
then, after doing those two, I might carry him around like a bride.
Okay, see, this is you're too Nigerian, bro.
Hijab,
This
I
is-
love you, baby.
What did you just say?
I love you, baby.
You love who?
hijab, innit?
Yeah, love, bro.
With the love of God, obviously, you know, you know that them ones when you will the good. You know them ones when you win the
Well,
good.
you will the good, yeah.
For the other.
You will his
You know
good.
them ones,
Yeah,
them ones
you will
there.
his good, innit? You will his good.
Hey, listen.
Yeah,
listen,
love,
listen.
bro. Yeah, you will him. You will his good.
Listen, man, I told you, I'm back. Anyway, carrying on.
We're adding the Eastern Orthodox position, which is within the realms of Orthodoxy, as Protestants would probably call that glorification,
Yeah.
right? They're giving very specific language. Your dilemma is Jesus is God, and then he's given this God-like authority to his disciples. Could you concede
David
potentially
should
that
have
solves the dilemma?
questioned David should have questioned him.
Yeah, but David said no, and I think that's actually very important. Looking back, it would have been nice to have David push him because it means that David can be more on the front foot.
Yeah.
But if Alex is giving this is Alex's prime particular. Like if we were to put him as a stat, like.
Yeah.
Alex-
Cool. Questioning is
Yeah,
up
do you know what I'm
there.
saying? So like, if I made like a FIFA card, like gold rare, 92, like Alex O'Connor, like 89 Alex O'Connor, I'm looking at him like this is dribbling. This is like 1v1s,
Yeah.
flair, dribbling. This is him. But like David Wood's thing has always been like defending as well
So
as like
could it
shooting.
be that he's gotten used to that, and
Yeah.
that's where he feels comfortable?
And that's where he feels
in
comfortable.
the defense.
Like me personally, I feel comfortable defending positions more than attacking others.
I can do either.
Some people are versatile.
But maybe I'm just too prideful. After defending, I kind of want to jab a little bit.
Yeah, and that's a lot of people. Some people are counter strikers. Some people are just like attackers, like Mbappe. Some people are just Mbappe. Some people are like Vinny. They're just fast and athletic. Some people are like Van Dijk. They just aura defend the whole time.
I
So like
literally have no
Mohamed
idea
Hijab-
of any of the things you're
Mohamed
talking about.
Hijab, like seriously?
I'm just gonna trust you.
What?
I
Okay,
literally have no
I'm gonna
idea.
compare Mohamed Hijab to Virgil van Dijk, and I'll explain who he is.
Okay,
Virgil van Dijk.
I agree.
He's. Just move on, man. I'm not gonna do this.
Only if that also describes how Jesus relates to his own father. Because, of course, constantly
sorry,
Jesus
I don't like football.
Catholics.
Crucify me.
Which means just as, in the same way as. So, sure, maybe this is talking about a kind of elevation of humans to share in the likeness of God in some other kind of way, but
Deification.
deification. But then Jesus would have to see himself in the same way, which is in so many words. What I'm trying to say Jesus was, in fact.
Theodore of Mopsuestia. What? No, bro. No. There's no way that you could see it in that way, bro. Because Jesus Christ is the one that actually is the principle of the deification for these other people. It's not actually the Father like directly does it. Even then, in the case of the Son, right? The apostles and all other human beings that receive deification from the Father, from God, receive it through the Son specifically. Whereas the Son does not receive deification through himself. He receives it through the Father. But deificate, even if we had that interpretation, deification itself, again, is something that never starts, given the fact that Christ never says exactly when he had the glory with the Father, apart from before the world existed. And second, the glory that he gives to the disciples, he doesn't retain because he's given it away now.
Yeah.
So again, he doesn't have that deificatory quality. Sig, what would an 11-a-side team of Christian apologists look like in terms of their apologetic skills?
I'm in goal because that's why I was there.
So
Anyway.
Big David's in goal because
I'm
of
in
his
goal.
height and strength.
Listen, man,
Left back,
I'm a defender.
I'm gonna be. This is across all denominations. So I'm just gonna like, this is across all denominations. So don't like, if your favorite apologist is left out, then just like understand that I'm not being a hater. I'm not, denigrating your favorite apologist. I'm just saying this is my version of who I think are the first 11.
Let me just preface that beyond the goalkeeper, I have no idea what these positions do.
You don't, brother, come on, bro. Okay, so I'm going to say Cliff and Stewart are not part of my first 11. I just want to be very, very clear.
How dare you?
Cliff and Stewart are not part of my first 11.
How dare you?
They're not.
They're coaches.
They're not.
They're on the side.
Supporters don't coach. Supporters don't coach. You can say coaches don't play, but supporters don't coach. They are not part of the team. They will never be a part of the team. Okay? They are not a part of the team. That is just clear.
Cliff, I love you.
Listen, I don't know, bro. The guy said that the Eucharist is dust.
That's wrong.
Yeah, I don't know why he said that.
I still love him.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we have. Okay, so at goalkeeper, I'll say Big David. I'm gonna do this very quickly. Left back, I'm gonna put Jay Dyer.
Okay, what's the? Yes.
Yeah, Jay Dyer's left back. Right back, I'm gonna say Sam Shamoon. Because I need solid fullbacks.
Does the left back and the right back like complement each other or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, then Jay Smith and Jay Dyer and Sam Shimoon have done great work together.
Or actually, no, Jay Dyer, Sam Shimoon are my centre backs. Right back, I'm going to put, this is going to be a controversial one. I'm going to put David Wood for longevity.
Fair.
Left back, I'm going to want to rise. This one is also going to be a bit of a controversial one as well. But Kai from Orthodox Shahada.
I don't know, Kai.
He's got 20k subs. He focuses on Islamic apologetics.
Okay,
That entire channel,
All right.
I believe, yeah. Center mid, and this is really important because now we have like 6 positions left. Center mid, I want to say from the corner, Bob of Speaker's Corner.
Yeah. We need Bob. We need Bob.
So
man.
Bob's gonna go left. Bob's gonna go center mid. Another center mid that I want to
Bob's
rise.
like an attacker. Like, he's looking at the attacker position or something.
Yeah. Another center mid I want to rise is Inspiring Philosophy. So I'm gonna rise him as well. Center defensive midfielder or DM, I'm gonna put Trent Horn.
Trent Horn. Fair. Balanced brother.
I'm gonna put Trent Horn.
Balanced brother. I like that.
Now left wing needs to be your Jogger Benito, your Flair. You know what I'm saying? He never tracks back, but he loves attacking. God Logic.
Yo. Bring the boy in.
God Logic. God Logic is my left wing.
Bring the boy in.
Right wing is going to be a smaller channel, really small channel, because I can't say myself. So really small channel, Jai DOC. Jai DOC is my right wing. That's my right wing. At striker, this one is going to be like probably the most controversial in all of the takes that I'm doing right now. But it's a brother by the name of Orthodox Luigi.
I've heard of him, but I still remember what he's done.
He's done debates on the papacy, and he's done debates on the filioque, and he's done debates on secular humanism, which I think put him on
also Catholic.
He's Orthodox, yeah.
He's Orthodox. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So
was he ever in a debate against a Catholic? I think.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I heard about him.
Now, for those of you that are asking me whether or not I should put Egg in there, no, I'm not putting Egg in there. Maharaga's not going up there at all.
Why are we hitting on England? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right, we're gonna go to questions.
I would like to add one
let's-
more
yeah,
spot.
got it.
On the bench, starting on the bench,
On the bench,
we have
okay. You have 5 players on your bench, by the way.
Central C.
Central C.
Oh, my God.
Oh, you mean Sentinel Apologetics?
Central Dower.
Central down. On our other defender as well, we have Ahmed Qureshi, surely.
Then
Orthodox Muslim. And then we have to have Ali Dawah, surely.
Ali Dawah is low key one of the best Christian debaters
apologists.
on the Dawah scene.
Yeah, honestly. And the last was Muhammad Hijab. Has to be Muhammad Hijab. He honestly, he's done so well.
No one has read 200 pages of the Summa like hijab.
Brother, honestly, 200 pages. We need to sign him. Like, Muhammad Hijab,
Brother,
I would love to sign you to a permanent account, bro.
what's that?
Please.
This real quick. We
Oh,
got a
sorry,
question from
everyone.
Avery. What's that, brother?
Oh, crap.
Yeah. Is that him?
Fresh hairline, Avery Austin. Okay.
Let's go.
Fresh hairline as well. Wow. Okay.
Mr. GL.
Mr. GL. You know he got married as well.
Hey, man.
He got hitched.
Word.
Crazy.
Word to the boy. I'm proud of him.
No, shout out to George Logic, man. So now we're heading to the Q&A, and I'm gonna slow it down. I think I've slowed it down enough. So this is gonna be an interesting little Q&A sesh.
Question for now. Do you think all the questions are gonna be for Alex?
Yes.
Fair.
Yes.
Fair.
I absolutely
If he goes
think
for
that.
like 20 minutes, fine. Ask the questions.
Absolutely. I think it's just gonna be him, and I also think as well that number one, like, I think that this is because of the cheers that were given. It's a Christian conference at the end of the day. And they had some debates, but they just set up the debate to happen there. So I don't think it was like bare debates. There was supposed to be a conference, and then one of the main events was the debate between David Wood and Alex O'Connor. But more importantly, and I think this is really cool, God Logic also, I think, gave some speeches there as well. But I think he's going to ask some questions now.
Yeah.
You can see him there as well. He thinks he's a pretty boy. Look at him.
First in line, too.
Pretty boy.
Come on, Gio. Come
Look
on,
at
Gio.
him. This is my left wing, bro. This is my winger. GL, you are my winger.
The winger.
GL, you're my winger. God Logic is my winger. Look at his he's got the Thrag hairline as well.
Six, just the coach. What?
Wow.
Did you just see the Thrag? Yo,
He's got the Thrag hairline right now, bro.
The clean hairline, man.
Yeah, he's got the you know what I'm saying? Like he's got the Thrag hairline like
Thrag
going for
was
him.
never the shovel. Thrag was always on point.
Thrag never ever was off point.
All Thrag
ever.
needed was to find himself a human boob. That's what he needed, man.
Oh, bro, if he found a girl, bro, it would be insane,
human girl,
bro. A human girl, yeah. But like, if Frag found any sort of like girl, I just feel like he would have gone like dumb stupid. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, it's actually crazy, man. What am I doing, man? I'm trying to get a song up, so like
So RJ is saying that I think GL's question trapped Alex or something.
What do you mean?
He's saying yeah, he burnt it down. Alex had nowhere to go, but I don't know what he means by that necessarily.
No, see, this is the thing. God Logic is Thrag. I guess I ain't talking about this. Yeah, this is God Logic. God Logic, if you're watching this, yeah, you are officially Thrag now, okay? You are the Thrag of the apologetic scene right now in terms of your hairline. You got the Thrag hairline.
And guess what?
Someone said Sam Shamoon is Conquest.
Sam Shamoon is Conquest.
He is Conquest.
But in relation to GL being Thrag,
Yeah.
guess what?
Who? What?
No, these Muslims are invincible.
Ah! Yeah. No, stop me. That was hard. What? They're not invincible. We should have like ended the stream there.
And then it's like the title card with God Logic.
Yeah, no, God Logic has got aura. You know, he's got aura.
He's got the aura.
He's got aura.
He's a
Shout
humble
to
dog
Stacks
too. I
Wolfer.
like that. I like that.
In
But
real
yeah,
life.
Sam Shamoon is definitely Conquest.
By the way, I'm taller than you. I'm just gonna say that.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm taller than Sam, and I'm also taller than GL.
Ooh.
And I think I'm taller than Ruslan as well. I'm just saying.
You told him hijab though.
Hijab is a pause, but like he's a big you.
He's a big baby.
He's a big baby, bro.
baby.
That's a big boy. Someone asked who's Battle Beast.
I can still carry him though.
David Wood is Battle Beast. I thought that was clear.
Yeah.
No. Jay Dye is Battle Beast. No.
No, David was Battle Beast.
Wood can't be Battle Beast.
Battle Beast just wants to fight all the time.
Yeah. No. Jay wants to debate all the time.
Yeah, but like David was a psychopath.
Yeah, he's actually a psychopath. No, but like, no. I think what's going on is I think David Wood is like General Krieg.
Damn.
Yeah, I think he's Krieg, and I think Sam's Conquest. I think the Thrag right now is Jay, because he hasn't lost in 3 years.
Fair.
He hasn't actually lost in 3 years. And then God Logic is like invincible.
No, he's Thrag.
No, his hairline is frag. You know.
I actually think because like if you think about it, Invincible isn't a good comparison for
Apologetics.
No, for sure, because like Invincible keeps losing.
Yeah,
Until he
wins. Yeah, he gets beat up. We need to find an apologist that like loses every single time, but then like
I can't lie.
At the end of the series, he's like undefeated.
Diddy might be
No. We're not making Diddy Dean a candidate for Invincible.
Diddy might be invincible.
No, he's not.
He just takes L's every single
but
fight.
he doesn't win. Like, at least he wins. Someone said James White is invincible. No, he's not.
That's crazy.
No.
James White can be the leader of the coalition.
Or Alan the Alien.
No, before Alan.
Thetis.
Thetis.
What the only Ultra might to ever rebel against the Empire. Yeah, he could do that.
Oh,
but yeah,
man.
he's got the Thrag hairline right now. So he's got Thrag. This brother's hairline is absolutely the corners are pushed back.
That's crazy.
He's wearing a hat because he's bald under there.
I think
he's bald under there.
You know who I am in Invincible?
Who?
I think if I had to be a character,
You're Cecil.
No.
You're Cecil.
Who's that black guy who turns into rocks?
Titan.
I'm him.
You're Titan.
I'm him.
You're Titan.
I'm him.
You're
man.
not Titan, bro. You're not Titan, bro. You're not Titan, bro.
Listen, I know how to use the like situations and stuff. What are you doing?
Someone said there's a spider on the blinds behind me, but
Where?
He was lying. Let's just get
How
on to
can they
this.
even
One.
see that?
He's even got the veneers. He's got veneers. Oh my days.
Man
G.O.
said, get out of here.
You got apologist veneers.
This is slander.
He's got veneers.
This
in
is-
the thing.
this is-
Hey, God
this
Logic
is
is not. He's
slander.
not in the chat. He can't
This
correct me.
is slander.
He can't correct me. God Logic, defend have veneers. Do you have veneers? God, do you have on that? What? Do you what the fuck?
I will not stand for the slander.
Bro, that's why you should have paused. I said, what the f? Nah, okay, let's go.
Someone said veneers look like you just have
what's going on?
like front teeth all over your entire mouth.
Yeah, it's crazy. Someone said Avery Yamal. We're not comparing him to Lamine Yamal. We're not comparing him to Lamine Yamal.
That is.
Lamine Yamal.
No.
No, God Logic doesn't. By the way, guys, it's a lie. God Logic doesn't actually have veneers, okay?
You want to know
Guys.
how out of touch I am? The last football I actually remember intimately is freaking Drogba.
If we're doing, do you know anyone from football, like any football players or
Does
sport? Do you know any sports players?
that white dude who looks like a Targaryen?
Like Aegon Targaryen, what, Messi?
No. He's from he's from Northern Europe or something. Haaland.
Oh,
Yes. There is him.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So basketball players then.
Yeah, I know a couple.
Could you?
Because
Okay,
the
so
good thing, they feel like they have like longer lifespans than footballs do.
yeah. No, definitely, yeah. Who would be like the LeBron James of the apologetic scene? So like that means longevity number one, and like they've always been good. They've never been trash.
It has to be Sam then. Who else can it be?
Yeah,
Who else can it be?
maybe IP. He's been here for like 10 years now.
Sam's been here for 20.
Yeah, he's been here since like 04, hasn't he?
This is like the 90s, I think, like the late 90s or something.
Yeah, like BoJack Horseman type stuff.
Yeah, this gotta be Sam.
So if he's LeBron, who's Steph?
Who doesn't miss?
Like he never loses.
Who doesn't miss?
Like he doesn't miss. Like greatest shooter. Like, and he has to be like undersized. So like in the market that he's in,
Yeah.
it's like small, but every single time he shoots, he scores. Like he's underrated, undersized. Even the way he speaks, he doesn't have the way of speaking, but he scores every time.
IP might be the nearest to that.
Yeah, he's got the voice crack as well. Yeah,
We love
could
you,
be
IP.
him. Could be him, you know.
Could be IP.
So this is a question for Alex, man. How you doing, man?
Hey,
You mentioned
God Logic.
Yes, yes, sir. You mentioned in
like,
Hebrews
yes,
1
you.
where
The
you know,
logic of
God is
God.
speaking. Or God spoke to our, through prophets. Now He speaks to us through His Son, and you're saying,
And he said that
where
why
was
would-
Jesus then? You
Yeah.
know, back then He should have been active, and so. Regarding Hebrews, I just want to read you this and get your thoughts on this, okay? It's Hebrews 11. Regarding Moses, it says, by faith, Moses, and I'm going to just skip down to 25 and 26 for time, choosing rather to be mistreated with the people of God than to enjoy the fleeting pleasures of sin, he considered the reproach of Christ greater wealth than the treasures
And
of
then
Egypt.
in
for
Jude,
he
it
was
mentions
looking-
that
Jesus brought
led
them through the wilderness. Yeah. This is the link that they're gonna make now.
And Paul calls Christ the rock that was with them.
Yeah. That they hit the rock and then
Yeah.
out of his belly shall
Yeah.
flow rivers of living water.
to the reward. So how is
the
it
whole
that
time, man. The ultimate hidden character.
Ooh, like if we're comparing, like Jesus Christ cannot physically be compared in terms of like his actual career. He actually cannot be compared to like any living football
Greatest
player.
story ever told, man.
Because like bear in mind, like he dies at 33. So like for 3 years, he's like in his prime. But for the 30 years that like we don't know of him, he's like doing whatever
Clay
things.
birds blowing.
You know what I'm saying? Blowing. Yeah, crazy. That was great. That was fantastic.
That was an accident.
That was good.
That was an
That was
accident.
so
I
good.
went to something
It
else.
was so
That
good.
was
It
an
was so
accident.
good. No, honestly, thank you. No, you deserve it. Please, honestly, thank you so much.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
But the thing is like, you know, he for 3 years he's there preaching publicly, and that's like his prime the entire time. Like he never actually puts a foot wrong. Like every single decision, every single shot, he's like in the zone the entire time.
And even the team he builds and leaves behind, right? They're not like, super influential in terms of like the sort of like ramifications of their day. Like they're not like dignitaries or like noblemen.
He builds
Just
like
regular ass dudes.
Yeah,
and the following just continuously grows, even without imperial supports.
He actually took like he took a group of bums and made them champions.
Turn them into a dream team.
He actually made Christ is the original dream team.
What's that term? Is it 95 Lakers or something?
Like 92 Olympics team with Jordan, Bird, Magic. And then you have the Redeem team, which was LeBron, Kobe, Chris Paul.
Except he was
Anthony.
He was taking them when like Jordan wasn't allowed to play on his high school team because he wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
He was taking them from there and turning them into Jordan.
Yeah, no, literally, yeah.
Yeah.
So then I'm saying like there isn't an actual like prime in terms of football. Like even Messi's prime where he scores like 91 goals in one season, he scores 113 goals and assists in a calendar year, in a season, and he scores 91 in a calendar year. Messi still missed shots. Christ never missed. Like you have to understand how great. Like he actually didn't miss a single time. That's insane to me.
One of my favorite interactions is just when he answered them and it's like they just couldn't say anything else afterwards.
Yeah.
And they reply with nothing. You
have to just admire him. Like people ask, like, as a prophet, like obviously at the time people were thinking, Jesus might just be Jeremiah, Elijah, just one of the prophets, right? But like, don't even compare. Just enjoy them. You know what I mean? Because like you're gonna miss him when he's gone, and they did miss him. They cried. That's why we fast now.
Yeah. No, actually, I think that. And
I'm not even saying because he's gone. I'm saying like as a human being, qua his humanity, he is the greatest thing created. Because his humanity isn't uncreated. His humanity is created. It's a created humanity.
Swear down.
Yeah, it's a created humanity. Oh, okay. So his created humanity is literally the greatest. But then, like, let's say Sans Jesus, right? There's two characters I want to say are the greatest humans of all time. Number one, I think, is Mary. Okay.
But Sans Jesus, would she still be the greatest?
Without Christ being considered as a human, I think Mary
still.
Yeah. I think
controversial.
I think Mary is like the perfect human being.
Sans Jesus.
Like I think she still had original sin, but I don't think she put a foot wrong ever.
Fair.
And I think the other one, like the Ronaldo to Mary's Messi, is John the Baptist. I actually don't think there is a person alive greater than him, apart from her.
In a different sense. I respect the two categories, but in a different sense. In terms of who I look back on and I'm like, damn, he did it all.
Yeah.
Didn't know his hit though. Yeah. He missed a lot, but he always came back.
Yeah.
David, man.
Yeah.
David, man.
David. No, he's cold.
His life is
he's so good.
Like
he's so good.
I love Kid David.
Yeah.
I was very tumultuous with like adolescent David.
Yeah.
But in the end, I'm like, damn.
Yeah. Because like even at the end of his life, like we see a broken old man. Like he's at the twilight of his career.
He needs someone to sleep next to him to keep him warm.
Yeah, and he puts his son in there as well.
He's washed.
He's washed. Honestly, that wash player, he's done. Like Ronaldinho when he went to Gremio, he was washed. And then afterwards, we have this moment where like every king that comes after David is compared to David's prime. Like that's how good. Like David is the Michael Jordan of Old Testament kings. We know that, but he still doesn't come close to Mary.
Fair.
I genuinely think that like there is not a single person that you can say that's better than John the Baptist apart from Mary, and there is not a single person better than Mary. I don't think. Like in the early church, even in the Bible, I don't think there is a human being apart from Christ that's actually morally more virtuous than her. I think she's genuinely, in fact, W. Glaze, she's genuinely the most pious woman that has ever been born.
And in your take, does that carry on even if Christ was never in the picture? It carries on.
No. I don't think Mary's greatness will ever be the case if Christ is not in the picture.
But then that's why I said it before. We talk about sans Christ, right?
As in, like, without considering Jesus, is what I'm saying. As in, like if Jesus is not part of the rankings, That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
In lieu of.
In lieu of Christ. Yeah.
I thought
that's
you
why
meant
like sans means like without the consideration of. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant literally without. Like he's not there.
No. As in if Christ was not part of the rankings, let's say because like pound for pound, Christ is the best.
Right.
Second is going to be Mary.
I mistook what you meant by sans. I just thought you meant like no Christ whatsoever.
Oh, as in like he was never born or something.
I was like, Jesus? I was like, interesting. I was like, why though?
No, I think she's like genuinely
fair.
The most like number one, she gave birth to like literally God the Word.
Fair.
She's like the portal to the person that saves us. You know, she's the reason why Jesus was able to become a human because she carried him. I think she took care of him for years. You know, and she never sins in the Bible as far as we know. Now, does she have a sinful nature? Yeah, I think so. She has a sinful condition, same way as Adam, same way as I. But I think that it's because she was able to fight against that and with the grace of Christ, obviously, prevail over her passions and things like this, And I think that's why she gets the glaze that she does in, not just the New Testament, but as well as in like early church history. So I think John the Baptist, I think, the mother of God, definitely first. I think John the Baptist is second. And I think this is because Christ literally says, no man born of woman is greater than him.
I was just thinking about that.
So,
of all the men born of women, none are greater than John.
You can't name a single person that's actually better than John the Baptist. Like if we don't without Mary, like sans Mary, like take her out of the picture, there is not a single person greater than him.
Now,
just feats alone.
Before anyone comes at this, he's not saying that of all men, including himself. Just saying.
Yeah. Just like I'm saying John the Baptist is the greatest man ever, and I'm saying Mary's the greatest human ever, and I'm saying Christ is greater than all humans ever. That's what I'm saying.
And I was referring to Christ, not you.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Because some people take those statements to be absolutes.
No. I'm saying that like it goes like Jesus, like in terms of like peak humans, Jesus, Mary, John the Baptist, and my fourth one is going to be Moses.
Moses.
I think.
Yo, man.
I think Moses is in my top 4.
Great story.
David's in my top 7. I think 5 is Elijah. I think 6 is Joseph.
Would I put David over Moses? You know what? Moses walked so that David could run.
Okay. I can see that.
Yeah. So fine.
I can see that.
In that sense.
I can see that.
Literally, by the way.
I can see that.
Literally.
All right, I can see that. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Let's do it. Again, yeah.
Moses can be considering Christ's disapproval if Christ.
We
wasn't
definitely
around
tanked in viewers, by the way, because we started like waffling. But who cares?
Amen.
Yeah, that is a great question. So Christ, there, he regarded disgrace for the sake of Christ as greater value than the treasures of Egypt because he was looking ahead to his reward. Now, that's something which I think it's a good point. I mean, of course, I can offer a Christological interpretation of this, which sort of says that Christ is promised as the Redeemer of mankind, and we're looking at this in retro. Where's he gone? Oh, there you are. And we're looking, just dropped it and left. And I suppose we're looking at this in retrospect, and he regarded disgrace for the sake of Christ. Yeah, I do think that in this instance, Hebrews is probably presenting Jesus as...
Come on.
I don't know about the angel of Yahweh, but certainly we're looking at a high Christology in Hebrews, yeah.
So close.
Yeah, he got it. Yeah, he won. So even though God logic isn't even debating, God logic somehow wins. I'm not gonna lie, God logic. This is why I said he's my winger.
This is just like that time when that guy walked up on Bar Ehrman and then gave him the very verse in Mark where
Mark 12
at the Sanhedrin where
the Son of Man comes in power.
Yeah. So he's like, wasn't he implying to be God? Well,
I guess so, but he's not saying I'm Father one.
I mean, I guess so. This is that moment.
No, God logic, like Avery, definitely. I mean.
I wouldn't even have picked on that, but I would have picked on something else.
If you were to pick a starting 5 of apologists, any denomination, go.
Oh, don't ask me this,
yeah,
please. Don't ask me this. Don't ask me this.
Put your starting 5 of apologists on the table right
now. So, as a person who knows nothing about football, right?
No, I'm saying starting 5 as in like basketball court.
But then you need... So I'm going to pick like some generalists. And then you need people who are like specialized at certain things.
Yeah, I'm telling you, starting 5. So you have 5. You have a gauntlet. You have 5 apologists that you need to select.
Right.
I'm gonna select 5 people against those 5 apologists. Okay, so I'm gonna select 5 skeptics. You need to pick the best 5 to go against the 5 that I pick.
Skeptics.
Okay, skeptics, Muslims, anyone, right?
All right.
Number one, I'm gonna pick Alex. So one skeptic, okay.
To counter Alex.
So I'm gonna tell you the whole 5. I'm gonna tell you all 5.
I might.
And then you go for your 5.
I might shoot this too fast. But to counter Alex,
I'm gonna tell you my 5 first, and then you tell me your 5.
Okay.
Okay. So number 1, Alex. Okay. Number 2, and again, I'm not gonna include people like William Lane Craig or like people
he's a skeptic.
Yeah, but like I also think like William Lane Craig is like wrong and impious. So like, you know,
he's wrong, but
like I'm not gonna say, you know, I'm gonna include him in those people. Like people generally I will say. Okay, so Alex. Number 2, I'm also gonna say, so Alex is gonna be my my third, my 3 man.
Okay.
Right, my power forward. My small forward. My point guard is gonna be. I want to say I would have said Myth Vision. I would have said. Let me explain.
Freaking Derek.
I would have said Derek. No, let me explain. I would have said Derek, but I'm not gonna say Derek.
Okay.
My point guard is gonna be Alex. I'm gonna move him from the 3 to the 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just because he's like, you know, skeptic and he sees everybody. You know. And then I'm gonna put Mohamed Jab at my. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put Jake at my 2. Jake is gonna be at my 2.
Damn.
Jake is my shooting.
Damn.
Number 3, I'm going to put. This is going to be a rogue one. It's going to be a rogue one. I'm going to put Libiano at my 3. I'm going to put Libiano at 3.
This is crazy.
Number 4. So that's Jake. That's Libiano. And Alex.
And Lexi, yeah.
My number 4 is going to be Mohamed Hijab.
Point guard.
Mohamed Hijab is going to be at my power forward.
Oh, okay.
And as my center, I am going to pick, and this one I don't think you're gonna necessarily like, but this one I think is gonna be something that you're gonna be like, why would you pick him? Dan McClellan. So you need to select a team, 5 apologists to go against those 5 people.
All right.
Now bear in mind, I put certain names in there so you can't go player for player.
I can.
You can't.
I can.
Because one player can counteract, let's say, 2 people.
Yes, yeah, I'm aware.
But you need to put all 5 as your strongest 5 against that 5 set.
All right. Now, I suck at placement, so Sam is going against the jab.
Okay.
Sam's going against the jab.
Okay.
Inspiring Philosophy is going against Dan McLaren.
Okay.
Dyer is going against Lexi.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You put Jay against Alex?
Against Alex.
Yeah.
Dyer is going against Lexi.
I like that. Yeah.
Now, Dyer has already done well. Dyer has already done Jake previously, right? But
yeah, he did well.
We can move on with that.
Okay.
GL can have Libby again.
Yeah.
And then you can have Jake.
You know, Sai debated Jake yesterday as well.
Sai
debated Jake, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first thing came to mind was Siffy. I was like, Siffy?
No.
Oh, nice. What did they debate about?
Yeah, I think Sai did fine, actually.
I love how Sai just does these things like on his own in the background.
Yeah, just like does stuff. Like honestly, he should have a bigger following, but it's kind of cool. Like he just like does things in the background and just like does whatever he wants.
Wait, we should bring him over.
Yeah, we should. Yeah.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
All right, let's go to the next question.
He's so close, guys.
But I
He got it.
for what it's worth, I have no problem saying that Hebrews has a high Christology. That's kind of not an issue to me. But I think it is interesting to suggest that as a retort to the idea of the angel of Yahweh being Jesus, I think that is an excellent point. Yeah.
Great job, David. All right. We got a question for David Wood real quick.
Gentlemen, thank you for a wonderful debate.
I know this guy.
Do you?
I know this guy.
Who he?
Chat, can you tell me who this guy is? I know this guy. I know he's got a channel. I'm so sure he has a
He's
channel.
come with both hands in his pocket, so he's definitely.
I know this guy.
The-
Heliocentric.
The order is on max.
He's trying to aura farm. Hold on. He's trying to aura farm. You're gonna have to sign him back into your channel, by the way.
Do I?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Do you need to do it now?
You can do it now, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just signed out.
I signed out. I was being an idiot. Gentlemen, thank you for a wonderful debate. Did Jesus claim to be God? Yes.
Uh-huh. Oh.
Uh-huh. Okay. Cool. So this guy, heliocentric, I think. Let me go.
Question for David. What is your view on Joshua 10 when the sun stands? I mean, what is he like a flat earther or something, or something else?
No, he's actually like I think he's an atheistic skeptic.
Okay.
He's an atheist who loves religion, apparently. So.
Is this the guy who goes to church?
I think he goes to. I think it's just him. I think he went to Ruslan's church, didn't he?
Is this the guy who goes like, I visited?
An atheist visited a mosque.
I
The
know
insane
him,
world of
I
Christian
know him.
Science. They don't
Okay,
believe in
okay,
matter.
I know.
An atheist visits Ruslan KD's church.
I know him. Okay,
This is
cool.
what I'm saying.
Yes. All right. Wow. Good eye.
Edible Daisy Dukes bikinis on top.
Okay. And this is where my channel gets taken down. Why? Why would you do that? Why?
We do not endorse the actions
Of shaking Yash on the internet. I don't
by
know.
heliocentric.
All right.
Dr. Wood, regarding the I am statements of Jesus.
Oh my
Gospel of
God!
John.
Wow.
Dr. Wood.
Regarding the
I am statements of
wow.
the one Jesus.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
It is of my interpretation that that's in him simply self-identifying and not actually claiming that he is in fact the divine Son of God.
You could do adverts, by the way.
I wanted to once upon a time, but here I am.
All right, let's continue.
On the most palpable, powerful divine statements by Christ, why do you believe that they are omitted from Mark, from Q, from Matthew, and Luke, our four earliest Gospels, and then John comes along, and these statements are present in John
You'd
and
have to
missing
prove
from all
that
our other
Q
sources?
actually exists as a gospel.
Did I bring up
first
I am
century.
statements? Who brought them up?
That's
That's
the question.
It is fascinating if you walk in and you say, all right, I'm going
Hey, that's a good response. I like that. Because that is the perfect response. He actually crafted his argumentation without without appealing to John heavily. He didn't appeal to John heavily for a reason in his debate. He appealed to Angel of the Lord theology and he appealed to two powers.
Did I say that? I don't remember saying that, but
go ahead.
Go ahead now.
Hey, he did it though.
to quote all these passages in John. They go, it's too late. It's the latest source. You can't trust that. It's clearly made up later and so on.
Alex
and
leaned
so you say,
heavily on
okay, let
John.
me just go with.
Yeah, he did. I think Alex in his preparation assumed that David is the kind of guy
who would just go for John.
Go for John.
John, remember when like Yagami and Elle are playing tennis?
Yeah.
And he's like, if I swing too hard, then he'll assume that I'm L because I want to win, and he thinks that L always wants to win. But if I play too poorly, he'll think that I'm L, but I'm disguising myself as not being L.
It's like 3D chess right now.
3D
it's crazy.
chess.
With the earliest material, go Q, Mark, and Paul, and then it's what about John? That's very interesting. So I can't quote John, but they can quote John. These are awesome times.
These are awesome times. It's crazy.
One, I think the synoptic gospel writers are focusing on different theological issues.
He's doing it right. This is right. This is all accurate. Yeah.
And so
There was a thought that I had.
Go ahead.
And I need to go and find the scholarship behind this. I'll go ask Rob because I heard him mention it. I had this random thought one day. Did John have the revelation before he wrote John?
Yes, I think so.
Could that have informed the way he writes about Christ?
As in, did he write Revelation before he wrote John?
No, did he have the revelation? Well, yes, same thing. Did he have the revelation before he wrote the Gospel of John?
I think he wrote it at the urging of friends. So he must have wrote. I think he must have wrote it whilst he was on Patmos.
which would be post the revelation, him receiving the vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's just a thought I had. But there's
I
actually
mean, like I think he writes John beforehand.
Before. Okay. I'm saying I think
he writes John after he writes Revelation,
which might explain
the way that he
the quote unquote high Christology, or the way in which he writes about it.
I think if that's the case, that we view John in that way, number one, it means that this is really good for John for Revelation. But number two, it means that the Gospel of John has to be dated to like 120, 180, 130.
Well, it would be still like when he was alive.
People usually think that he died around 100.
That isn't what. Yeah, exactly right. So if he died around 100, he would have to have written those things before that.
Oh yeah, true. But you just think that the order in which they come was reversed.
Yeah, I'm just curious about. So the thought came into my head, and I'll bring you the scholarship later for this. But the thought came into my head: why is it so different? Why is it so seemingly different? Like, what did he see
because,
that no one else saw?
As in because he saw Patmos.
Yeah.
Well, okay, that could be something. That's definitely something out there. Yeah.
Mark, for instance.
Well, obviously, he writes the when he's older than everybody else.
Yeah.
So maybe he has more perspective.
He writes it but it's almost as if it could link with church tradition, where like he writes it because friends urged him to write it.
But why did he write it in the way that he did?
Yeah.
Maybe
because of the fact of how the revelation impacted him forever.
That's what I'm thinking happened.
Right. Okay.
But obviously, I can never know. But it's just a thought that came to my head.
Okay.
That was all.
You have the announcement. You have the announcement that John the Baptist is preparing the way for Jesus, but he actually quotes Isaiah that the messenger is going to prepare the way for the Lord. And so if you look at how it unfolds, it's raising all these questions. Who is this guy who says he can
forgive? That verse is actually so in the beginning of Mark. Apparently, Clinton is not quoting Malachi, but that's actually quoting Exodus 20 to 23 with the angel of the Lord.
Why?
I don't know why. He said that's actually not quoting Malachi. It's actually quoting Exodus 20:23. I didn't see why.
Whatever.
Yeah,
forgive sins.
Actually, whatever, man.
Shout out, man.
This guy says that he's
like shout him and
the Lord of the Sabbath. You do have an I am statement there in Mark 6:50, but there are passages where it could just be translated as it is I, which is why I don't point to these, but they are there, and that's the context where it would make sense. Because this is a really powerful religious moment for them. So you could interpret it that way, but since it's kind of ambiguous, I don't. But as far as why material is quoted in John that's not quoted in other Gospels, again, I think they're focusing on different issues. You look at Mark; it's very action-based. Jesus went here, did this. Jesus went here, there, and did that. And yet you have it unfolding to who Jesus is claiming to be. He eventually gets to the point where once his followers grant that he's the Messiah, then he starts modifying people's expectations of what the Messiah is. That's when you have him saying, well, how does David call the Messiah Lord if he's just the son of David? And then you eventually get to the trial, and it's this guy has to die. But this is just Jesus went here and did this. It's not focusing a lot on Jesus' teaching. And then you get Matthew, he takes the same material, but he includes some long sermons and so on. So he's including that material. Luke focuses more on parables and so on, and John just focuses more on personal encounters with Jesus. That's why you get his interactions with Nicodemus and the woman at the well, and Mary and Martha and Lazarus, focusing on personal encounters and some of the Christological claims. But one of the mistakes people make is saying, lots of scholars make this mistake, is John must be late because of all this high Christology and Christological statement. It doesn't make any sense because we know when Paul was writing. And
hey, quick reminder, guys, make sure you share the stream as well because we're still going over here. Make sure you share the stream because everyone's done, finished watching their stuff, finished watching their content. You guys come over here and watch the stream over here as well. Come on.
You can't say John has a higher Christology.
I think what we'll do is afterwards as well, we'll let some people up to speak as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Than what you find in Paul. So we know the extremely high Christology is very, very early. But yeah, I think the writers are focusing on different things.
All right, I'm gonna try to sneak in two real quick. Here's a quick one.
Hey, Stephen Nelson from Cross Bible. I have a question about Philippians 2:6-7.
Is it about the Greek?
You both argued about it, yeah. You use different translations of the Greek word morphe. So on
morphe.
It just means like form. Like actually means like from hylomorphism.
Or like I was gonna say like morphology or something. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I gotta tell you, like Greek is influential, bro.
Greek is really influential, bro.
We're still making up words today.
Today, off of Greek words. You know, like even the word like ecclesiology, ecclesia.
In medicine, phobias,
phobos,
hemoglobin, it's all.
You know what? My favorite one as well is the fact that it influences other Latinized languages, like Spanish. Instead of saying church or something similar to what we say, they say iglesia. Right? Like they say iglesia because obviously the Latin ecclesiastic.
You could even say it influences Arabic.
You don't want to make that case, man. You don't want to make that case because bro, you know if they hear you, they're gonna spear your jaw.
I'll catch it.
No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't.
Listen between me is like, I'm happy to receive the smoke. I'm happy.
No, you're not, bro.
I am, man.
All right, we're moving on.
May the Lord protect me.
Translation of form, and on the other side we have the translation
I like the
of
way
nature. Now, nature is coming from
the Christian hands.
Well, yeah. Well, the problem is like some people believe it's nature. Now Thea commits a long text to what the term morphe means. But in Thea's text, I'm going to read out what Thea says because I want to show you guys what he says. He says that it comes from the phrase to seize or lay hold of, right? Morphos, something to take on to yourself. And this is what the term means over here. This whole passage, as I have shown more fully, with which we can compare the different view by Holstein as well, is to be explained as follows. And this is actually his particular exegesis of Philippians 2. So he gives a whole, linguistic breakdown of the term, form. But the term itself comes from Homer, as we know, usually. And in Attic, it just means the form by which a person or thing strikes the vision, the external appearance. So some people say that they externally reflect the psyche and the, likeness of their parents. Okay?
He's in the form, the morphe of his father.
Right, exactly. So the idea of the outward appearance. So which means that if we take the Homeric idea of Christ having the form, he outwardly was in the form of God, but didn't want to grasp that outward form. He actually humbles himself. Yeah.
I'm God.
Exactly. Right. It's just that this is which adds to the whole concealment theology of Jesus sort of concealing his glory and then revealing it at certain points in time.
Exactly. It's like, oh my God, he healed me. I gotta go tell people. It is not the time yet. Don't tell nobody.
Yeah.
You'll keep it on the hush hush, boy.
Yeah, literally. So this is the idea, right? He then says, right, this whole passage, right, should be explained as follows. Who, although formerly when he was logos without flesh, right? Logos asarkos. So asarkos meaning asarkos meaning without flesh or not flesh. You know how we say alogos, without a word.
Okay.
Right. So formerly,
the A in front, whatever,
right.
negates the thing that comes afterwards. Right. Okay, cool. All right.
So formerly when he was logos asarkos, he bore the form in which he appeared to the inhabitants of heaven. So he was in heaven before, and this makes sense given the fact that John says, I am the true bread that came down from heaven. He bore the form of God, the sovereign, and this is opposed to the morphe doulo, right? Dulu, which is the form of a servant, the appearance of a servant, okay? Yet did not think that this equality with God was to be eagerly clung to or retained.
Look at me, I'm God.
Right. And this is, arpagmos, right? But he emptied himself, which is the whole kenosis, right? So as to assume the form of a servant, in that he became like unto men, right? Because also angels are also servants of God, right? And that's Revelation 19:10. But this is more of an exegetical point. And he was found as a man, and then he appeals to Plato's Republic and the way in which he presents himself, right? And it is denied that God at the end is going to be doing in these things, right? And that's the way in which he does it. He then says, right, that the term morphe differs from the term schema. Okay, and this comes from the monastic tradition. You know, you have great schema monks. So schemas take on the form or the appearance of someone that's really pious, and then they actually morph into that piety over time. So this differs from schema, which means the shape or scheme in English. The scheme, shape, fashion, as that which is intrinsic and essential from that which is outward and accidental. Right? And so this is the idea. But the distinction is obviously rejected by many people. Some people basically think that morphe and schema
are just synonyms, so
yeah.
All right.
So the schema usually refers to the outward skeletal structure, and then the morphe is like the actual thing that intrinsically is inside you.
So the nature, if you will.
So if you go back to the thing with the kids become intrinsically like the parent because of the way they act towards the parent. See what I mean? And so this is the same thing that's done here when it comes to schema. And so actually for Thayer, in his lexical usage, he argues in the last sentence, right? The last named commentator, he cites Friche, and he says that in the passage, right, morphe dulu, which means the form of the servant, we're saying that the passage cited relates to the complete form or nature of a servant, and schema refers to the external form or human body. And so the idea of morphe means that the inner aspect of the person, the inner nature, that particular thing, he actually leaves with God in the sense he conceals, he doesn't grasp it, and he then takes on the form or morphe of a servant because Christ intrinsically becomes a human. As John 11:35 says, Jesus wept. So yeah, there you go.
I was just saying that the exposition of his divinity is not something that he put on display. He could have blinded everybody. And actually, it talks about it when he was resurrected. Some people couldn't look at his face because it was blinding. That's going to be very effective for doing ministry.
Literally, bro.
If you're like shining a light, everyone's like, I can't see.
I'm legally blind. I can't see.
I can't see.
I can barely see.
Who being in very nature God, and then take the NASB for morphe, who as he already existed in the form of God, and morphe theou, and then he takes on the form of a servant, morphe dulu. So can you guys justify why you prefer those specific translations that you used of the Greek word morphe in the Christ hymn in Philippians 2?
Let's start with Alex.
Sure. So I was the context in which I think I brought that up, unless I'm misremembering, is James Dunn's interpretation of the passage. So I suppose I'm trying to make that passage make sense in light of my view. It could be wrong. It could be the wrong idea. It could mean existing in the form.
What's going on?
So the gentleman who was just there basically I sort of talked about the different kinds of ways that like morphe and schema can be used in different contexts.
Well, and he just looked at Thayer's lexicon. But the morphe is used only 3 times in the New Testament.
And then basically he asked him why he prefers a specific kind of translation over the other. I think that's a little bit above my guy's pay grade.
But you can for example, you can
look
at.
Someone was yelling a bunch of random Greek terms at me. I'm like, dog, let me see this stuff.
Yeah, literally, bro. But there's also another term for so morphe or morphe, which is the Koine Greek version. But morphe also can come from mero, or which comes from the idea of a part and the rearrangements of those parts, therefore. So Christ has these intrinsic parts, and these intrinsic parts change in this way. But if we actually look at Mark 16:12, which is the disputed Mark text, we can see the other time where this actual text is, utilized, right? I'm going to actually put it up here, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
If I go Mark 16:12, just 4 verses outside of the accepted cluster. After that, he appeared in another form to 2 of them as they walked and went into the country.
Exactly.
So again, this is the appearance theology that's being sort of explained. What the heck?
Yeah, that's always happens.
Yeah.
For some reason.
You have the appearance theology there that's being explained, and this basically guarantees the idea that we were basically saying before. I fired, by the way.
Nice job.
Form of God in the sense of being like an exalted being, exalted to the level of God. That might be the case. I don't exactly have a preference. To me, the question of Paul's Christology is secondary to the question of Jesus claiming to be God. Of course, it is interesting why Paul might have a high Christology, or that itself is, of course, debated. But I think it's an interesting idea to explore, but I'm happy for the sake of argument to just grant that Paul had a high Christology. So I don't know
Super
which is
chats
the best
are on,
interpretation.
everyone. Thank you so much for. We have 130 people have been here consistently.
Oh, nice.
So thank you so much for you guys, man. If you do like the channel,
We
you know what I'm
love
saying. Patreon.com/SIIIG if you want to see more. You know what I'm saying. Thank you for everything, guys.
I think you would be a much better person to inform. And in fact, I'd like to know your opinion. I spoke to this chap earlier, and you sort of you run a biblical Greek cross comparison website. So I would love to know what your interpretation of the verses, or the word, I mean, morphe.
So
He runs a website.
yeah, fumble through the answer,
that was
and
asked
then
both.
ask the guy who asked you the question.
Yeah.
The same question.
So the problem,
Mad.
it's nice,
Mad.
but like
Mad.
bear in mind, like if we include Mark and Morphe, if you say that obviously the longer ending of Mark is inspired by God and it's not like authentic, then the only 2 times Morphe is ever used is in Philippians. So whatever form of the servant means, you need to either say that it's just a mere appearance or a mere image, or it's something that truly is the case.
Right.
He actually takes on the nature of humanity.
Right.
Right.
But as far as, yeah, I mean, the morphe would, the most obvious translation would be like form or shape or something like that. What the NIV writers are doing is saying, if someone's in the form of God, what do you say? If I say he was in the form of God, then this happened. Sounds like you're saying somehow in nature God. And so that's their that's the interpretation. I think that's good, so I'm fine. I think that's the meaning, and therefore the NIV frequently translates
Hey, Lily, make sure you put the Patreon link as well in the chat for them as well.
according to the meaning and not like a literal definition. But if someone's in the form of God, I think it makes sense to say in nature God. What doesn't make sense is what Dunn does is he takes it as like this means the image of God, and it just doesn't make sense with the rest of the passage.
Something that is worth pointing out, I suppose, is that the same word morphe is used in the long ending of Mark, where Jesus appears in.
See? And because of that particular appearance, you could say, well, but it says that it's another form. So it's not the same form that's actually going on.
But they recognized him. So now in Mark, they don't recognize him immediately.
No.
But eventually they do. But effectively, whatever he looks like outwardly is still identifiable as it being him. He doesn't appear as like a different person. He isn't like, like Israeli one day and then becomes Samoan the next or whatever.
Samoan.
But therefore, the form that they're talking about is likely due to nature. In fact, a perfected nature in his glorified body.
So you think that he appears to them in another form?
No, I think
again, it's heteromorphy,
right?
So if it's heteromorphe, it's saying that there is another form that he's appearing in.
Another form in terms of nature, or another form in terms of outward appearance. Because
if it's in terms of outward appearance, because bear in mind, like Jesus walks along in the road to Emmaus and they don't recognize him, and then he opens their eyes and now they do recognize him.
Right.
So is it that they appear to them in another form and they recognize him because of the other form? Or is it that the term morphe just means the outward appearance all the time? Because the word, that's the only other time in the New Testament text that we ever see the word morphe actually being utilized. So it could be that. And that's what he's going to point out.
Okay.
In a different form to two of them. So if morphe is supposed to mean sort of essence, as in the morphe of God meaning like...
Then he changed essences.
Having the same sort of essence as God. If that's what it's supposed to mean, then it's unclear why the writers of the long ending of Mark would say that he appeared to 2 other people in a different morphe. It seems to maybe imply something...
No, that makes perfect sense. If I say someone changes appearance or something like that, then that makes perfect sense. If I say someone is...
But now David's making his argument for him. And now Alex is going to say, well, yeah, if you think it's just an outward form, then he's not actually intrinsically God. He's just exhibiting deity or divinity by being God's primary agent. And so he's now going to move the argument from Jesus Christ, human, just had the authority of God, to Jesus Christ was probably a really cool divine figure, but he was just probably part of the divine council.
Yeah. Which is in the form of... That was his initial point anyway to begin with. That's how he opened up.
I think he opened up with the phrase of the divine council.
With Psalm 82, I'm trying to link Jesus to Psalm 82.
But I don't think he said that that's actually the divine heavenly council, but just the fact that you had human judges that were called gods with the plural intensive.
Right.
Yeah.
Of God, what could that possibly mean? What does it mean to be in the form of God? That's what they're saying. What does it mean to be in the form of God? You have to be, there's got to be something. There's got to be something about being in nature God.
Yeah.
What else is in the form of God? I can understand what, if I could change my form, I know what it would mean to change into the form of that guy.
Yeah, well, of course,
I don't know what it would be to change in the form of God.
If Dunn's interpretation is correct, which I don't know if it is, but I think it's an interesting one to consider, then Morphe, in that context, is talking about being made in the image of God. And so to be in the form of God means to be made in the image of God. And so to appear to someone in a different form means to look different, perhaps. It seems perfectly consistent, in other words. I don't think
it just makes no sense because that's before.
Because then you're saying he looks like God.
Or he makes himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant being made in human.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think that's the problem with Dunn's interpretation here, but it's not a problem with the word Morphe, which we can discuss that if you like.
As far as the translation, totally fine with saying he was in the form of God and then made himself nothing.
It depends on how deep the form goes, but the key is that in verse 7 he takes on the form of a servant.
So the way, and this is what I said before, right? So the way in which Christ's morphe as a servant, morphe doulos, is to be interpreted, seems to be the same way that you should interpret morphe theon.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Form of God, form of servant. All right.
Right. Because the couplet, let's say couplet, but the actual phrase itself is liturgical, number one, and it's used liturgically because it speaks in such a way. In fact, matter of fact, right? Let me show you guys the particular Greek text that we're actually looking at, because I want to show you guys how it looks in Greek, right? So it says being in the form of God. So it says, hose morphe theou, right? So he exists in the form of God. So this is really important, right? He actually has a hypostatic existence, right, as God. And this is used, in this other way, right? This is a mode of subsistence. You can look at every single time this term is used, and it means that someone is transitively being in some way, about to be in some state of being to do something. These are the ways that the term, huperakon is used. Then it says, right, this is not something to be grasped. Then he says that he's equal with God. In the next verse, it then couples that with morphine doulou, right? So the first Greek usage is morphe theou, and then it says morphe doulou. Sorry, morphine doulou, or in modern Greek, morphine, which is like morphine. Right? So morphine doulou. So morphe theou, morphe doulou. And you say this in creeds. So the actual usage of the term seems to want the reader to understand that the text itself wants to be mirrored. It wants to be sung in such a way that whatever you thought form of God meant, you see form of servant. Even in English.
Or vice versa. What if you thought form
right,
of servant,
form of God.
Yeah.
He was in the form of God, but then took the form of a servant. Oh, okay. So he is this way, now he's this way. But what way does that mean? Well, you can either assume what it means for him to be in the form of God and then pump that into the definition of servant, or you can do the opposite. Pump the definition of servant into the definition of God.
What it means to be God.
Right. And so what usually happens in these Jesus is God debates is people will say that you're text negotiating and say, well, you're taking the word form of God and, you're sort of pumping in this later understanding of Christ's divinity and you're giving the text a particular meaning that wasn't present. But the same can be said when you take the idea of form of the servant. What does Christ appear to be in Philippians? A human. A guy we're supposed to model ourselves after, the perfect human being. Now, taking on that form of a servant, he does everything a human does, including truly dies. Death on a cross, whatever that means. That thing truly happens to him in being the form of a servant. So it's not just the appearance. The appearance is just flash and go away. It seems to be that this appearance dies, this appearance remains, and this appearance actually receives things after the case. And so this entire being, this huperakon, this way of being the form of the servant, must reflect the way that he is God, in the form of God. So I think that's basically what's going on. Aww. Appreciate you.
That's what I said. He's going after Jake. Actually, forget it. We'll swap it around.
Out in a divine form, and then descends into taking his human
Sig gets Alex.
Yeah. I'll do that. That's fine. Dai can get Jake.
form.
Which I think is what David was getting at as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah, he said Dulu because like obviously like he pronounced it really well, but like I'm pronouncing it trash because I'm a bad Greek speaker.
I'm gonna say Morphe Dulu.
Morphe Dulu, but like, it's like if we modern Greek would be like it would say so it would be like Morphe, right? So it would be like Morphe Dulu, right? So because the emphasis is on the eta or the e sounding thing at the end, and then Dulu would be the upsilon or the u at the end in the first part. So it'd be like D-O-U-L-O-U if I'm saying it in English. So the U there is the emphasis. So it's Morphe Dulu. That's how I would say it.
We got Duolingo Sig over here.
Come on, bro. Come on. I've been banging Duolingo, bro. I've been banging Duolingo. I'm trust me.
What does this one even do? What is this?
Yeah, I've been banging Duolingo.
I'm gonna sneak this last one in here.
Sure, fine by me.
Appreciate it. So this one's for Alex primarily.
It's not coin.
Okay, so in the Babylonian Talmud, Sanhedrin 38b, there's a discussion, a rabbinic discussion about Daniel chapter 7, and they're asking about the verse, I looked till thrones, plural, were placed. It says,
in the 4th century.
one throne is for him, and one throne is for David. This is the statement of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Yosei said to him, Akiva, blah, blah, blah. Rather, the correct interpretation is that both thrones are for God, as one throne is for justice and the other is for mercy.
But they're just disputing the definition, so that's all that's going on.
So why would the rabbis, because you're asking about what did the high priest interpret the passage to mean? So why would the later rabbis of the 2nd century or of the late 1st century have come up with an interpretation saying...
By the way, awesome dude in the chat says, Sig, look at Romans chapter 12, verse 12. St. Paul uses metamorphy to talk about the change in your character, but says, don not sin schema with the world, meaning do not conform with the appearance of the world. But in Romans 12:12, he says that we need to actually have a metamorphy or metamorphosis, changing your character.
Amen.
Yeah, that's good.
Saying the Son of Man is God after the advent of Christianity.
Right, okay, so the passage says that there are two, this is from Sanhedrin, right?
Yes.
That there are two thrones, one for justice, one for mercy.
Yes, and this is
response.
This is referring to the rabbinic concept of Hamidot, the two forms of God, justice and mercy, Elohim and Adonai.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so in this interpretation, which is Jesus and which is the Father?
Well,
if what I mean to say is, if this is the interpretation in mind, with
Father's justice, Son is mercy.
Man answered the question with a question, yo.
Yeah.
Alex, you see you. Come to the corner one day, man.
Clarify your point.
Which is the Father and
I
which
think
is
he's a nice
Jesus?
guy.
Justice
No,
or
I'm
mercy?
not
Which is what?
I'm just saying, like, he gets away with a little bit too much.
Oh, you think so?
The things that I would call him out for in a debate.
Ah, okay.
But who am I?
No. I'm simply asking because you said that you said it was implausible to suggest that the high priest would have interpreted that the Son of Man in Daniel 7 is
Say
God.
what you said at the beginning first about who said what and what the response was.
So Rabbi Akiva said, one throne.
And of course, Rabbi Akiva was very strong on the Messiah being created. Rabbi Akiva, one of the most famous rabbis, I believe he's said to have lived in 50 AD, I want to say.
Yeah, I think he was born. Is he born 50 AD, I think?
Born 50 AD. You can check that. Okay, Mods, can someone check that chat? Can someone in chat check when Rabbi Akiva was said to have lived? Because I don't want to be incorrect about when Rabbi Akiva was said to have lived. But yeah, Rabbi Akiva was,
Yeah, born 50 AD, died 135 AD.
So Rabbi Akiva lived
not too bad.
shortly. He lived commensurate with the period that the New Testament, not just the New Testament, but the early Christian community was being spurred on. And so he obviously has to counter these messianic interpretations, and he's the first rabbinic Jew to pretty much stand up and say, "Yeah, the Messiah is created."
Throne is for the Holy One, and the other is for David, meaning the Messiah. And then Rabbi Yosei rebukes him and says, no, both thrones, the Ancient of Days
Both
and the Son of Man, are for God. So that would be identifying the Son of Man as God.
I see. And so the Son of Man in this instance is mercy and God is justice, or is it the other way around?
No, he's not saying that. He's saying that he's saying that the interpretation that wasn't Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva is saying that the thrones that were sitting there, one is going to be for the Ancient of Days, the other one's going to be for the Son of Man. The other interpretation is like, no, that's just God's two attributes being displayed It's not actually the Son of Man being sat in there. It's actually just God's two attributes being displayed.
I don't. That's all Rabbi Yosef.
Yeah.
They said.
But bear in mind, what he's showing here is when Jesus said that no one believed in the Jewish community around Jesus' time that the Son of Man was a divine figure, that they all believed that he was created. This is now evidence that there were Talmudic discussions of at least some rabbis saying that the Son of Man might be God.
Right. And the count is nice, created.
Yeah. And says that he then explains what the two thrones are for, right? What does he say the two thrones are for?
He doesn't. No.
One is for justice.
And one is for mercy.
That's not what's going on. No. He's not. It's not the same guy. A different guy is giving the interpretation that it has to be two thrones for just two attributes.
So the two thrones are...
I think David maybe gets it.
Yeah.
No, I just want to
for the Ancient of Days and the Son of Man. The Ancient of Days is justice, and the Son of Man is mercy.
No. Let me clarify. Let me clarify. So the point is when it talks about the two thrones, the two thrones being brought, that Rabbi Akiva says, okay, one is for God and one's for the Messiah, and someone else responds, whoa! You cannot say that one of these thrones is for the Messiah. They both have to be from. They both have to be.
Good nug just means like it's good information.
A nugget. Yo, I'm Unk, man.
Good nug, man. Great nug.
They both have to be for God. So they're interpreting the thrones as both having to be for God, and they sort of describe it as God's attributes are on these thrones. The point is,
that's why I don't know why anybody groaned at the question I was asking. If it's God's attributes which are on the throne, and this is being discussed in the context of the Son of Man.
The point is, when you say this is a human being, that the Son of Man is a human being. Rabbi Akiva said, "Hey, that's the Messiah," and other people said, "Whoa."
Huh? We need to roll up on one of these events in America one day. We need to roll up.
We will do that.
Whoa.
You'll definitely do that.
Whoa. You can't say that because this is clearly a throne for the divine, but there's only one God, and therefore both thrones are for God, and we got to separate the attributes.
Maybe I'm still just mishearing this, but after saying that, the explanation is that the two thrones, one is for justice, one is for mercy, which you described as God's attributes.
Oh, sorry. I shouldn't take the mic. So if... I have been brought back up to clarify my question.
Sure.
I'm so sorry.
He's back.
I've been brought back up to clarify my question. So,
come back.
David got it.
Alex, what I'm asking is, so which figure is justice and which one is mercy is not really it's not really relevant here. I'm just saying. It's rather that
they positioned both characters on the throne to be God. That's what's being elucidated. That's all that's being said.
This is showing that rabbis after the advent of Christianity were recognizing the Son of Man in Daniel 7.
Rabbis were debating it, not recognizing it.
Well, there were some rabbis that had
some
the
rabbis
position.
had that opinion, but rabbinic recognition is where the actual school itself of the rabbinic tradition unanimously claims something, not the disparate interpretations. Because it's not that the interpretations themselves contradict. It's actually because there are times in rabbinic tradition, for example, the 6 interpretations of Ruth Rabbah 5 verse 6, where 6 interpretations are given. One of them being the King Messiah, where he is seen as God, and then he comes down and dies for the sins of people. Well, not God, but he comes down and dies for the sins of people. And he links that to Isaiah 53, verse 6, where he wounded for your transgressions. Yeah. But there are other verses that are interpreted as well that mean other people. Now, those 6 interpretations all work within rabbinic Judaism. That's fine, Mashak ben Yosef, of course. But here, this is a dispute. This is a disputation that this cannot be the case because, again, the later conclusion of the rabbis in the same passage will be one of those rabbis is wrong because usually the opinion of Rabbi Akiva is the one that's correct.
Right.
As an explicitly divine figure. Because when Rabbi Akiva says, oh, it's the Messiah, he says, no, both figures, the two distinct figures, are God.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay, so wait, so after the advent of Christianity... So when are you talking about? You said after the advent of Christianity. When are you talking
saying that probably around 100 AD.
Yeah, because they've had Rabbi Akiva to actually have any relevant input. He was born in 50 AD, so
yeah.
This argument already, and that within the Jewish Talmud, they're arguing about this throne for two gods.
The point is, there are rabbis who interpreted the Son of Man as
God.
Okay. Look, I for fear of.
Wow.
Because you said it was implausible. That's what he was responding
Yeah,
to. Earlier you said it was implausible.
I
and he
understand
said-
that part. For fear of further misunderstanding and further groans from the audience, I fear I would want to read that passage on paper in front of me, which maybe... Where's he gone? There you are. Can you speak to me after class?
Oh my gosh. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Because he has a very gracious way of conceding.
Yeah.
The way in which he not only belabors but sometimes rests his points are in a way titillating, for one, and refreshing. Usually when someone concedes a point, they will fight to the bitter end.
Yeah, I mean, frustration.
But because he's a skeptic, he doesn't have to fight this point.
He's like, yo, listen, like,
see me after class.
See me after class, man.
And he does it with such grace. It's great. It's the Oxfordian way of conceding a point.
You know what? Let's look into that further later.
Let's look into that later. You know,
I've had a great time.
Had a great time. Honestly, you know, it could be that Christ could be seen as a Christocentric character, yes. And I'm very happy to grant that to you and concede that furthermore. And it's very interesting, as a matter of fact. See me after class.
My hand was on this thing. Like,
there was a sense in which...
Gentlemen, that concludes Alex O'Connor versus David Wood. The Jesus claim to be...
The guy's an idiot.
Why would you stop the... He stopped it there.
What more do you want? More questions?
Yeah.
I mean, how long is it? It's like 2 hours, right?
2 hours, 29.
Come on, man. People can be debating 5 hours straight.
Yeah, I mean...
That's madness.
They could go.
I could do it, though.
Yeah. They went for, 2 hours and 18 minutes. Jeez.
I actually wonder how well I would do at a formal debate, because I'm not used to formal debates.
If you plan...
I'm used to like
impromptus.
Yeah.
I think if you plan like an opening statement, you'll be fine. And if you plan common rebuttals and like if you're making notes during the debate, I think you'll realize, oh, because I can't respond now I'm going to have a barrage of things I'm going to respond to when I get my response period.
You know what? You see another debater. I don't think I'm a formal debater.
I think I'm a good formal debater.
I think I'm like a guerrilla debater.
Yeah. You're a guerrilla debater for sure. We had to exit the conference room. It was like midnight. That's why they cut the questions portion quickly.
All right.
Yeah, Sid, go debate this guy or Lesbiano. I don't know.
Hey, God. You guys are getting a standing applause.
That was fun.
See?
You guys can do better than that.
This is the.
It's a very Americanized way of debate.
I feel like this is the ending that Hijab wanted with that Muhammad, like David Wood wanted with Hijab.
Yeah.
Shake hands or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like oh no.
I must like claim victory. Well, I mean, he was like 24 when he did it.
Was he?
Well, yeah, he's 36 now. So it was like
was that 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh snap! I saw it late.
Yeah.
Wow.
24-year-old. Was his birthday?
I did not tell them to do that. That was complete.
Christian later, or what are we doing?
I think.
Is he gonna ride the Dawkins wave, or is he gonna?
I think.
Is he gonna ride the Peterson wave or the Dawkins wave? He went to deal with both of them. Which path is he taking now?
I think when it comes to him becoming a Christian, I think it's unfortunate because there are certain aspects of Christianity that he wasn't introduced to when he was a child. I think like when like you get the sense that from his particular arguments, the kind of God that he was introduced to was one that was not commensurate with the mysticism that you find in, Eastern Christianities like Orthodoxy and things like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the way that he interacts with those kinds of conceptions of God is far more different than the kinds of conceptions of God you get on evangelical Protestantism.
Mm-hmm.
And I think had he experienced those kinds of gods earlier, he may have remained a Christian.
What stops him from experiencing them now?
I think that
You can deviate. I know it's possible if you're still alive. You can always come back. But what stops it from happening now?
I think that the way that he lives his life now, as well as the way in which he sort of thinks about the world now, is one that does not permit the existence of such a God.
So you're saying he needs a morphe mindset.
You're such a child. You're such a child. You're such a child. You're so childish.
Morphe that mind, baby.
You're such a child. You are a child.
Morphe
You
that
are
mind.
a child. You're childish. You are childish. That's what you are. You are childish. You are childish. I'm not talking to you. You're childish. You are childish.
What you want to do now?
I think it's the sunk cost thing, you know. Like when he's gone so far into his skepticism and has been intellectually successful.
We had Ayana Hirsi Ali doing the exact same thing for decades, or a decade or more.
Even Apostate Prophet, he was an atheist for decades, and
Yeah.
now he's an Orthodox Christian. He's a catechumen in the Orthodox Church. I think that I'm not going to say given time he will become Christian. I think that the reason, or one of the reasons he's not a Christian right now, or perhaps not a believer in God, is the cost of discipleship is very high.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Christ says that my yoke is easy, my burden is light. But he also says that you must pick up your cross
and follow me.
I don't think that...
And crosses are heavy.
I don't think that when he approaches the weight of the cross, that he looks in the cross and says, this is something that I want to carry. Perhaps he may even think that this is something good to carry, something that one should carry. But I don't think he's convinced enough that one should carry the cross. Because it's either that or eternal damnation as well, to reject the cross. Maybe he's, in his own way, scared to reject the cross. I don't know. I think that if you really think about it, I think the evidence that God exists, or the evidence for Christianity, can be very convincing for a number of people. But I don't think he believes there is evidence that makes him personally sure.
Yes.
Beyond any sort of doubt that's actually reasonable for him.
Here's the truth. There's no way to be 100% sure about anything.
I mean, even the way that he debated today, I mean, there were a lot of points that he made which seem to just be, but I can read it this way.
Yeah.
Which seems to be an evocation of somebody trying to demonstrate that there is a way in which they can still hold to this falsity or this wrong opinion in a way that can be thought of, but in all honesty, isn't necessarily convincing. It's like someone saying, you know, God does not exist. And half of their brain, half of their mind, or in fact, their entire mind thinks that that's true. You know, and they might believe it's true, but their heart knows that that's a lie.
Right.
And I am unsure as to whether he believes in his heart, whether he believes in his mind that he's unsure and that his heart knows that that's a lie, or whether or not the content of his heart is, for some reason, I cannot believe in this. I cannot know this. I cannot know this God. But his mind has said, with the years of debating, with the years of dialogue, with the years of discussion, with the years of introspection, I could come to the conclusion of God's existence, and it's rather plausible and probably better for me, my family, and my society. But his heart's not in it. It might be one of those two options. Or it might be, well, I mean, I'm not even 30 yet. I love my life. I love the things I do. And I don't really want to commit to such a position that changes that fundamentally.
Sure.
Especially not when I'm still in my physical, you know, and social, physical and social prime. Maybe he doesn't want to do that.
I can't lie. You just mentioned that. I thought he was actually older than he actually is. But yeah, he's only in his 20s.
You know, like look at Muhammad Hijab. When he was younger, he would frequent the corner every week.
Yep. And then now he figures it once a year.
Well, why do you think that is? Because
for the last 2 years, every time he comes, there's always someone ready to get at him.
That was me aura farming. But like, even hijab now, like he realizes that, you know, there are things I have to kind of leave behind. Like even Apostate Prophet, when he became a Christian, you know, for 10 years, he was living in abject darkness, social darkness, but more importantly, you know, spiritual darkness. Yeah. And by spiritual darkness, I don't just mean, it's like fighting, you know, all of his mind, and as in the actual way in which he conceived the world was blocked for him until after 10 years of purging himself, he was able to come towards the light in which, and not just come towards the light, but actually take the light in and let it illuminate his heart. And he physically improves. His physiognomy actually improves.
Sometimes
when he
was looking a little bit rough.
He was looking rough.
Like the mustache.
Yes. And now he's doing better.
Yes.
You know? And I think that's why potentially Alex isn't a Christian right now. But that's me doing an unfair psychoanalysis on a man that I don't know as like friend. We're not brethrens.
No, I was just asking, like, projection wise, do you see him taking the route of a Richard Dawkins and committing to skepticism?
Well, I think Richard Dawkins has also been through a lot in his life as well. Like, there's reasons why Richard Dawkins will never, no matter what happens.
You can hear the bitterness in his voice when he talks about
I think
God of the Old Testament.
I think he wants people. I think he wants a world where people they think like him, but act like they're Christian.
Yeah, and then, you know, if you remove the roots of the sort of like fruits of a person, why would they act?
Why would they stay that way? Yeah. And so I think he
a cultural Christian.
I think he's angry at the. I think he's angry at the offense of Christianity. Christianity provides a lot of good. It provides order. It provides structure, but it also provides freedom, intellectual freedom. In some cases, social freedom, more importantly, spiritual freedom. It provides values, it provides harmony, and more importantly, it provides unity. All good things under any society, under any paideia. But in order to have the boons and benefits and fruits of Christianity, you have to accept these dogmas that cause these fruits. And for someone like Dawkins, it is offensive to want to force someone to take these beautiful, sweet fruits of the faith and also force that person and bind that person to take the bitter, sour, hard truths. A man is a god, and not only that, but he's infinitely better than you could ever hope to be. The same God knows more than you can ever infinitely hope to access. And the same God is so other than you that there is no way in which you could ever hope to measure him. And yet he can pervade and understand you more than you understand your own self. He can read your thoughts. He can predict your beliefs before you predict your beliefs. Such a God is not only not worthy of worship, but offensive to worship. To worship such a God offends my heart. And perhaps that's why Richard Dawkins isn't a Christian. I think he is offended and appalled at Christianity.
The checks don't hurt either.
Checks don't hurt. All right. Anyways, guys, that's basically the Ruslan debate. Do you want to set up a StreamYard link?
You do it so that when you join in, you can join in with the broadcaster as the audio.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let me do this now. All right. If anyone wants to join the StreamYard link, we already have a StreamYard link that's open. Okay. So if you want to join up, make sure you join up. Okay. Enter studio, enter the stage. I'm gonna send the.
Before you you actually before you enter the stage? Oh, okay. In the settings.
Yeah, go ahead. Go settings.
Did you?
Audio.
Nope, that's not what we want at all. Oh, I hate when it does this thing. It won't let you change it. Go out and come back in and see if it lets you change it.
We're just setting up, guys. Don't worry.
It does this sometimes. It's kind of annoying. It won't let you use it because literally it's using that thing over there.
Yeah, yeah.
It does this sometimes. I don't know what the.
As long as they can hear us, that's.
Well, it won't let me change it to anything else because right now it's literally using the camera over there.
What camera? The one over there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, let me try something else.
Yeah, you guys sort that out. By the way, guys, make sure if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe, leave a like on the channel, and head over to Patreon to check out some of the content that we have there. Okay.
Worst case scenario, I think I'm gonna have to plug this and plug it back in. Okay. I may have to unplug something. So don't worry, guys, we're still here, but the camera's gonna go dead for a second.
Yeah, that's okay.
There you go. Wow, look at that.
All right.
Unplugged it and it works. Okay, cool. All
Okay.
right. Just put the camera back and then we're fine.
What camera?
The camera on the stream is gonna be dead.
Oh.
But it's fine. We should be able to get it back.
Okay.
Yep, there we go. All right.
Yeah. Well, so we can enter the
just
studio.
checking. Okay, and just making sure before I.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
Just making sure something. Just 1 second. Just making sure that nothing's changed.
Just leave it. Just leave it. It's fine, bro.
No. We can't leave it because that thing is the
But it says that they can hear us all the way over there.
They can, huh?
Yeah. So we could just ask them if they can hear us.
They might not be able to hear. So the person entering the stream won't be able to hear us very well, but that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, what the hell, man?
Why should this be causing that to happen?
Whatever, man.
All right. Well, I mean, I'd rather just have it be something else. Bro.
Yeah. Who cares? It's fine.
All right. Well, let's give it a try.
All right, guys. We're gonna open up the panel
If it
for a little
becomes a
bit.
problem, then we can look into fixing it.
Yeah. We'll send the. Can I send this to you?
Yeah. Give me. Yeah. You
Or
can.
just
You
take
can
that.
Just do it like.
Oh, it's yourself.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's coming up. Yeah, that guy.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll do it.
Put that in the chat if you can.
Pin it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry guys that we took so long to sort that. That's definitely gonna impact the stream. Guys, we were on 100 viewers today consistently, so we're back. Okay, we're officially back. So this was nice. My head's spinning.
Interesting. I can't seem to. The comment I just made, I can't seem to pin it.
Yeah, don't worry, it's fine.
All right, well, people, I posted the StreamYard link in the chat, and it won't let me pin it for some odd reason.
We are so back. Make sure you hit a like as well and subscribe. Let's see what we got going on. So, if you want to talk to us about the debate, you want to talk to us about your thoughts.
Is even like an actual link? It's not even like hyperlinking. Like, what's going
Well,
on?
if the link doesn't work, then we can just end the.
Wait, maybe the link doesn't work.
Well, if it doesn't work, we just end the stream.
Yeah, I think the link doesn't work.
Oh wow.
Post it again. That isn't the right link.
I don't know why. Like.
Okay, cool. Now I'm entering. All
Okay.
right. Cool. Whatever.
By the way, they can see your.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna.
No, the camera.
Yeah. So, wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm going to. Yeah, there's no need to raise me. Just leave me in the corner. Bang. There you go. All right. If anyone wants to come up and say what up, then you can come up. If not, then.
So that means I've had my mask on for 4 hours now.
Damn.
That's an incredible record, guys. I don't think you understand how mad that record is.
If no one wants to come up, that's cool.
Oh, that was you. That was you.
Alrighty.
It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry.
All right, people. In the next 3 minutes, if no one comes up, it is very late. If no one comes up,
we'll call it a day.
We'll bid you adieu and morphe out of here. You know?
Yeah. Hey, that was good. I like that. But this was very nice to do. This was very cool.
This was
stream.
very good. Very very smooth. Ran very well. So I can't complain.
Yeah, no, we can't complain. I mean, this is.
Wait, where's the link? Don't tell me that thing again. Where I post and they can't see what I'm posting.
Oh my gosh.
Why is it always me? I'm subscribing and everything.
Hold on. I'm gonna send this to me and I'll do it.
Don't worry, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, send it to me and then I'll just post it. I've been at the SLS for a while.
Last time we did this, they couldn't see what I posted. Like, what's the hate with me?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just hate you.
Crazy.
Hating on you. Did you like the thumbnail as well?
What was the thumbnail?
You didn't even see it?
I think I did see it actually. It's a little bit thumbnail.
Sam Shamoon says he would destroy JP, yet he's running from debate. What kind of bro? These people just go back and forth all the time, man.
Who's JP?
JP Uncut.
Oh, JP.
Yeah.
JP is a funny dude, man. JP's a funny dude. JP, hopefully one day we can meet. You're a funny guy.
You're actually a funny guy, bro.
You're a funny guy,
bro. Funny guy.
I didn't personally. I didn't like the way you were behaving after you debated Sick. Personally,
but hey, to each their own, innit? He's a grown man, so he's gonna do his own thing. He should have said, "Yo, Sid came and defended my honor." Did not do that. He said, "Nah, we leave him to the wayside." I said, "All right, we got you." Anyways, we sent the link.
Dude, try playing. No hate on JP, but he was like, "Yeah, I'm not convinced." What do you mean you're not convinced?
The link is pinned to the top of the chat, so you should be able to see the StreamYard link now. Come on.
Sorry, guys, I tried doing it, but I just couldn't think right. Oh my god.
Yeah, it should be fine now.
So the Weeb Gamer and Landon Lowe, I want to come on and say, "Hey."
Oh, I just left the studio.
Nice.
I'm such an idiot.
Nice.
Yeah, let's see.
All
right, we got Seven of Christ in here. Seven of Christ, how you doing, man?
Doing good. I'm doing good.
All right, good, man.
Can you hear us well, Servant of Christ?
So the question I have is not related to the topic of the debate.
Sorry, Servant of Christ, real fast. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
So the question that I have is not really related to the topic of the debate. Is it still like okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I've been like doing like researches on the filioque, and my question is more to seek like how do you make the distinction that the processions, the hypostatic processions, are different from the operation of the Trinity in the creation? Because from what I've seen, the Father can send the Son because the Son is begotten from the Father. So why is it that when the Son can also send the Spirit?
That's
now
not
the
why.
Orthodox refuse.
Okay.
Now the Orthodox refuse that this comes from the fact that the Spirit must proceed from the Son. For me, it seems to follow.
Okay. I don't think there's ever been a time where people said the reason why the Father sends the Son is because the Father begets the Son. The sending of the Son is a pure economic thing. That doesn't reflect on the hypostatic status of the Son in relation to the Father.
So, do you believe that?
You know, technically the Father doesn't send the Spirit, does he? It's the Son that sends the Spirit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so doesn't that mean that the Son is the one that begets the Spirit then, and not the Father?
Yeah, but okay, we can for that we don't really we know that the Son sent the Spirit.
Yeah, but
what I want to
sending
ask
the
is
Spirit has nothing to do with whether or not that reflects in the Trinity.
okay,
The economy
just
of
one
sending
question,
the Spirit has nothing to do with that.
Okay, just one question more than to clarify. Like, do you
Okay.
think it's ever possible for the Son to send the Father?
For the Son to send the Father?
Yeah.
Well, what does it mean for the Son to be sent? It means to become human, right? So what you're asking is whether or not it's possible for the Father to become incarnate.
Not necessarily, because I think
Because
even when
that's
you
what
go with
being
things
sent.
like
That's what being sent means.
I mean, when you even go to things to interpretation like the angel of the Lord, the reason why I think people traditionally interpret it as the Son, because we know that
Yeah, no one
out of the person of the
interprets.
Trinity.
I agree with you that no one interprets the Son as. No one interprets the Father as the angel of the Lord. I agree. But again, being sent in all of those passages is just a particular person being manifested. So the question would still remain whether the Father could do what the Son did. And if the answer is no, then there is a particular power that the Father lacks as a result of that. If he couldn't manifest as an angel or manifest in creation as a man, then there must be a reason that explains why he cannot do it. Either he lacks the power to do so, which would make him not God anymore, or it would mean that he would be dependent on the Son to do so, which is why he would rely on the Son, which would mean that the order of operation in the Trinity, which in this case is referring to the taxonomy, not even the economy, like the taxis of the Trinity in theology. What guarantees the Son's power is from the Father. But if the Father has something that isn't, if the Father does not have something in himself that the Son has in himself, then it would mean that actually it seems to stand to reason more that the Son would beget the Father, given that the Father would receive a couple of things from the Son, but just not this power to become a human, right? Or then you're arguing that's two different essences, which would be polytheism under Christianity.
The way I actually saw it is simply that the reason why each time we see about member of the Trinity manifesting in creation, it's either the Son or the Spirit. It's rarely a manifestation of the Father.
Okay. What about? Okay. So, what about? Okay. So, what about the voice of heaven? Is that the person of the Son or the person of the Spirit? In theophany, when the Son on earth is baptized by St. John the Baptist, who is the voice in heaven that says, "This is my beloved Son in whom I am well pleased"? Who is that person?
That is the Father.
So is that not a manifestation of the Father?
Yeah, sure, that's right.
Okay, so what caused the Father to say that? It is the holiness of the Son in theophany. So what's going on is there is even a sense in which the Son is commissioning the Father to do something. For example, give me my glory back in John. But my point is being that what it means to be sent, right, is identical, is coextensive with what it means to be manifested in time, either as an angel, like the angel of the Lord, or when you're incarnate, right? So if you're saying that the Father cannot be sent by the Son, you're saying the Father could not be incarnate and the Father could not be manifested as an angel for some reason, which is obviously not true. He could do it, but he chose not to because the economy of the persons was this way, that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit will work in this way, in the created order.
So I think it's not heretical the thing to say that there's a hierarchy of authority within the Trinity, not in ontology, but there's definitely a hierarchy of authority.
Sure, but that has nothing to do with the filioque. The filioque is a taxonomical problem. It's a problem of the taxis or order of the persons, that the Son has the power to generate another person in the Trinity. That's the issue of the filioque. It's completely ontological. But you are referring to the economic authority that's given to the person of the Father and the person of the Son and the person of the Spirit that we ascribe to each person. That is somehow supposed to reflect the ontological status of all three persons. If the ontological status of the Son being lesser than the Father in his humanity doesn't reflect the lesserness of the Son in his begotten state, then neither does the Spirit being sent by the Son reflect the particular procession of the Spirit from the Son.
Okay. I'm willing to grant that. Yeah, sure. That makes sense. That makes sense. And I have just another question again, partaking of the filioque.
Okay.
So it might sound silly, but just tell me.
Go ahead, man.
So the thing is, why is it that if the Spirit and the Son both, if the Spirit never proceeds from the Son, why is it that we can call the Spirit of the Son and never call the Son of the Spirit? Because it seems, for me, it seems to be that the reason why you can call the Spirit of the Son and the Spirit of the Father is because he proceeds from both. But you can only call the Son of the Father because it's begotten by the Father.
No, this seems to be an argument that even stems from like Augustinian writing, but it's the same reason as to why you don't say that the Holy Spirit seems to be, well, we can say this, the Holy Spirit is the Spirit of the Father, the Spirit of the Son, fine, I completely understand. But that's because of what is indexed or meant by each of the terms. So the term Son refers to the particular relation that the Son has with the Father, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that doesn't reflect the particular relation that the Son has with the Holy Spirit. Whereas Spirit of the Father is referring to the fact that the Spirit not only is from the Father, but is something that the Father is in communion and union with, same as the Son. And that's primarily given because of the book of Matthew, where the Holy Spirit actually overshadows him, and where Jesus says the Holy Spirit is upon me. So when it says that it's the Spirit of Christ, it's referring to that particular Holy Spirit that's upon Christ, not the actual processionary relation. It also says that we have the Spirit of Christ or the mind of Christ, which usually is just referring to having the phronime or mindset that Christ has and the way that he acts. But that doesn't index the filioque, you know.
Okay, I think we did. So you said the reason why you can call...
You said the reason why, and the reason I don't do the Spirit of the Son... Sorry, the reason I don't do Son of the Spirit is because of what's indexed by the terms. So that's the answer to that question. So what's indexed by each term, Spirit of the Father, Spirit of the Son, and Son of the Spirit, is different in each case. Two of those statements don't have to be read filioquistically. The third statement neither has to be read filioquistically either, but isn't appropriate because of what's signified by both terms. Because when you say...
explain to me...
Okay.
Could you just explain to me again why you can call the Spirit of the Son? I didn't get that very well.
You can call the Spirit of the... Well, you can call the Holy Spirit the Spirit of the Son because of the relation between the Son and the Spirit in the economy. So every single time the text uses Spirit of the Son, it never refers to it in a processionary way. We're talking about in the Bible, right? We're not talking about in patristic exegesis, correct?
Okay.
So in the Bible, you can look at all the times where the term Spirit of the Son is used, and actually I can put this on the screen for you, right? But the term Spirit of the Son, I believe only refers to that in, Galatians chapter 4, verse 6, and I believe Romans chapter 8. So there are a handful of times that the term Spirit of the Son is actually used, right? But each time, the term is again referring to the economic notion of what's going on in those passages. So it's being sent into the hearts of somebody, And that's because Christ had the Holy Spirit as a human being. So that's why we can say Spirit of the Son. But you can't say Son of the Spirit because there's no economic way in which the text could be interpreted without referring to some sort of theological procession. For example, if I say the Son of the Spirit, the term Son there is going to be referring to some sort of procession from. But if I say, for example, the phone of Sig, I don't actually have to assume that Sig created the phone. I just have to assume that I own the phone. And in Trinitarian theology, in triadology, there's no problem in saying the Son possesses or has the Spirit because of perichoresis. So there's no issue there.
Yeah. So
in summary,
so basically,
summary up, right? We can say Spirit of the Son because the Son has the Spirit, interpenetration. You can't say Spirit of the Son because that implies procession. Because of what the words mean.
Yeah. So basically, spirit, you can imply spirit of something without implying necessary procession.
Yeah, because you're saying that the Son possesses the Holy Spirit. He has it, right? They both interpenetrate each other. And the same way that Spirit of the Father isn't merely saying that the Spirit comes from the Father. That's actually not what's being said at all. What's being said is that the Holy Spirit is owned by the Father, right? What's not being said is that the Spirit comes from the Father, because the term in Greek, even ek, that says out from. But when you say Spirit of the Father, you're actually saying, pneuma theou, right? Spirit of the Father, Spirit that the Father owns, that he has. You're not saying, even if we wanted to say this just in theology without the economy, the Spirit of the Son is the Son's Spirit because he owns it, not because he is the cause of it.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. So how do you advise me to continue with this research? Because I'm still looking into it.
If you want to look into the issue of the filioque, you probably want to read the documents around it. That the prime filioquist or anti-filioquist documents would be people like Photius of Constantinople, the Ecumenical Council that endorsed Photius, the 8th Ecumenical Council for Eastern Orthodox Christians, which endorsed Photius' opinion, and then the 8th Ecumenical Council for the Catholic Church, which did not endorse Photius' opinion. If you want to get the opinion of the Catholics, you can go to the Council of Florence, Ferrara Florence. And yeah, they basically hash out the filioque there. But for the Orthodox conception of the filioque, you can look at the 8th Council of Constantinople for the Orthodox Church from 680, I want to say, but not 680, in the 800s, sorry. 880, I want to say, but I might be incorrect. And you can look at the mystagogy of the Holy Spirit, where Photius of Constantinople sort of goes through a list of reasons as to why he doesn't believe in the filioque.
About Saint Photius, it's kind of interesting because it seems that in his later life he went back in communion with Rome.
Well, yeah, he believed he went back into communion with Rome, which is fine, but there is never a document or text which says that he renounces the filioque.
Okay.
Like, I don't think Cyprian severs communion with Stephen, right? But I don't think he ever formally, I don't think he ever personally believed that the recanting of his position is something. Or even a better example, let's say Paul of Samosata, right? Paul of Samosata came under fire a lot of the time. Or even another example, let's say the character of, I always forget. Let's say John of Antioch, right? When John of Antioch and Cyril both hash out their dispute, I don't think Cyril ever formally recants his usage of one incarnate nature of God, the Word incarnate, even though they agree on a different usage, right? But, it doesn't mean that they went in communion with each other. As a matter of fact, the Pope seems to accept not using the filioque for 200 years.
Yeah, and the Eastern Catholics don't even use it also. But what I'm trying a bit to get at is it seems to me that it's not orthodox. Like, you can perfectly say that the filioque is not heretical. Why denying? Why refusing its addition in the creed? It seems to me that is a valid position in Eastern Orthodox. That although it's not heretical, it's not good to add it in the creed.
Yeah, just 1 second. John Geometries, I'm not saying anything about the filioque. I was giving an example as to why the filioque wouldn't actually work in this instance. That's what I was doing. Just watch the tape back. Second, the filioque would be heretical under orthodoxy because orthodoxy anathematizes the filioque. It does do that, and it does it at the Photian Council, but it also does it more clearly in the works of other pillars of orthodoxy for the Orthodox Church, like Gregory Palamas. Gregory Palamas is an individual that writes against what he calls the errors of the Latins and against the filioque. Extensively, this is an issue that Orthodox Christianity has brought up time and time again, and the Orthodox do repeatedly say the filioque is something that's heretical.
Okay, that's it. Thanks, man.
Take care, man. God bless.
God bless.
It's all good, man. Okay. Alex the Coptic is next.
You have like 3 people in the back. Do you want to bring them all up
Yeah,
at the same time?
Alex the Coptic
one left.
defeating skeptics,
Okay, cool. All right.
and that's pretty much it. Okay, so Alex the Coptic, what's up?
Hey Sig, I just wanted to address something from your previous video. A man trying to prove polygamy in the Bible.
You want to address something?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want to address?
Well, it was polygyny.
Polygyny, just like the fact that a man can have multiple wives.
No, right. His reasoning was kind of strange.
Because God does. Yeah. That's the reason.
Well, in the video, he says it's because God has multiple wives, and so we could do it too. But his argument was that, well, it's not just the fact that God can do it; it's the fact that God wouldn't allow something that's a lie or wrong for himself.
Yeah. No, that was definitely strange. But obviously, when you read the church fathers, I mean, you know, Augustine, Tertullian, John Chrysostom, Clement of Alexandria, they all have separate writings that actually deal with how monogamy is the true marriage, and actually some of them criticize polygamy. And
Yeah, they all do, but I mean, I wouldn't trust Tertullian's moral theology has always been a subject of scholarly debate, given the fact that his theology is directly influenced by his Montanism, which he gets later on in his life.
Yeah.
Even in his pre-Montanist works, no one just becomes a Montanist when you start writing. It's a slow burn into Montanism. So usually his moral theology is chalked up to just Montanism.
No, right. I know his specific writing on monogamy, De Monogamia, it does have some monastic things in it, but there's also things where he talks about monogamy and how polygamy is wrong. So
yeah, he does.
You know, there's some good stuff in there that actually does address it, and even Augustine,
Sure, there's probably
I mean,
good
he
stuff
kind
in
of-
Arius, mate, but you know.
No, yeah, Augustine repeats some of the same points, so I think it's a decent writing actually from Tertullian, but
Okay.
minus the monastic teachings. But
Well, you mean yeah. Apart from the Montanism, yeah, there's definitely.
But yeah, I think Clement of Alexandria also does a pretty good job of it.
Mhm.
Clement of Alexandria and his Paideigos, I think that's how you pronounce it.
Right, the Pedagogus, right.
Yeah, yeah, but those writings, they all talk about it. I mean, this is stuff that usually Christians bring up to Muslims and you know, atheists, specifically female atheist agnostics, who say, "Oh, you know, Christianity allows polygamy." No, it doesn't.
Also, why would they care? As in, do they want to have multiple husbands? I mean, go ahead, I guess. I mean,
Well, I
you
mean,
do
when
it
it's
anyway when you have multiple sexual partners for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, with atheism and agnosticism, it's kind of strange because
Yeah.
some atheist agnostics will say, "Okay, well, I don't want multiple wives, but I'm okay with, you know, multiple, you know, partners outside of marriage." Okay, well then
Yeah.
that's a whole other problem that you have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
But with Muslims, they have to justify polygamy, so obviously they have to run to our scriptures.
Yeah. Definitely a problem. But yeah, is that everything you wanted to say?
Yeah, that's
All
pretty
right.
much it.
Thank you so much, man. God bless you.
Thank you, Al.
God bless.
All right,
Appreciate it.
take care, Alex. We've got another person.
Defeating skeptics.
Last person of the day. How you doing, defeating skeptics?
Yeah, how are you guys?
We're good.
I'm doing okay.
So I kind of a few questions. First, regarding the Alex thing, with regards to what's the word for it? With regards to John, I'm surprised that maybe this is less obvious way of approaching it, but I don't know why David didn't decide to use John 14 and saying like like how is he having the power to send the Holy Spirit if he's not God?
Mm-hmm. That
Like,
could be something that's brought up, but I think the point of David's opening is to utilize Johannine texts as literally as possible.
Yeah,
And
no, I understood that because he thought he was gonna just basically throw out Gospel of John entirely.
And no, but or try and contest the usages in John by appealing to not just the high Christology, but a particular Christology that basically renders Christ just a cracked out created being rather than an actual divine God. And that's exactly what Alex went on to do by quoting John multiple times and saying that he's God's son, which I, pre-moved, but whatever, right? But yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I think that's the reason why he didn't do it. David, you got thoughts?
No. I was just saying, like, once he
talked about
granted
that
him John.
briefly.
Yeah.
That he stayed away from John purposely.
Yeah. I was saying once he granted him John is what I'm asking, kind of more or less, because that would have been a pretty obvious way to say, like, oh.
I guess that would be assuming that, like, in his preparation, he had like a separate section for if Alex grants me John.
Yeah. I'm gonna use like I and the Father are one, things like this. But he didn't want to be too obvious as well. He wanted to be as like strong as possible.
And that's what enabled him to have that sort of micro moment at the end where he was like, I didn't use that.
I didn't use John.
Who
brought up John?
Who brought up John? That was
he
me.
did. Yeah. So that's basically what I think is going on.
And then the other thing is kind of like it's. I mean, I guess you guys are saying about the dating of John, but even in that case, if Alex is saying like, okay, John's dated later, but John clearly has this high Christology, so clearly John must have came to the conclusion that the high Christology was the correct way of looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like, if he's the latest writer and he's seeing like what other Christians are saying, like, oh, Jesus says this. Let's say I don't know, John's never met Jesus, anything, whatever. You know, and everyone's saying Jesus said this. Jesus said he's God. Jesus said he's God. Jesus said he's God. That's the only reason he would have written. Jesus said he's like,
right.
The way he was writing on the if his writing is that late, is writing on the consensus of whatever he's there.
So why would he shirk the tradition if he's writing the latest? Why would he?
That's what I'm saying.
Huh?
It doesn't make any sense for him to like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if it was
like
contrary to
everything. So Luke, Matthew, and Mark are already in circulation, and he's like, nah, I'm just gonna go crazy. I'm writing something completely different.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, got you.
You know what I mean? Like, just kind of logically, this doesn't really make sense for him to like be like if anything, you would expect him to be like the view that clears it up, and it's like, no, this is not what Jesus meant. You know what I mean?
I guess if I was a skeptic, I could argue that he wrote it that way because he was contending for popularity. He was trying to beat out Luke and Matthew and Mark, so he had to up the ante a little bit. I guess that's the kind of thing Alex would say and stuff. But then I would make the argument: why didn't he just go full blown like cracked? Why didn't he just like quote endlessly the Old Testament and say that was Jesus,
that was me,
that was him too, that was also him, that was him as well. Yeah.
And then when they did, they're like, well, why didn't? Well, that might just be a late text, man. I don't know, but
right. That's what I'm saying. It's like if you read it that way, it's very much like, okay, if it's in the latest, it's even less of a reason he would have to kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah. The point that I brought up was I've heard the point raised before, but I just had a thought even before I knew this point, where I just thought maybe somehow in the like timeline that Jonah experienced, maybe he had the revelation of the apocalypse first before he even wrote the Gospel of John. So that may have informed the way he wrote it in the way that he did. But again, it's only an opinion. And I think some people do talk about this. Like there is some scholarly work on it, but it's not absolute in any sense. I was just raising a point. Could it be that he saw the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven first, and then he decided to write it in this particular way?
Yeah. Anyways, I think that can wrap up that conversation there. Thank you so much for coming up, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Take care, man.
Appreciate it, Living. Appreciate it.
All right, man. Ooh,
all right.
That is basically the end of that. Mad. I really did appreciate the stream. This was pretty fun. This was pretty fun to do.
Wait, you over already?
I'm already over, man.
That was quick.
Yeah.
All right.